Hey everyone, happy Friday. How's everyone doing on this Friday? I'm so glad it's Friday. I am glad it's Friday. Hey Barbara. Hey Ray Ray. 9319. Hey sweetie, how are you? Happy Friday, everyone. Ooh, today is my last day, y'all, until Monday. Yes. hmm This has been a long week, y'all. A long, long, long week. Hey Miss D, how are you? I'm doing great. Can't complain. God gave me another day of life. So I can't complain. I can't complain. So I'm thankful. I'm thankful. I'm thankful, thankful, thankful. Make sure everybody hit the like button. Hey Auntie OG. I am thankful. We can't complain. So I don't know. Wait, y'all. This I don't know if y'all know about community walls, but I don't know half of y'all seen what I posted on my community wall. I think it was late last night. How the father is going around getting people, um, you know, the GoFundMe's or whatever they put up for the family. They get them shut down. So this other content creator that I follow, Lakeisha, they got hers shut down. It wasn't a GoFundMe; it was something else. But she did do a live yesterday, and I was in her live. They got it shut down. She refunded everybody their money back. It's just sad, y'all. But you can see this family has a GoFundMe up, y'all, and he is. I put it on my community wall. I think like 3 people commented. He wanted me. He got a GoFundMe up, y'all, for $1 million for his family to heal. What? I thought when you need to heal, you go to counseling, because that's what I did. I went to counseling to heal. Okay, I didn't know you need $1 million to heal. No, you using your son for money. That's what you're doing. Hold on, y'all. Let me read this message. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So I'm like, $1 million? Well, I'll be damned. I ain't know somebody need $1 million to heal. Lord, that was new to me. But y'all going around here. If y'all want money, get it. But let these people get money too. Okay? Let these people get money. Hey, Brittany. Hey, Miss Green. So, yeah, I never know you need $1 million to heal. That's a lot of money. I doubt if he even get $1 million. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I doubt if he will meet that goal. $1 million, no, because when I clicked on it, it was like six something. So I doubt if he will. Hold on, hold on 1 minute, y'all. So I doubt if he get $1 million. That's a lot of money. I doubt if he get it, but I think I don't know if I want to say this to get other people ideas because you know they be in the bushes listening. But I think that um if they're gonna do something like that right now, I think they need to do a behind the scene thing to raise money for him, and maybe find a way to give it to people behind the scenes, the link, and make sure you know who the person are. Like they have to send a certain code to get the link. It's a way you can do it. You know what I'm saying? To stop them from keep taking the GoFundMe down. But the content creators that's doing it, they're gonna have to come to some type of conclusion how to do it. You know what I'm saying? To raise money, because everything someone put up, they definitely getting to take down. Yeah, and she only had that up for like what, maybe 2 days. Yeah, like 2 days. Dog, I missed it. What I missed? Oh, the content creator that I follow, she's covering this story too. She did I don't know what she used, but I definitely don't know it wasn't a GoFundMe, but to raise money for the Carmelo family. And I guess the demons reported it. And when I was on her live yesterday, she was on the phone on live trying to straighten it out. But I guess it didn't work. So they refunded everybody their money back. They reported that link too. So I think the content creators that's donating money, I think they need to go another way about it. Mm-hmm. Because everything they doing, they reporting it. Yeah. And I don't know how they can just take something down like that and they're not even investigating it. It's like you can say anything and they'll just take it down. Whatever people say, they'll take it down. Let me see. Well, they're gonna have to do something different. They're gonna have to do something different. They're gonna have to do maybe a private group, for their people, and keep the link in the private group. It's gonna have to be a way they're gonna have to do that, because I had a feeling when she published that they was gonna do that. I had that feeling, but I didn't know how to get in contact with her to give her my opinion, a good way that she can do it. Hmm. I do know she got a Facebook, the content creator, but I don't know her Facebook name, because I got in contact with her and gave her some tips of how she could have, how she can run that. So I didn't know. I do know she got a Facebook. I don't know her Facebook, but I felt bad that they went for her too. Yep, that's what they did. They're doing everything they can do, honey. Hmm. These people is evil. There's a lot of evil going on. That's why, well, the people that been following me for a while, they know how I roll. Anything I do behind the scenes. I don't put no links on my on my community wall. Anything I do behind the scenes. Like when my granddaughter Amazon list, I did behind the scenes to people that I'm already in contact with, people I know I can trust. And there's probably some more people that will have love to donate it to my granddaughter, but I didn't know how to get in contact with them to send them the link or anything like that. But you can't trust these people. Hey, Miss D, um, the guy that got threatened, we changed Carmelo outside the courtroom. Judge Roach just showed his bump. Just showed his bump. Really? Where you see that at? Hey, Miss Smith. Why don't people Zelle directly to? That's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, it's other ways that they can do it, but I don't want to say. But I do know some ways that this content creator can do. I gotta find a way of getting in contact with her. She do got a Facebook. I just don't know her Facebook. I don't know her Facebook because I do know some ways. I don't want to give out my tips right now. You know, I do know some ways, but like I said, you got to be careful when you're trying to do things out here because people will do shady shit. These people shady. That's why I don't talk to people like that behind the scenes. I got my people I talk to. I don't need no extra no more. I just, I do me, because these people is shady. They shady as fuck. And it's sad that we put people down no matter what color it is. You know what I'm saying? Let people be people. Let people do them. Let people, if they need help, they need help. If you're gonna help them. If you're not, then don't try to destroy a person. Just don't do it. You know, like I said, when it came to my granddaughter Amazon list, I sent that to certain people that I know will really definitely support my granddaughter and support me and won't, turn on me and all that stuff like that. You gotta be careful when you do people like shit real out here. Like how they say shit real in the field. So, and then for the most, like if people need to get in contact with me, I always say, Brittany is my head macho. Like people go through her to get in contact with me. Anything. They have to go through Brittany. Brittany delivered a message back to me and let me know what's going on, this, that, and the third. Like she always did that from day one, you know. So there is a couple of folks I seen that we see review the family appeal and raise money for Carmelo. Yeah, I hope they just leave them alone. Let them raise the money. Like, what is the problem? Damn, y'all got $1 million GoFundMe up. Why they can't have that GoFundMe to get a new attorney? Why? Why? Y'all got $1 million GoFundMe up. I shared it on my page. $1 million. I don't know if they're gonna get it, but that's what they did. But I'm gonna find a way to try to reach out to that content creator and give her some tips because I got some good tips how she can raise money for him behind the scenes. I got some good tips. Trust me, y'all. I have my thinking cap on. Let's see. Hey, Auntie. Let's see. Ooh, Lord, these people so evil. I can't even get over it. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, we're gonna play this short video right here, y'all. Right? It's a short video, and for anybody that want to donate to my granddaughter's GoFundMe, you have to get in contact with Brittany. I mean, not my daughter GoFundMe. God damn, y'all. Oh my Lord, talk about this GoFundMe. I mean her y'all know what I'm saying, shit. Um yeah. If the dad really does need the money or use some of the money for bills and take care of the family. Exactly. Shit, he ain't here. Brittany. He don't even Brittany, that's what I meant to say, girl. I'm talking about this damn GoFundMe, girl. I know I said damn GoFundMe. Yes, Brittany, that's what I was trying to say. And Brittany, he gonna see he want money for stress and pain and all of that shit. Go to counseling and get that. I went to counseling for my pain. Shit, I ain't know I could put up a GoFundMe for $1 million goddamn dollars. I had insurance. I went to counseling. You know what I'm saying, for my healing process. I didn't know you get money for a healing process and $1 million at that. God damn, girl. Hey, Brittany. I was talking about Carmelo's daddy. Oh, okay, okay, okay. And then I watched a little clip yesterday that a news reporter played, and I didn't play it on my platform because I didn't like the way she did it. Right? I feel she played the clip of y'all. What's the man name that was dogging out Carmelo family that made them t-shirts of that man. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I can't think of his name. She played a clip of his video. She's a news reporter, right? So she played a clip of his video, right? And she asked the other, I think one guy was a prosecutor, and I think one guy could have been an attorney. But I feel like she played that the reason why, because he was black, right? And he turned against his own color, right? And then she had a nerve to say, yeah, because he's upset because they bought a house and a car and this and that. Lady, you didn't have no proof of that. You going by what you heard from the social media, just like we all heard that. But none of us have proof that that lady and that husband bought a car and a house with that money. We don't have no proof of that. But I know why you did that. I know exactly why you did that. Hey, my Florida girl. Yeah, I know exactly why. Yeah, that's his name. That's his little punk ass name. God forgive me. Well, it's another black YouTube. No, he's not a YouTuber. He's a social media influencer on Facebook, right? So guess what he did? He got tired of this man picking at the Carmelo's family, and he did not like how he made T-shirts of the Carmelo family, and people is really buying them. So you know what he did, y'all? He turned around and made some T-shirts of him and selling them with his face on it, with a watermelon on it, and watermelon all down his neck. Yeah. Yeah. I seen that yesterday. I said, oh shit. Yes. Let's see. I don't think they bought no house or no goddamn car, because you know, if y'all go back to Carmelo mother's page, he had, I think that was his nice red Jeep that was his, and he had his driving license before he was arrested, and he was working and all of that stuff. And the mother and father was already living in that home before this happened, and they had that truck before this happened. That's why I don't understand why. See, it take one person to put out a lie, and it spreads like a wildflower. It spreads. And if that person don't come back out and clear that lie, it keeps going on and on and on. And that's how you ruins people's reputation. And it's just not good. And I don't like it. I don't think they never got the money, to be honest, Miss Smith. I don't think so. I don't think they never got the money. Because now this is what he said. We know he a big liar. He said that the Carmelo father asked him, when they pay for the lawyer, could they get the rest of the money to support the family? Okay, now my thing is, why was that so bad? What did he say so bad? If the father did say that, if the father said after they pay for the attorney, could they get the rest of the money to help out with the family? I don't think that was a bad thing. Do y'all think that was a bad thing? They paid for the attorney. Oh no, we're not giving you nothing. We're gonna send the money back to the people that sponsored the money. See, this motherfucker, he wanted to be in control. That's what it was. And it sounds like to me he was in control of this money. So many people lies, absolutely, just lie all the time. No, he is getting facts. What do you mean he's getting facts? They use the money to, because of the threats, and they move 8 times. Who moved 8 times? Wait a minute. Because y'all better not be trolls in here, because I'll fucking block you. I'm telling you right now. Don't fuck with me. Because when I get in my goddamn feelings now, shit. Now, you said they abused the money. Now, girl, I don't know who he is. Now, can you prove to me they moved 8 times? Thank you, Florida friend. Thank you, Florida friend. Thank you, Florida friend. Carmel family moves a lot of times. So where do they move at? The father posts his job because the racist was going to do it. What? The father posts his job because the racists were doing to his Florida girl. You better tell him. I'm trying to figure out who abused the money too, Peanut. I need to know. They used the money because of the death threats. Can we prove that? And if they did, it was justifiable. Like why? Why couldn't they move to a safe place? Why couldn't they move to a safe place? You know what I'm saying? What was so bad about that? That they moved to a safe place. Right, Auntie OG? Right, Mel Mel. Like, I mean, they was being threatened. People knew where they live. All of that. So let me ask y'all a question, right? That I mean, we actually really don't know because I don't know myself. The house that they was living in before all of this transpired with their son, did they own that home or was they renting that home? Do anybody know? Oh, thank you, Brittany. Lord, I'd be scared of these trolls. They scare me to death. Okay. Okay, you are reading my text correctly. Okay. So do anybody know okay, they were being protected. Okay, got you, Miss Smith. They didn't buy a house 8 times. Okay, okay. Because that's a lot of time to be moving. God damn, 8 times. So they didn't buy a house, Miss Smith. Okay. The death threats and the rest was to the cracker attorney Mike. the they owned their own before this happened. So they did own that house. Okay. So are y'all saying that the house that they lived in, right? Peanut, they owned that house. That's what you saying, right? So they never sold the house. They was just moving to locations to be safe, but they still had their home. Is that safe to say, y'all? Hmm. Okay, got you, Miss Smith. Okay. Okay, got you. Okay, so they owned it at home and they were just moving to safe location. Okay, I can understand that. I can understand that, y'all. That sounds about right. Yes, that's why I said that. Florida girl. Yes, that sounds about right. Yeah, like I mean, you can't blame them. I mean, look what their son had done. You know, and they was getting all kind of threats. They was probably scared to even live in their own home. They didn't feel comfortable anymore living in their home anymore. I mean, imagine how that can make you feel, you know. And then they had other. I don't know. Did they have was it two boys and a girl, y'all? Because I know it was three more kids, right? Because somebody even say he had an oldest brother that was grown. I don't know. I don't put stuff out that I don't know about. I never seen the mother speak on that. I never seen the dad speak on that. So I don't know if that was true or not. I just know about the younger children that I have seen. Those are the only siblings that I know about. They own the home. Thank you. Everybody's saying they own the home. Okay. I don't know if they sold the home or not, but he bought that house and that car before. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know what everybody getting from. They bought another home. But like Miss Smith and them is saying, they were just going to different locations for safety purpose. That's it. Carmelo is the oldest. Okay, okay. I kind of figured he didn't have no grown brother. I kind of figured that. I can't believe everything I hear. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say, oh yeah, he do, because I never heard the mom say that or the dad say that. It's 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. Carmelo is the oldest. Okay, okay, got y'all. Florida girl. Now I heard the mama say that. I heard the mama say that. So I know you're not lying about that. I definitely heard the mom say that. Absolutely. I see a guy is claiming to be his brother. I don't believe it. I didn't believe that too. And I seen that too, sis. I seen that. Yeah, hey, now let me tell y'all. Y'all know, right? When big stories come out, y'all know everybody want to be the brother, the mother, the sister. Y'all know how that shit go. Come on, y'all know. Thank you for the donation, sis. Appreciate you so much, love. Thank you so much. Um, and Brittany, when I get off this live, I need to have a conversation with you too. I need to have a conversation with you because I really need um some help. And I think you'll be the one that can help me out. I really need some help. Um, let's see. Yeah, I did see a guy. I I don't know the guy name, but he did say he was the brother. He said, I don't even want to repeat it. Y'all, people want to, y'all remember, I don't know if half of y'all remember when I covered that story, right, with the 3 sisters. You remember the lady came out, the 3 sisters that got, the unalive over there, excuse me, in the water. Remember a lady came up, y'all can remember the lady saying that she was the 3 sisters mama, and come to find out the 3 sisters mama was deceased. Y'all remember that? People would say that's what I'm saying. As a content creator, you got to know what you're talking about. You cannot come on your platform and just say anything you hear, because you can definitely you lose your credibility. People be like, oh no, I ain't listening to her. She's a liar. She put out anything. I don't do that shit. I gotta have some facts on that shit. I just can't do that. I can't do that. I don't want to, put out false stuff. I just no, I don't do that. I've been busy but really good. Yeah. So I don't. And then the auntie came out and said she was the auntie of those 3 siblings, and she made a GoFundMe off them 3 sisters. Y'all remember that? People do anything when somebody pass away, and it's sad because you sitting here trying to get money off somebody that's not even in your family. And y'all remember when them 8 kids got killed by that no good ass daddy? Y'all remember when people was making GoFundMe's up and wasn't even related to that family? I know y'all remember that stuff. These people is crazy. You can't believe everything you see and hear on this internet. You can't. I'm telling you, you can't. These people be lying. And I'm not gonna sit here and bring out stuff that I don't know nothing about. I'm just gonna be honest, y'all. I mean, if y'all can give the proof, you know what I'm saying? Because some of this stuff, y'all, people would even make fake pages and write shit and put it up. Yeah, I talked to the family yesterday and they told me this, and I had a conversation with them, and no, you lying, and then this shit going viral. You know what I'm saying? This family's already going through enough. Like some of that stuff you just can't believe. It's crazy. Yes, Peanut. Yes, Peanut, 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 Peanut. Baby, I ain't even want to go there, girl, yesterday, but yeah, and I get what you're saying, girl. That one, baby, how you doing and how you been, my love? I ain't seen you in a while, but glad to see you now. And how's everything going with you, beautiful? Now we're gonna look at a short peep of this live because and then we're gonna watch Freezy live from last night, right? So let's do a little. Bring this up now. This lady here, y'all, she is a judge, right? So she's gonna give her opinion how she feels about the case, right? The other lady I told y'all I didn't want to bring her up. I feel like she was a racist bitch. Y'all know sometimes I don't care what I say. Sometimes I be nice, sometimes people make me mad. But y'all forgive me, okay? Because y'all know I'm a nice person. I just don't like to be played with in my fucking face. Okay, let's.
Absence of a black person in the jury is likely to be one of the main issues. The defense raised it during trial. A judge rejected the challenge to have those jurors struck. How would an appellate court weigh whether excluding all the black jurors is a valid basis for appeal?
As you said, the lawyers on both sides stated that this case was not about race, but look at their
Y'all,
actions.
she's a judge.
When the defense objected to the exclusion of black potential jurors, leaving no African Americans on the jury, that was the second round of challenges. The district attorney insisted he dismissed them because he didn't want educators seated because the incident took place at a school-related function involving high school-age minors. That is ridiculous. You know, it's like saying a real estate developer is on trial. We can't have anyone on the jury who owns any real estate. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, Peanut.
The judge determined the dismissals were race neutral. And basically, I see this, and I think the defense saw this as a blatant use of peremptory strikes as a pretext, a way to exclude black jurors. And it's not uncommon for prosecutors to exclude black people from juries where there is a black defendant. The Supreme Court has weighed on this twice. In 1986, in the Batson case, where Thurgood Marshall himself said, and I'm quoting, ending racial discrimination in jury selection can be accomplished only by eliminating peremptory challenges entirely. And then in 2020, the Supreme Court, with Kavanaugh writing an amazing opinion, said basically you cannot use peremptory challenges as a pretext to get rid of a certain type of people. I think this is a very strong case for reversal on an appeal because of this.
And it could go back again to a trial if that is the case. I mean,
Yes.
then there was the jury instructions. Another aspect I think will likely be raised. I mean, jurors were allowed to consider the lesser charge of manslaughter in addition to murder as well. I mean, ultimately they chose murder. Will the fact that the judge gave the jurors the choice between the two be something that the appellate court will look at closely?
I think, first of all, that the judge was correct in saying the prosecutor charged murder. Murder in Texas is the intention to kill. So the judge said, I'm going to add manslaughter because the evidence in the case supported a finding of manslaughter. And what is manslaughter? It is the unintentional killing of someone. So there were sufficient facts to support that. So I don't think that's really going to be the issue. The issue is why this jury chose to believe this young man intentionally killed, and also the question of sentencing. He's 17. I understand a stellar academic record in high school, and just 17 years old, no history of criminal activity. Why 35 years? So
the jury in Texas does that,
definitely
though, right?
going to come up.
Excuse me, Judge. The jury in Texas does that. Does the judge have any discretion to change that in Texas?
Yeah, in Texas, the sentencing recommendation comes there, and the judge, I believe, could do something if the judge wanted to increase it or even decrease it. So there are issues on appeal. I think the strongest one is going to be on the exclusion of African Americans from the jury. it isn't the rule that because you are a certain race that you have to have somebody of that race on the jury.
Right.
But when you have the conduct here, where there were three, I believe there were Black women, educators, and the prosecutor just decided, well, we can't have educators because they're probably going to be biased and it's too close to them being in high school. That makes no sense at all. So I think that is a very strong issue on appeal.
Judge Doris Cordell, thank you.
Y'all heard that, right? That was it. I wanted y'all to hear that. I brought that up because I wanted y'all to hear that. And she's a judge. She's a judge. And I agree with her. Oh, yeah. I agree with her. Okay, so let's bring up No Cap Live. What did y'all think about what she said? You all, I noticed we doing more fighting to each other than we are fighting for Carmelo. Oh, I ain't fighting with nobody. I just want to speak on it and that's it. I don't want to fight with nobody, baby. I ain't got no fight in my blood, honey. I'll try to stay peaceful. Shout out to Freezy again because he did his big one last night again. I love his platform. I like how he, he runs his platform. I like how he runs his chat. I like how he makes people feel comfortable when they come on their platform. When you make them feel welcome home. And that's what I like too. I always welcome people on my platform, and anybody can come on my platform. It's just that I don't drop my link like that because I don't want the trolls to come up. But if anybody ever want to come up, they always welcome to come up. Only thing they gotta do is just put it in the chat, and they can come up. I agree. She didn't have a dog in the fight, but the truth. Absolutely, sis. There you go. Absolutely. She said just as it was. Correct. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, Miss D, I'm talking about the others. Yeah. There's no need to be out here going crazy, fighting over and stuff like that, because it makes things turn ugly, So that is true. I definitely agree with that, with what you said.
If you're watching the replay, you can always support the show by sending us.
We're gonna go straight to it, y'all, because
of that effect. Queen,
really? I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a lie if I.
Hold on, let me take it back just a little bit, because y'all know I've been doing overtime on this week. Y'all know I've been doing overtime this week, y'all. Now I've been tired. All right, let me get this off. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second, because I got to. I'm going to click on the wrong thing here. Give me a minute. Hey, Miss D. Hey, girl. How are you doing there, sweetie? How's your day going so far? So I want to get to, and I'm so glad all these people was there within the courtroom. And okay, so I think
I arrived at
hold on, Sierra. Is that better? I cut it all the way down. Is that better? That should be better. I could hardly hear it then. Go ahead, Sierra. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sierra.
I visited 5515 Ohio Drive in Frisco, Texas. Frisco ISD Administrative Building.
She giving addresses.
She got the address and everything. Yes.
Go ahead. Let's go. I'm ready.
You have to show your ID. They run a copy of your ID and they give you a sticker, to verify who you are and everything. Put that little sticker on your shirt or clothing. And you'll wait for someone to come and retrieve you to take you to see the video. I think her name was Michelle. But she took me up. You go into an office area. The office area is also adjacent to a conference room. You could not take your electronics or anything like that in with you. You had to leave them outside. In other words, in the office area. Could not bring them inside the conference room where you were viewing the video. She gave me a choice of watching the video either 11 minutes before the interaction or 2 minutes before the interaction. I chose 11 minutes. I wanted to see everything that I could see.
Okay.
And yes, the birds were flying. You can almost see through the raindrops. The colors were very, very vivid. I don't know where they get the graininess from. The video also was 45 minutes long. I want to know who's standing there watching grainy video that you can't tell anything for 45 minutes. Make that make sense. There were people walking in and out. Michelle did tell us where to focus, to keep your eye there, because if you don't, you may miss something. There were two time stamps, one in the upper left-hand corner and one in the lower right-hand corner. One was, I don't remember what they were for, but anyways, you could not fast forward, rewind, pause, or stop the video. You had to see it all the way through when it started. Then you see people walking in and out, just filtering in. But you see Carmelo sitting on that back seat, the very last row of the canopy, looking downward at his phone, not aware of his surroundings. I mean, he's looking down, literally looking down at his phone. You then see a group of 6 individuals walking aggressively, walking as if they were on a mission. 2 of them veered off. They went somewhere. I didn't notice where they went off to, because I didn't know who they were. But 4 out of that group of 6, 4 of them went directly to Carmelo. They never sat down. Hunter stated that they sat down. They were sitting down. The next thing I see is commotion, body parts moving. There's no sound to the video either. But you see body parts moving. They stood in front of Carmelo like in a half seat type shape. So Carmelo, if they wanted him to leave, he was not able to, even if he volunteered to leave, he wasn't able to because they were blocking his path. Or he could have jumped over their heads. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Who did you perceive these 4 boys who encamped him? Who did you perceive them to be?
Well, I know one of them was Hunter, and I know the other one was Austin.
Okay.
But I don't know who the other 2 boys were. I'm going to speculate and state that it was the 2 individuals. It was the 2 individuals that, hold on. It was the 2, that's my son.
No problem.
It was the 2 individuals that they walked over to the schoolhouse or field house. They surrounded him. The next thing I see is I see a hand gesture, like somebody was directing someone out or throwing something out. It was a hand gesture. I can't tell you exactly what that hand was doing. Next thing I see is Carmelo crawling on his backside, outside the backside of the canopy. And He ran up 2 to 3 steps. And when he's running up 2 to 3 steps, he stops.
Mm.
He looks around. He did like a football move, like I'm going to fake you out, And he decided to go down his left, our right. He gets down to the base of the bleachers. He slips on the sidewalk and he falls. He recovers quickly. But at that moment is when you see the 3 individuals chasing him. One of them stopped, whipped his head around and looked up. So I whipped my head around and I looked up.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm going to call that individual Hunter. The one that we looked up and seen was Austin, because Austin was holding his chest, walking down those bleacher steps. He gets down to the sidewalk. He walks 2 to 3 steps in front of the canopy before he collapses. And as one who already iterated,
So it sounds like that Austin was already gagged, meaning, in the chest, right? And it sounds like it was so much commotion until they didn't realize that Austin was already jabbed. That's what it sounds like to me.
The ambulance took about 10 minutes to get there. They drive onto the field through an opening in the fencing that separated the field from the sidewalk and the bleachers. They go onto the field and they park directly in front of Austin. So you could not see Austin anymore or them even performing life-saving measures on him. I never saw Hunter go over to Austin. I can't verify that. I wish I could, but I can't. I think he was, I don't know. I never saw it. But anyways, it took them about 20 minutes working on Austin. And then they loaded him and drove off.
Take your time.
Sorry. They loaded him and drove off. They stopped in front of the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And they hesitated there, real briefly, and they moved on to the hospital. But in the interim of all of that, while we were waiting, there were 2 police officers before they moved the canopy over Austin because of the rain. The rain had picked up.
Now, if y'all can remember in the beginning, someone said he was already deceased on the scene. If y'all can remember that, right? Even some of these news reporters had said that he was gone already on the scene. And I said, I don't think so, because the ambulance would have never put him in there and rushed him to the hospital. Okay. I think he still had a little life in him, maybe not a lot, but I still think he had some life to this. That's why they still took him and got him out of there.
Nisipu, can I interject right here?
Yes.
How you? Okay, so on that part, it's probably correct because he was it pierced his heart, and
Right.
so you usually with the to the heart, if you're not right there at the hospital in that moment, you usually die within 2 weeks, right? So that's probably true that he probably did, pass away on the scene, but they still have to take him to the hospital so that the hospital can legally pronounce him dead. Okay, so that's probably,
Okay. Because when the mama said she got there, he had tubes and stuff all in him when she got to the hospital. The mom stated that in an earlier video that she had did when it first happened.
because they probably, because organs and stuff, probably was, still alive and things, and they probably had him
Yeah.
hooked up to the machine to pump his heart, but it just never came back. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. So you
they
so
had
so
to legally
do you think that he had a little life in him when they did put him in the ambulance? You think he was hanging on, by a thread, but not completely gone?
well, a person's heart can stop for a while and then it can start back. You've seen,
Right, right.
television where people on the operating table and their heart stops and then you could bring them back. I think that's why they still rushed him to the hospital to try
Yeah.
to get him to the hospital where they can buy that service for him to try to see if they put him on the machine to pump his heart, that it will automatically start back pumping on its own, right? But plus, like I said, the other organs was probably still functioning. He probably still had brain function and things. And as long as he's getting oxygen to the brain and things of that nature, it's a possibility that he wouldn't have any type of brain damage. But if they pronounced him deceased at the hospital, the machine obviously did not work. His heart never, started pumping anything on his own after they did whatever
Yeah.
repair they tried to do it. That's why they pronounced him deceased at the hospital.
Okay, got you. That sounds about right. Okay.
Picked up. This is when they were securing the knife. They took a tarp, a blue tarp, and they secured the poker or knife. I'm trying to find the words now, the knife. But the officer, when he bent down before they moved that canopy, he bent down and picked up a book bag and tossed it up to the other officer. It did not appear to be open. It may have been, but I did not see an opening where anything fell out or anything like that. And they secured the tarp down because the wind and rain had picked up at that point. I'm going to say that not one of those individuals, those boys, realized that Austin had been stabbed when they took off after Carmelo.
I see. I said that.
They were too busy assaulting Carmelo.
Yep. Yep. They didn't realize that he was already stabbed. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I said
Okay.
that too.
So Nisi Poo, that her testimony of what saw on the video justifies what I was saying yesterday about when there's multiple people, a gang of people chasing you, accosting you, trying to fight you or fighting you. That's where that Texas law, which is, and I'm just going to read it right quick because I had to write it down so I can remember everything. But remember, I was telling you about the law. And and that statement that she said, if it's true, there's a Texas law. It's called Texas Penal Code 9.31, right? Where it says you do not have a duty to retreat. You can legally stand your ground in Texas if multiple people are assaulting you. Now, that's part one of it. Part two, whether you can use deadly force in this situation depends on whether you responsibly fear for your life or fear serious bodily harm. And that is the reason why Carmelo is saying what he's saying. And if it's true from what that lady is saying, then by this Texas law, that is actually self-defense, because Carmelo, said he feared for his life. He feared the fact that he was in fear for his life and in fear of serious bodily injury. Anytime you have multiple people assaulting you.
Yes. I believe her. I believe everybody was on this panel. I believe everything they said. All these women stay in Texas, and I mean they're very credible. I think I think they did a wonderful job on this panel. I think they did a wonderful job there in Texas, and I definitely do believe this lady. I definitely do. Oh yeah,
This
I believe it.
is the reason why the judge did not want that full video seen to the
Yes.
jurors. This is why they closed off all media, all communication, didn't have video or anything in the court. And I know they was trying to say it was because minors was in there, but it's other ways you can record. Only the transcripts, which is the written transcripts of what happened in that court.
Well,
But
I
that
agree
is the
with this
reason
other
why.
prosecutor.
Hold on, complete my sentence. That is the only reason why the judge only showed part of the video and focusing in on Austin instead of focusing in so much on Carmelo, because they knew he was running from multiple people. Remember, the lady said it was about 6 of them running after him at first, and then she said 2 veered off. That still left 4 people running after him, which more than likely included Austin, Hunter, and 2 other people that she said she did not know who they were.
Okay,
Okay,
somebody
now
in the
what?
chat just said that okay, Miss Hill. Somebody in the chat just said those most of those teams are grown now. I heard that too. Yeah, I did hear that. And if that was the case, another prosecutor I listened to, and I think I played that he said that he could have still brung least audio. He didn't have to show those kids' faces. Something should have been in that courtroom so these outside people in this world that could have knew what was going on in that courtroom. It could have been something worked out. But no, he didn't want to do it. Like that man said yesterday that you heard, he was a crooked ass judge, period.
Absolutely. And that is the reason why he did it. And he wouldn't let the media in, because he knew it will be an outcry between the media, what they will make of it, how the public, had a right to see it, but he didn't allow that because he knew that that would be pressure on this trial and pressure to have it open to the public where people can express their views and things based off of what those witnesses saw in that video in that courtroom. He did all of this was by design and intentional on the judge's part. And I'm hoping that things like this will be brought up in the appeal with the defense attorneys as to why this judge did what he did. Now this is the same judge that just reduced the bond for Jake Lane from $1 million to $250,000. So do y'all see the difference in how a Black young boy is being treated as opposed to a white man? So when people want to twist their mouth to say it ain't about race, the hell it ain't. It is, because it pisses me off when people say that when it's literally us that are getting mistreated within the criminal justice system. This judge needs to be disbarred, but by the time that appeal happens, he'll be retired. That whole county is crooked with prosecutors, attorneys, judges, and all of them. Anytime Jake Lane was caught on camera and answered the question and said, yes, I will unalive Carmelo if they let him out. That is legally out your mouth. You're saying you're going to unalive someone. That's why he went to jail. And for this racist cockroach judge, because he ain't Judge Roach, he Judge Cockroach to me, to reduce his bond, but you sent a young 17-year-old with no criminal record, a stellar academic student he is, an athlete, but you give him 35 years.
Facts.
But Jake Lane, who was a part of the insurrection on January 6th, who already did 4 years in prison, you reduced his bond. So please mix me with the it ain't about race crap. Because it is. And I wish Black people will wake up and realize that when it comes to us in the criminal justice system. I am so freaking furious, Niecy Pooh. I don't know what to do because this young man is getting railroaded to the fullest extent of railroadiness in the law.
Yeah, he
And
is.
those judges see that. And I hope they have bulldozed defense attorneys to fight for him. Because if that is true, what this lady is saying that she saw on that video, this is self-defense. This is not even manslaughter. Based off
Yeah,
of
he is
Texas'
heading to
own.
retire. He is. That is true. He's heading to retire. And then I see someone say Carmelo did not poke him. He fell on the knife. Well, we gotta remember, y'all. We gotta remember one thing. Carmelo did test. Carmelo did say he did do that. So that was one odd against him, right? Because he did say that. Whether he did it or not, it came out of his mouth. They had him on recording saying he did it. So that they was going to use that against him in court because he said that. Now, if he would have never said that, they would have had to prove that he did that. But being that he said that, they used that against him, whether he did it or not, because he had already admitted to it.
Right. And here's the thing to that. What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was speaking to the multiple people saw the video last year. Yes, they did, sis. Absolutely, they did.
So let me speak. Yes, Carmelo admitted to the to jabbing him. He admitted to the jabbing, right?
Yes, he did.
The problem with that is his own attorney didn't let him take the stand to explain why he admitted to it. Because all he had to do was get up there and say, I was in fear of my life. There were 6, 4, whatever, after me to cause me serious bodily harm. Yes, I was afraid of my life because it's one of me and it's 4 to 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? His offense attorney did not allow him to get up there and testify in his own defense. And I think it's because
they were going to railroad him. This stuff was already in the makings, baby. Shit. You heard what the mama said? The mama kept saying that she didn't know what to believe and who to believe. The mama was all over the place. She didn't know who to trust, who to believe. People was telling her, don't talk to this person, don't do this, don't let Carmelo say this, don't let him talk to nobody. The mother was going in circles, her head was spinning. That lady and her husband, they didn't know who to trust. They was just, going by what people saying, following the rules, and then in the end, they got jerked.
Absolutely, because Carmelo had the right to take the stand on his behalf and explain for that question, the $64,000 question that everybody is saying. Well, he admitted to it, because I even said that at first. I'm saying, okay, if he admitted to it without intent, I can see why they would go for the manslaughter. I had said that, but I changed my mind about that. If it is true what this woman is saying, and based off of this law in Texas, it's actually self-defense. And I believe that even his own defense attorney was afraid to put him up there on the stand, because Carmelo would have told the correct story of how it happened, because it happened to him. It didn't happen to no damn body else. So he had a right to defend. If I say I jabbed you and then I'm on trial for murky, if I plead self-defense, listen, most cases of people that plead self-defense, 90.95% of them take the stand to explain why they're saying self-defense. And that was denied Carmelo.
Yeah.
And yes, the judge is still working on the bench. Like I said, he just reduced Jake Lane's bond from $1 million to $250,000. He plans to retire in 6 months. That's why I said he's going to be retired by the time the appeal process starts. He's going to already be retired, but he needs to be investigated because he is as crooked as the day is long. Okay. The computers as the DA, all of them are in cahoots together. It's the good old boys mentality down there in Texarkana.
All right, y'all.
But you
Let's
said
listen to some more.
when it comes to Carmelo Anthony with no record, 17 years old, stellar student and athlete, as opposed it does to Jake Lang, the racist who's already did 4 years in prison for the insurrection. Because he got the complexion for the protection. He gets protected, but Carmelo don't. So it is about race. I'm furious. I'm furious. Watching that last night, hearing this now, studying what I've been studying about their own laws. This is where you could take their own law and use it against them. And this is what that defense need to do.
All right, let's listen to some more.
Let me calm down and get off my soapbox. You can go ahead. I gotta calm down.
I feel you. I feel you.
They took off on Carmelo. So I'm going to land it there, and that's my testimony.
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna say this. You're probably one of the most detailed people that I've actually listened to. I'm talking about from beginning to end. I think you did a wonderful job. I wish my memory was as good as yours. But I want to say this. I don't know if I missed it, but just like One Who Intrigued said, she said she noticed Carmelo's body go back and then he got pulled forward. Did you notice that? I don't know if you said that during your.
I must have. I didn't listen. If you were focused in on certain areas, you're gonna miss something. And that was the reason why Michelle instructed. Well, you want to notice what's going on in this area right here, because if you look elsewhere, you're going to miss it. Because we could not fast forward, rewind, pause, or stop the video.
Right.
So I may have missed that.
No,
you being honest.
I'm happy you're saying this because it lets people know that you're not trying to fabricate.
Right.
You're telling what you seen, right? And I appreciate that. Now I'm gonna go. Queen, I noticed you put your finger up. Did you have something to say, Queen, before I go to Lena?
She's not lying, because when you're actually inside the court and you're listening to like the officer's testimony and then also looking at the body cam, it's coinciding with what she said. I noticed when she said that they got there and put the blue tarp over the knife, they did say that. Officer Cortez and Scholes did say that. And then they picked up the backpack, not knowing that that was Carmelo's backpack. They didn't know that. They were trying to pick up the backpack to put it down on top of the tarp to keep the tarp from coming up. So I was just.
Now, I'm glad she said something about that backpack, y'all, because y'all remember, y'all correct me if I'm right or wrong, when they kept saying that Carmelo had his hand in the backpack. So how could he have his hand in the backpack, but none of these women right here seeing this on the video? Nobody seen this on the video when they were saying he had his hand in the backpack and saying, touch me, touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't, whatever they say he was saying. But none of these women, I never heard one time say that he had his hand in the backpack, like the courts tried to say he had his hand in the backpack. Queen just said that the backpack was on the ground.
And that probably was sometime.
What she said is matching up to what the officers were saying.
detail that Sierra gave was actually, it came out in court. Okay, that's what Queen. Thank you, Queen. I mean, I love y'all, man. Lena, you heard what Sierra said. You seen the video, Lena. You signed off to see it. Was what Lena said way off from what you seen? Lena.
No, what Mama Sierra said, no. It's you know, just to be frank, the majority of the people who went to see the video came back with the same story. There may have been variations because, as both One Who and Sierra mentioned, you know, if you look one way, you may miss something. And so there may be little variances, but the key things that stand out to me that every person has mentioned is that Carmelo was sitting looking at his phone. 6 boys came in, 4 actually approached him, and Carmelo ran up, ran down, fell, and he was chased. Those are the 4 components that each person that I've heard, except for oppositions and everything else, have mentioned in their story when they retell what they saw in this video.
So what I want to do right now, and thank you for rejoining us, One Who Intrigues. Thank you. What I want to do right now, I'm gonna.
Now I definitely remember that. I definitely remember when, what's his name? When Hunter. I remember when Hunter said that in that interview that he took Carmelo's bag and threw it. I remember that in that interview early on. Now you were so right about that because I definitely do remember that. I don't know if anybody else in chat remember that he took the book bag and threw it. I remember that. Yes, Hunter definitely.
And more likely that was after the whole thing happened, right? Because all of those witnesses that testified that they saw him with his hand in the book bag, and I think Austin said he, I guess, called this bluff or something after he, told Austin, touch me and find out. In our community as Black people, when we say that, we be like, if somebody tell me they gonna whoop my, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, and what you think I'm gonna be doing while you're doing it? See, that's what I say. If you come to me and say you gonna whoop Derriere, I'm gonna say to you, and what do you think I'm gonna be doing while you whooping my Derriere? Letting you try me and see. So I already knew what that connotation meant. Is how we talk as a culture, right? We say things like that when somebody say something like that to us. That's kind of how we do. This is why it was so important that I think he should have had Black representation, because they understand our culture. They get it. They get our slang. They get words we say. We know the meaning of it. It could have been explained by an attorney as to why he said what he said. After somebody tell you and call you out on the bluff to put their hands on you, what you gonna do? Just sit there and let them? I'm just saying.
I don't know if they read him his rights or not, because see, we don't know what they said to him once they got him at that police station. Remember, we don't even know how long he was there before they contacted the mother, because no one never said. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know. And like I said before, I think I said last week, like, if he would have came home, which he did, because he stayed in jail until he went to his bond hearing, and then he came home. But if he would have got released in his mother's custody the same day, the mother would have had evidence of the bruises on him. She could have took pictures, took him to the hospital. The mother couldn't do any of that because he didn't get released that day. So that could have also helped him too. We know the police department was not going to give her no goddamn pictures of him.
Right.
You know that.
And it's said that those mugshot pictures that he took when they first, arrested him on the scene, that he did have bruises and scrapes and bumps and things of that nature. So then why those pictures be admissible in court? Why those couldn't be shown by the defense attorney in court? While they're showing the alleged weapon, why didn't they show how he looked in the mugshot? You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna show us a picture of the court, a picture of what that weapon looked like, why didn't you show the pictures after he got arrested, what he looked like? Because he looked like he'd been in a fight.
Yep.
See, it was so balls dropped on that defense attorney. So many balls dropped. This is what leads me to believe that he was in cahoots with the prosecutor and the judge. It was all by design.
Mm-hmm.
All by design to take a Black teenage boy down and out. Because there's a thing called school to prison pipeline that they specifically target on Black boys and girls. Research it, look it up. If you got Black children going to these public schools or any school where it's predominantly YT people, you need to look into that, because it starts with they pick on you about what you wear, how your hair look. They want to suspend you. You know, if you miss a day, or it starts with truancy, they start picking. They start picking. All of those records follow you. But then you got this 17-year-old young man who got a spotless academic record throughout his whole time he was in school. And even while he was out on bond, still continue to get educated and get his high school diploma. See, again, there were no character witnesses brought up, and I don't understand that took that teachers, neighbor, your pastor. Like, where was the community to speak on behalf of Carmelo?
He didn't get a fair
There
trial.
was painting the picture like he's a thug, while all of those lying teenagers got on that stand to make him look like he was a thug, and Austin was the innocent angel.
Yep.
And y'all tell me it ain't about race? Look what the media is saying about Carmelo versus what they saying about Austin. Look at the picture that's being painted.
That's facts. That's facts. So let's finish hearing what she got to say.
I want to play a video by a gentleman. He's a news anchor for Court TV. He said that he was inside the court, and he's one of the people that's actually insinuating that you guys can't know what you're talking about. You're fabricating, and what he's seeing in court, he know for a fact what he's seeing in court does not line up with what you guys are saying.
No, I believe these people right here. I don't believe, because the half of the stuff he's saying, it didn't correspond with them. But of course he's gonna say that about them because who he is, you know, he got to be with the court system.
So he said, I don't know, these people that say they seen another video, I don't know what they're talking about. I actually went to court. Now, the reason why this live stream is so important, Queen was also in court, and One Who Intrigues was also in court. Go ahead, Queen.
They played the day that I was there when they played the video. I didn't see none of that. It was blurred. And then they would start at like bits and pieces. So we couldn't see. All we seen was a bunch of kids walk over to them, and then sorry y'all, this car right here. A bunch of movement.
Sorry.
That's all we see. And then they would cut it off, and then they would go to the aftermath of the body camera. They'll pull up the body camera. So we didn't see nothing that was clear. We did not. I got some more folks that come up here and say the same thing. That was not clear.
What about, were you in there when they played the video too, One Who Intrigues, in court?
No, I wasn't in there at the time, but I wasn't in there at the time. No, I didn't see the video. I was in there at one time when the prosecutor was talking about the time frame of what happened. And I kept thinking that's not lining up with the time frame that I remember on the video.
Wow. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Lena.
I was going to say what we noticed though during the trial is that what the prosecution did was they did a spotlight video. So basically they specifically focused on every movement of Carmelo, and then whatever said incident that transpired. What they also did was to try and make it to where people can see, or maybe to create an illusion, they zoomed it all the way in. Because remember, we saw it on a 4K TV, but they had like a 1083p. So when
Facts.
you're zooming in and you're doing things of that nature, it's going to distort the picture. It's going to make it grainy. It's going to make it pixelated. And so that's what they were presented in court. Now, one other thing I want to mention is that just, you know, as one who stated, the timestamps are different. When we saw the video, we had a clock in the corner. We also had a timer. So the timer was running, but there was also an actual clock that specified the specific time that all of these things were transpiring. So based on what they're saying, it just doesn't line up. So were they looking at the timer, or were they referencing to the actual clock that was on the screen?
Wow, thank you for that. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to prepare a video. Well, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, but I'm going to prepare a video, right? And I'm going to play this guy named, I think his name is Cody. I forgot I did have his last name. I'll get his last name in 1 second, but his name is Cody something. He works for Court TV. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play what he said. He did an interview on Court TV, and I'm going to let you guys hear what he had to say right after I read some of what the audience said. And they might have, are you guys okay? They might have some questions for y'all from the audience too. Are y'all okay with answering audience questions? Okay. Let me read this.
Can I just tell these ladies that actually seen the video that thank you? Because now we were arguing over, literally I've gotten to arguments. There's 2 videos. No, there's 1 video now. Right?
That's a fact.
It's just the way.
Thank
Remember,
you, Queen.
Captain, there's 1 video.
Hey, Queen, don't you sometimes you say to yourself, are these people dumb? Like,
Yeah.
are they slow? Did it take them that long to put it together? Go ahead, one who intrigues.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Queen.
It's 1 because I was thinking it was 2. The way I'm so confused, y'all don't understand. I'm thinking it's 2 videos. I'm like,
Right.
I was dumb. It's 1 video.
Okay.
And she ain't lying, because in the beginning, I thought it was 2 videos. And then I had to start thinking, you know, me and Open Books started talking. And we came to a conclusion, too, that it was 1 video. And we came to a conclusion everybody was seeing different stuff. Because we thought it was 2 videos, too, at one point. Because that's how they started, you know, it was making it seem like it was 2 videos. So I definitely agree with Queen, because I felt the same way.
Yeah, and again, that was by design.
Go ahead.
That was by design as well. The courts knew what they were doing, because when you got a bunch of 17, 18, 19-year-old kids in a courtroom, you can control the narrative. And that is what that Judge Cockroach wanted to do. He wanted to control the narrative. We're not going to show them the full video, ladies and gentlemen, because we ain't got that kind of time. Oh, you don't? We're talking about a murder trial here, and you ain't got that type of time to show the full video. No matter how long it was, the jury was supposed to see the full video. And when you zoom in on a video, we know everything gets distorted. So all of this was the okie doke play that judge did to control. He knew he was dealing with kids that's gonna do what you tell them to do. They coached them with a certain mentality to get up there, and they all sounded like robots saying the same thing.
Auntie, one minute. Let me finish playing this while I run to the door, and then I'm gonna let you finish your comment when I come back. Let them finish.
I thought I heard someone that was in the courtroom say they had 4 different angles of the video. Is that true?
It was 4 different. My friend Sid told me that was in there. Majority of it that they were showing different angles. They also showed the jury some stuff too. They would kind of show us a little bit and then show the jury and turn it to the jury. They did not want to show that video. The only thing they kept showing was a little bit of that straight body cam. After
You know,
that,
you know what? I
Yeah.
want to mention that when I was hearing about the timestamps of the video, it was not only not lining up with me, but it seemed to be some kind of confusion with the witnesses too. I do recall that the prosecutor, one of the witnesses said that they were crowded around Carmelo, which is true. They had him kind of circled in there. But then the witness said it, one of the witnesses said that they had him surrounded. And the prosecutor said, no, I think you might be a little confused. Let me show you this video because didn't they surround him after the poking? And I said, I'm thinking to myself, no, they didn't. They had him surrounded before.
you're
So
leading.
wait. So it was kind of
You
like the
notice he's
prosecutor.
leading the witness.
So it was kind of
Right.
like the prosecutor was leading the witness.
He was not only leading them, he was manipulating the film because he showed them the video where the kids were running out of the tent. And that did not happen until Carmelo was out of the tent.
Wow.
And I
Carmelo
remember
was
when I
way
was
up.
watching the video just from the action that was happening, because when Carmelo came out, you can see that nobody knew what was going on because nobody reacted. And
No
then all
one.
of a sudden, it's a burst of kids that run out from up under the canopy. By that time, Carmelo was almost at the very end of the bleachers.
But he could have been in Egypt by then.
Yeah.
How fast?
So this is what Kyra said. Kyra said, how could they have surrounded him after the stabbing if he ran to a coach?
Exactly.
Because that didn't happen.
And
It
that was
didn't
one of the
happen.
problems I was having with a lot of the testimony because it wasn't adding up. It wasn't adding up at all.
I know it wasn't.
Let me read so a couple of more super chats and thank y'all for y'all questions and stuff. So here's Nikki Washington for the $10. She said, let me cut this off right here.
Hey, Cameron.
Shout out to Nikki Washington for her $10. She said, hey Queens, I love y'all. I'm so proud of y'all.
3193.
Hashtag
Hey.
whatever it takes. Hashtag believe Mellow. It's Nick Nack. Thank you, Nick Nack. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, Nick-Nack.
Knick-knack.
Oh, y'all know Nick Nack.
Hey, Nick Nack, baby.
Yeah, we
I love
Okay.
Nick Nack.
Hey, this is a TikTok invasion over here.
I love
On
Nick
you-
Nack.
Shout out to Michelle. Thank you, Michelle, for the $20. She said, my super chat works. Shout out to you. That's what I'm talking about.
captivity.
Now we was in a Discord. She was like, Freezy, my super chat don't work. I can't see it. It worked now. Shout out to you, Michelle. Also, shout out to Nikki. Nikki for the $5. She said, if this was not self-defense, the video would be everywhere. Would you guys agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah, I would.
totally.
Yeah.
I definitely would agree. If this was not self-defense, these people
Bingo.
snakes.
Bingo. They looked at, let's judge, the prosecution, the defense attorney. They all looked at that video before they presented
said
that
that.
short
Yeah.
video to the court. They know that this was self-defense. They said,
They looked at
if
that video a long time ago before this trial even started.
we show this video, it's definitely self-defense by their
Yes.
own Texas code law code. Okay? 9.31. Check it.
And that's why I say that self-defense attorney, he failed that boy. And now, that mother, which is Carmelo's mother, again, now I don't know if she's seen the whole video. I don't know. I can't say. They so much of snakes in that courtroom, they might even show her what they want to show her. She might not even see the whole video. We don't know because she haven't spoke out on it. You know, so we don't know what she's seen and what she didn't see. But I can guarantee you, these people in that courtroom seen this video way before this trial.
Totally.
My question is,
I agree.
because the
Let me
mother,
see. Incognito reels for the $5. She said
What happened, Auntie?
his mother's on, and the father said on the Breakfast Club interview, the Anthonys, they said they did view the video. Question is, did they view the whole video, and was it zoomed in or zoomed out? That's the question.
Right. Right. And I see he's women. Let me go back to his comment. He said the hunt women. No, that wasn't it. He made a comment somewhere. I wanted to get to read it. He said something about the hunter. They went to Carmelo's father's job. And I think Carmelo's father lost his job. I think he was working at the BMW place, if that's what I'm hearing correct.
Yeah, he was a finance manager. Now, some say he resigned, which kind of means they probably forced him to resign, which is basically getting fired, because of Mr. Metcalf was going up to his job harassing him. And to me, that could be grounds for wrongful termination. Like you are terminating me or asking me to resign because somebody else is coming up there harassing me. Because we all know, again, y'all, we all know that if the roles would have been reversed, and that would have been Mr. Anthony going up to Mr. Metcalf's job and harassing him, they would have called the police, and Mr. Anthony would have been over the doggone news.
And I agree with him. He said the family are really scared to share the whole story because of the threats. I agree. I believe that. And y'all, you know what? Let me say this before I play this video again. And I'm just going to say it and be respectful with it, right? Everybody, don't have discernment. And I always say that. And it's okay. But God ain't say be stupid neither. I just feel in my heart, y'all, and I could be wrong, but when some just stick to me and don't leave me, I just feel I'm right. I just feel like that man that was for that family, I just feel like he wasn't good neither, and I'm just going to leave it as that. And y'all can take it the way y'all want to take it, but I just feel like he wasn't good for that family neither. And I'm not saying this due to his back history, because I don't talk about nobody past like that. I mean, what he did is what he did. Let me just shut up.
Oh.
Let me just shut up.
It comes down to like the interest, because that it's a term used of the prosecutor. You understand? So the conflict of of interest there, and the family would have known that, and they should have got another attorney outside that county that still.
I ain't talking about the attorney, Auntie. I'm talking about what he say. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I do believe he was a snake. I'm sorry to say it, y'all, but I believe it. I believe he gave that family some wrong information. I believe he wasn't truthful to that family in some ways. I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm just being honest. I just don't know why I feel like that. Maybe one day God will show me why I'm feeling like that. God haven't brought it to me yet, but God have brought to me that this man was not right for that family. But the reason why, I can't put my hands on it quite yet, but I just feel like he wasn't right for that family. That's just my opinion. Everybody don't have to agree with my opinion, but that's just how I feel. Just let me just shut up.
And you're what you're saying, and you have a right to have opinion about, because I've been hearing some things as well as far as his reputation. I don't know, I can't say yeah or nay to that, but several people have said things in according to his reputation. Do I think he really did the Anthony's any justification? No, I don't think it's anything
No.
because their situation actually got worse, and it was not supposed to get worse. If I have you fighting for me as an activist, as an advocate for me and my family, it's supposed to get better. It's not supposed to get worse. We're supposed to be better protected. My son's supposed to be better protected.
And then when you get
You
these
know, when you
auntie, you got to find out about them, find out about their background, because they can make you look bad. They can make the people start to putting out false things about the family that you're representing. All kind of things can come up when you're dealing with an actor. We got actors here too, we stay at too. But you got to make sure that you're dealing with the right one, because if you're not, you know, people started looking up your background. Oh, this actor this actor that, he did this, he did that. And that could make you look bad for dealing with someone like this when it comes to a situation like this. That's for one.
Absolutely. So that wasn't a conflict of interest. It was poor representation.
Right.
Number one. And if like I said, if that situation got worse, then what does that say about him being an activist and an advocate for that family? Don't say much, does it? But I was speaking on the conflict of interest, even with the defense attorney and the prosecutor. They used to work together. So you don't think that they were not just colleagues, they were probably friends, right? So when you look at that, that's why I'm saying that the Anthony family should have taken him off the case, got another attorney, still in the state of Texas, but outside Collin County, that has no connection, right, to that prosecutor. And that's who they should have got to defend, another defense attorney, because they all know each other. And in and of itself, there's a conflict of interest. Now, there's even a picture going around where they're saying that it's Judge Cockroach on the picture with Mr. Metcalf, when literally Judge Cockroach said on his interview he didn't even know Mr. Metcalf.
Well,
Wouldn't
you
know him.
might not know them, auntie, but that picture is not real. That was an AI picture. That picture not real. That picture definitely was an AI picture. And I did hear someone did speak out with that. I think there was an attorney that spoke out and said that picture was the AI. A lot of people spoke out that's professionals and said that was an AI picture. That was not a real picture. I didn't believe it anyway. I really did not believe it. That's why I never spoke on my platform. I told you I don't believe everything I see. You
Right.
know, but you know,
You got your, but it definitely being said that was him on the picture, and if it was, then he lied, and he can also get in trouble for that. That would affect, you know, the case if it comes to find out that picture is real and he is really on that picture with Mr. Metcalf, and really do know. I don't take pictures with somebody I don't know like that. You know what I mean? Like, especially we in the public place, unless I run into a celebrity or something, then I'm asking to take a picture, right? But other than that, come on. I'm not just gonna randomly like that take a picture with somebody, and they looked mighty cozy and comfy on that picture. So if it is real, that's another reason for grounds for an appeal, because he actually lied about knowing Mr. Metcalf.
Okay, now another thing too. I know a lot of people were saying that he was the public defender, the defense attorney. Now, I watched a video last night, and I don't want to bring up on my panel because I don't want to play that lady because I really don't like her. But it was another guy that was in the video with her. He is in the law enforcement. He did speak that the attorney that the family had, he was a public defender years ago. He admitted to that whatever his name is, Mike or whatever, he was a public defender, but he's not a public defender anymore. That's what he said in the video that I watched last night. And this guy is an attorney that said that.
Yeah, that's true. He started out as and that's public record. He started out as a public defender. That's how he got his start, coming right out of college or you know, once he passed the bar, right? Then you go to work for the state, you work as a public defender. And then once you do that for so long, you probably decide to start your own practice at some point, which is what he done. Now,
did the mother ever knew that he was a public defender before? Come on now, we all know public defenders work closely with the state. We all know that. So did the mother know he was a public defender before he came an attorney? I can't answer that question. I don't know, because it seems like to me the mother and father was left out a lot of stuff, that they probably didn't know.
Okay. Yeah, they seem to be very naive and gullible and trusting to the wrong people. And they did not even do their own research on people. And this is their son's life. This is their son's life at stake. So I'm not going to just listen to somebody that's going to recommend somebody. And my son is on trial for murder. I'm not doing that. Like, I want to know, what's his record? Has he ever had cases? What's his win loss? Has he ever worked on a case? If the attorney is white, has he ever worked on behalf of Black people? What was the outcome? Blah blah blah. It's like a lot of questions that and research that what you can tell obviously was not done, because when they did the breakfast interview, we trusted people that were giving us advice. They didn't say we researched them and they seem to be reputable. They said they went off of the trust of somebody else. So that answers that question pretty much.
They was vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? They was vulnerable.
Oh.
They was hurting. They was in pain. They was looking for help. With the situation with their son, they was new there. They didn't know much. They didn't know anything about the law. We can tell that. So sometimes in any situation, not even in this situation, it can be in any situation, people know that you're vulnerable. They're coming to your life as though they can help you, but the whole time they are a snake. And I'm going to say this, y'all, because I've been in a situation like that. I've been in situations like that I was vulnerable and I needed help. And I picked the wrong people and they hurted me at the end. So this is what I think what really happened to that family. She was trusting people, that people would have her back. She was hurting for her son. So that's what I really think what happened with her,
Yeah. And again, like I said, if it had been my son, it'd have been a different story. My son got in trouble just
Hold on. Is Ray or Brittany in the chat? Ray or either Brittany. Hold on for 1 second. I'm gonna get it for you. It's one of my moms in the chat. Can you let me know if one of my moms in the chat?
Yeah, I agree with that too, Barbara. This Shirley, I agree with that. They are a young couple. They had just moved there. Yeah, but again, they do seem to be a little bit naive.
Hold on. Could you drop the link for me, Brittany, please?
She dropped it. She did. Okay. So I agree with that. When you are living in a state like Texas, any southern state especially, and you move there and don't know nobody, I have to put a little bit of that responsibility and accountability on the parents too, to do their research. And this is why I say, if you got anybody in a relative in your family that's on trial for anything, know the laws of that state. Do your due diligence. This ain't even my child, and I've been in the books and just reading stuff and looking up stuff and things and coming to conclusions, and he ain't my child, but I relate to it because I have a son. I have a Black son. You know what I mean? I got Black brothers, so that's where it hits. It hits for me. It hits different for me.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. How are you? Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. I'm just thinking about the whole thing. I've been following this case very close since last year, so I kind of know everything pretty much. I've been listening to all the podcasts and just researching. But I just want to say, like, I support the family, the Anthonys. I'm rooting for them. They're just too docile. Like they're acting like they're not at war, and you cannot be scared. Like, either you're gonna, like, they need to send them kids to another family member, and they need to just go to war for their son and focus on Carmelo. They can't be scared to say what it is, because Carmelo told them the story, and the case is over now. The gag order is lifted. They need to get out front and say exactly what happened and call out all the conspiracy. That's what it is. It's a conspiracy. Call out the video being zoomed in. Call out why the courts were shut down from all the black media and all the and it was just so limited, and why they didn't show the whole video. The family's not moving, like they're dealing with thugs. They dealing with thugs. This is some gangster stuff.
You ain't lying.
And you cannot be Little House on the Prairie. They're gonna keep picking this family apart. They messed up when he picked Dominique to be their advocate. He wasn't qualified. He didn't have a track record, and he got at first he got them some their first attorneys before this team. They had no experience with this type of case, and then he was told by another attorney who's an advocate, hey, these people aren't qualified. You need to have someone else being the advocate, and they need another team. And he finally turned it around, but he's been blocking a whole bunch of people from reaching out and guiding his family. Like, the family really don't have any discernment, because I don't know how they got mixed up with Charleston White. Like, this guy is a clown. Like, this is your son. I want the best of the best. I don't want anybody with any flaws. I'm a researcher. If I don't know something, I'm going to do my best and research everything. I mean, I know you're stressed out, and I know you're dealing with all this crazy. I know they're dealing with death threats. There's a lot going on, but they needed to slow this down and say, "Hey, Mama, I need you to take my kids for a while. It's going down, and we need to look out for Carmelo." Like, they don't have any friends. Really. They only been in that in Texas for 3 years.
Oh, okay, 3 years. Okay, I was wondering how long they've been there. Okay, thanks for confirming that.
3 years prior to this accident. I mean, this incident, but they just not moving like with the power of our ancestors. I'm like, but it might be from where they're from in Louisiana. Sometimes people are just used to being, if I do everything right, nothing's going to go wrong for me. But I don't know. They're not moving with the right authority. And it's sad.
I agree 100%. Their son's life is on the line, which means their life is on the line as well. And for you to like, even all the time when Carmelo was out on bond, let him concentrate on getting his high school diploma. And you and me, husband, we gonna get in these books. We gonna study the law in Texas. We gonna do this, we're going to do that. They needed to advocate as well for their son. They hiring somebody that has a reputation in the face and things, that's cool, that's fine for media, right? But you as the parent, while he was out on bond for that whole year, I think before the trial started, they should have been in them law books, baby, learning laws of Texas and asking questions to that attorney. Like, I agree with you 100%. That's why I said some accountability on the parents. And you're right, they have to stop. Even now, they're acting very docile. When they doing these interviews after the fact, they still sounding meek, and I'm like, oh my God, this is time to swing with a vengeance.
Because they're scared, and they got other children, and I suffer. I mean, I understand. I kind of get it. They got those other children. They done lost their job. They ain't got no money, and they done had to move 8 times. And this is all happening in the sun downtown. And so, like, their back is against the wall. Like, Even when this was going down, like, they should have seen if they could have made arrangements to get that family out of that area until the trial, so they can get some peace of mind. If they had the right advocate for them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I agree with you. That's why I say he was not right for that family. He was.
Well, he didn't have no experience, and he knew he was flawed. He knew that the Anthony's needed someone with clean hands. And I don't know, you can change your life all you want, but this wasn't the time to try to step up and be nobody's advocate. You need the best of the best. This is a national case. And when he took over, when he started representing them, he made it about race. When he did that press conference, and the way he treated Austin Metcalf's father when he came into that press conference.
Oh my God, I'm glad you said that. Let me say this to you, because I didn't know which way to go with that, right? So I'm glad you brought that up. So do you think, because I did play a video last week, I don't know if you was in my chat, right? A guy said that the same thing you're saying. He think that Hunter's father should have had stayed there.
Well, yeah.
Instead of them just throwing him out to see what this was going to be like.
Yeah, that's that attorney guy. I forget his name, but I saw that video about a year ago. But yeah, because here's the thing. This is how you know this guy's not trained, because this is a media game. Okay, we all know it's about race. The moment a black boy kills a white boy, it's about race in Texas. But it's they don't play that race of, you know, the conservatives, they're in denial. They're going to deny it, so they're not going to go for it. You got to approach things differently. You got to play by a different set of rules. So if you're not experienced with dealing with these sundown towns and stuff like that, you can't treat. They shouldn't have treated the father like that. They should have played a game for the media and just said, "Well, okay, we understand that you lost your son. We were very sad. We, Carmelo, nobody wanted this to happen. I feel for you." They should have said a prayer, and it would have looked good. It would have helped It would have helped not make the Anthony's look like a monster, and it would have helped. They can see that Carmelo comes from a decent family, but you have this guy who don't have any kind of real training, and just is aggressive with the father who lost his son, and now nationally this looks crazy. It looks like all these black people, they got the nerve to kick the father out after their son killed Austin. And that's where it all started, and it was just the way he was making it about race and stuff like that. Chill. He should have just been protecting the Anthony's image, and he should have been getting out, cleaning up any inconsistencies about what they were saying about Carmelo. The family should have never been out front. That was his job to be out front. The family should not have been out there being a spokesperson, anything. That's his job. The family should have been protected. That is this other lady. If you want, I could drop her Instagram, but I was watching her do a podcast yesterday, and she explained how corrupt Dominic is and all the things that he did. The family don't want him involved with this case at all, and he's still doing tour press like he's still affiliated with the family. The family had him signed like pretty much a cease and desist. Like, we don't want you talking about our son anymore, but he's still talking like he's still in the know. But the family hasn't been dealing with him in months. This guy's corrupt, and he's just out there trying to make a name for himself and get money. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
Man,
Do you think that this appeal will come through? How do you feel about the appeal? What do you think will happen in the appeal? Do you feel like they did Carmelo wrong? And I understand what you just said, that you think the mother and father need to do more, maybe send the kids off, because, you know, we got to make sure the kids is safe. And I understand that because they are innocent children, you know, but with all this stuff is going on, we want to make sure the kids is in a safe spot. I agree with you on that. I agree with you when you said the mother and father need to come out and share some of this story and tell what is going on. I agree with that. I also agree with you when you said that these are fucking thugs.
Right.
Thugs.
Right. And like, yeah, you can't be Little House on the Prairie. You got to be gangster. And so, like, because they're going to keep trampling. They're going to do all the stuff that they get. No, I mean, the appeal, I think they got a good chance. I don't know too much about Texas. I mean, but it depends. Everybody got to vote. Because on the appellate court, I believe there's 3 seats that are up. And there's 3 qualified Democrats that happen to be black. And if they get in that spot, there's a good chance that that is a better chance for Carmelo to get an appeal. I mean, based on the things that happened, like for the bad representation from the attorney, yeah, and also for them striking those 3 black jurors that were the black teachers, how they removed them for being teachers. That was a silly reason, and that was a way to get the black people off the out of the juror pool. So I do think that also I think the appeal will go through. It just has to get right in front of the fair judges on the appellate court. But people got to go out and vote And that's why it's important that you vote for judges, and the small elections matter. Well, this is a big election for
That's what
everybody coming up in November. So everybody should be voting, but really vote for the judges and vote Democrat. And they are Black. And so that's Carmelo's best opportunity.
Right, I agree.
Yep, I agree.
You know, it's sad too, y'all, because the mother and father probably even scared to get a job, because they probably scared they get a job at this point. These people gonna look them up, find out what job they at, and start calling the job. And so, why would you sit here and take down the people GoFundMe? Let them try to support the family. You understand what I'm saying? These people need to stop being so wicked and evil, and understand one thing: Carmelo. 3 siblings didn't have anything to do with what Carmelo did, even though we know they're not going to think like that, right? We all know that as people over here, right? They're not going to think like that. Those 3 kids had nothing to do with that. They are little minors, okay? And the mother and father still have to survive and make sure they are good while Carmelo is still in jail. You understand what I'm saying? But by sitting here, keep going after the mother and father, they can't get a job to protect, to help their younger children out, pay the bills. I mean, come on.
Well, here's the thing. Well, yeah, nobody's going to hire them because of what happened at the father's job. They so real quick. Besides the father going up there harassing Mr. Anthony, there was other people going up to his job pretending like they wanted to buy a car, and then when they went to go, they'll go through the whole process, and then they'll just start talking about Carmelo, like trolling.
Really?
And so, yeah,
I agree, Med, with what you said even in the beginning about it would have been a good look for the family if he genuinely came up there to pray with them when this thing first happened. It would have been a good look. Even if later down the line, Mr. Metcalf do exactly what he's doing, if they'd have did that in the beginning, that would have made him look like the racist fool that he is. Because you pray with us and we pray with you. Now look at how he's acting. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, because here's the thing, there's been a gag order on his family. They couldn't say anything. But the thing is, these white people, they never really had a gag order, because what they were doing is they were using other bloggers and TikTok people to get their message out to defame Carmelo. And but if they had an effective advocate, he would have been countering that, and it would have been a whole campaign showing who Carmelo is, showing that he actually did save a white kid. Save a white kid's life, showing that he is a 3.78. He has his GPA that high, and that he has 2 jobs, and he's a captain of the football and track team. And like, because the thing is, the Metcalfs, they're the ones with the bad reputation and the track record, not Carmelo. But
you see how the media, right?
Huh?
I say you see media is spinning it, right?
Yeah, but so this has been a spin game for over a year. So if there was somebody proper in place to protect his family and protect their name, the media might be more sympathetic. But all they have is the information that this judge and prosecutors put out there, which is lies. And they're like, well, the witness saying, but all the witnesses have been coached, and they're all friends with the Metcalfs, and they all live in that same racist town. So those people might be scared to talk to, because there might be consequences. There's a lot going on here.
I believe you, baby. I believe that it's more going on what we think it is.
Oh yeah.
You know who they said in the beginning? If you really want to think about it, they should have hired Dr. Matthews in the beginning. Dr. Candace Matthews. She's a bulldog. They literally, and she's from Texas. Mm-hmm. She know the ins and outs about county. She knows about those people. Yeah. She would have did a job than Dominique, in my humble opinion.
No, I agree.
The thing is, I think she had another case at the time, but there's multiple people that are high profile that are experienced with these type of cases. I want to give you this lady's information. I don't know if I can.
What about Cornell X? Where was he? Like, I'm thinking about all these people that I know are bulldogs advocating. Cornell X is good at that as well.
Well. Here's the thing: some of these people are just for TV. They're not in the thick of it for real. And some of these people want to protect their reputation. And so what was getting out there is that Carmelo just stabbed his white boy for pushing him, and so everybody's like, that's not reasonable. So nobody wants to attach their name to that because that sounds crazy. Why would you push somebody like this? I mean, why would you stab somebody for pushing? But that's not the whole story.
Facts. Absolutely.
But Cornette has been waiting for him on TV. He done got into arguments with whoever that white guy is that have a platform. He done got into argument with him over Carmelo. So and this was last year before the trial even started. He's been arguing and advocating for Carmelo on platforms. So I would have saw that as a parent and would have asked him to come and step forward on my behalf, and he has a strong, presence in media and in the community.
But yeah, it's just so bad now. Like it's like a lot of uninformed Black people speaking out against the Anthonys, and they don't have any idea what they're talking about. They don't have any facts. And I always tell people, I used to work in media, and so I know how to source things. I know when things don't make sense, and I know how to like double check and go follow up and review and just do my own search to to make sure it's valid, it's verified. Like people are just getting sources. Once they're using white people talking points, and they're suspended. They have an agenda, and they're not doing their own research, and they're just saying, "Oh, Carmelo did this," and they're not really looking deeper into things. The white people have been controlling the narrative for a long time now. Black people should know this. They've always lied on us. That's why people think what they think about us all around the world. They've been saying that we're thugs.
Because I think a lot of people don't get that part, and please preach that. And if you are Black and like have a Black child, especially a young Black boy, teenager, middle age, whatever, that is in the school system. This public school system is designed to target you. They are designed to target you. And as well, when it came to what you were saying too, Med, I also agree with the part about the parents because now, like you said, the gag order is up and they are still acting very naive, gullible, and docile. I don't know if their new defense team has told them, don't speak no more. I don't know what's up, but I know.
I'm sorry, Auntie. Ain't nobody gonna keep telling me don't speak. I mean, I've been silent enough. This family got to understand what this man just said right here. I agree with him. It's time to speak. Maybe you shouldn't say everything, but I will come out here and say, I mean, come on, you got the guideline saying that he gave the father this money and all of this stuff. I mean, it's just so much is going on, and they're not defending themselves in none of this.
Yeah, that's what they need to ignore that, and they need to speak up on behalf of their child. They need to get a stronger advocate behind them. They need to go on every platform that they can and speak about what's going on. Do your research on the appeals and how that process works in the state of Texas. Know that based on the story that your son told you, according to Texas Penal Code 9.31, it is self-defense. Do they know that? They have to advocate for that. They need to. Carmelo can't speak for himself right now. The parents need to speak for them and tell the story. Tell the real story that your son told you.
And do you see how now Austin father coming out here speaking, and you don't really hear his mother saying anything. The mother is silent from what I know. Okay, but the father is making a big shit out of everything. So this is why the mother and father of Carmelo needs to stand grounds now and come out here and say some things. And I know they're not going to be disrespectful because they don't look like they're disrespectful people like
I don't think these people are not built. I don't know what kind of trauma they endured. They've been through a lot, but I don't know. Who knows what they went through in Louisiana and why they had to go to Texas. Like these people are just like they don't got it in them, but they got to get somebody who got it in them. And
yes, I agree, baby. Yes, because they got to get somebody gonna be loud for them, baby, and gonna make them come out. Like, because this man, I believe this man stirred them in the wrong direction too with a lot of stuff. I also believe this man have told this family, don't speak, don't say this. I do believe that. I don't think other people. I think he had a little play in that telling them too.
Yeah, I mean, he recommended this attorney. He blocked other people. He blocked other black attorneys that would have helped Carmelo. It was a lot going on. And then when they say all skin folk and kin folk, that I think that's what it is. Because I believed him for a little bit until I saw this lady break him down. This dude is wholly unqualified. And I'm sorry, it sounded a little racist, but Haitian people sometimes they don't see themselves as black people, and there's a thing when you think, oh, that's another brother, but they don't really like you. I live in Florida, and so some cool,
Yeah, I got that.
and then some are like, nah, we not the same, and so they're looking like, oh, this black man is coming, but this black man is looking at you like you a lick. But then they don't have enough discernment to see what's going on. The father started saying, like, I started seeing things going wrong, but I just wanted to go along with the program. If you see things going wrong, this is your son, sir.
I don't care if the mother did been on TikTok. Somebody said the mother been on TikTok. Honey, let me tell you something. She can go on any platform she want to go on, but if she's not going to tell what needs to be told,
right,
there's no need to say shit.
No, they say. And the Metcalf mom has been on TikTok with her talking her BS. They said the mother, because I haven't seen her on platform except YouTube when her and Hunter. She was with Hunter when he did that interview when he talked about how he took Carmelo's bag, and he said a lot of lying things, and I know that's why the prosecution didn't call him, because he would have had to go through the cross exam and get caught in a bunch of lies that he said in that interview he did, and his mom was standing up there. So yeah, I agree, but I don't know.
Why not? Why not? They had already had in their mind they was gonna railroad the boy. See, let me tell you something. The state and the attorney worked together and didn't want Austin up there. It wasn't just the state. The attorney didn't want to cross-examine him neither, because the attorney wanted to send Carmelo downstate too.
There was no good damn reason why they didn't call Hunter on that stand. He should have been up there, because he had already made that interview on Fox News saying that they walked over to him being aggressive, and he took the bag from Carmelo. And now
the subpoenaed him to testify. He could have been subpoenaed. Why did again another fail from the defense attorney? He should have subpoenaed him. Period, point blank, and brought up all of those lies and talked about, oh, well, you did an interview. I forget who we did it with. And you said this, that, and the other. Why? Yeah, so why?
Anyway, that's why they didn't. It would have been, Auntie, it wouldn't have looked real. It would have been fake. That's why he didn't do it. Because again, we know he should have did it, but we know they wasn't going to do it because we already know they worked together behind the scenes. And the defense attorney didn't want to do that. They already had in their mind, again, made up, sent him down the road. And it would have been fake. And he wouldn't have really got into it, like deeply into it, to cross-examine him. He knew what he was doing. That's why neither one on one to call Austin up there. That's what I'm saying.
And then one thing the mother needs, the last thing, I'm supposed to be working, but the last thing, the mother she needs to mention that her son has epilepsy, and that's very important, because
that's the judge. The judge wouldn't allow it. The judge wouldn't allow his condition to be mentioned, and to me, that's another situation, because he could have got up there and testified. Listen, I have epilepsy. If I get into a fight, I can fall into a seizure. If they hit me in my head, I can go into a seizure. That's why I fear for my life. But the Judge Cockroach, didn't allow that to be said in the court about his health.
Well, see, a good attorney, I would have said, well, wouldn't if you just happen to have a seizure, son, in front of everybody? That would have really made the news. Oh, what's going on with this kid? What does he have? And then they can look, oh, he has the history of epilepsy. It's all kind of, if they playing dirty, you play dirtier. I would have said, Carmelo, you're going to fake a seizure tomorrow. You're fighting for your life, and you better make it good. And do whatever it takes to come home. But
that's true.
Like I said, these parents don't got no dog in them.
With him
The
being
same.
the size that he is, and with all of them being almost twice his size and height and all of that, and with his condition, I'm 99.9999% sure he was scared for his life. Because he's thinking, what if something happened to me? They beat me and I go into a seizure, or I try to fight them and I go into a seizure. Like that should have been one of the main things brought up in regards to why he feared for his life. But again, that crooked ass Judge Couch did not allow that to be admissible in court. And to me, that is a travesty. This whole situation is a total miscarriage
And
of
how he
justice.
didn't explain that knife. That knife is so easy to explain. I'm like, what boy don't got a tool? I'm like, I'm sure he's not the only boy. It's $14 from Walmart. It's not a knife. It's also a flashlight. It's also a bottle opener. It's also a file. It does this, like he does this and this. He's an outdoorsy guy. He's a adventurous boy. He has this. It just happened to be in his book bag, and when they were attacking, beating on him the way he did, he was desperate. And he feared for his safety, and he was getting hit in the head. He didn't want to have be brain damage, and he stabbed him. He didn't know he was going to stab him in his heart and kill him. He's not an assassin. He don't have any training. He's not used to fighting. He did what he could to survive. He was scared. It takes a lot to stab somebody in the chest. That is very intimate. He didn't stab more than once. To stab somebody in the chest in front of 30 people is you would have to be insane just to do that for a small push. No, he was ganged up on. His defense never said that he was ganged up on. The defense had to see that video. And the one more thing. How dare the prosecutor had an expert to describe the grainy video and what was going on and stuff like that. And when they spotlighted that video only to show Carmelo, how dare the defense allow them to have an expert video person and they not have their own expert video person and not have the raw footage? I don't want this copy edited footage. I don't want the spotlighted footage. I want the raw footage, and I want my expert. And my expert is going to be able to tell me if this if it has been doctored or changed in any way. And
we don't even.
That's basic.
Our experts were there to allowed to testify, and I heard that they had hired experts to testify. Why weren't they ever called to testify?
Well, that's supposed to come out because when they release the transcripts, they're going to see all the motions that were in the beginning where the judge said, well, we're not going to allow this, we're not going to allow that. That's going to see. So if you strike all of this, because it's unheard of for them not to have any experts, like even when they had the medical examiner saying about the stabbing and saying that he asked, could he have fell on the knife? And she's like, there's a very small percent chance that he fell on the knife. Well, why, ma'am? Like because of the angle, okay. But then they should have had somebody up there to counter her because she's not God, but she's saying law. Like it was no. I don't know if the judge took all the experts or if it was just a poor planning or if it's a combination of both. But this was not a fair trial.
Absolutely not.
Yep, we got railroaded is what was not trial, and I hope these judges that's sitting at the appellate court, sitting in these seats, can really realize that because they were attorneys before they were judges. You know what I mean? So they know what railroad is. They know what line of questioning should have been asked. They know what character witness needed to be called in this case. They know that experts on the defense side should have been called, and they can see in the transcripts that none of that happened. And let's not forget the main thing. The prosecutor was not supposed to ask teenagers if he was guilty or not. That was wrong. Yes. And when they see and that is leading the jurors, that is leading them to make a decision. And you talking about 19-year-olds on the stand that you already have coached. So that is a major problem. Even the judges and attorneys said that prosecutor was not supposed to ask teenagers if he was guilty or not.
Or murder, or he asked, was it murder or self-defense? And they should have. Why wasn't the defense objection leading the witness? And And then the other thing is, well, the other thing is, damn, I lost my thought. Never mind.
Yeah, you good.
Objections from the defense attorney. This is all by design to railroad that man like nobody is. This is
hold on.
the stuff that reminds to do in the 60s to
hold on before I forget.
Hold on, Auntie. Let him get it out. He said he don't want to forget.
You can't ask somebody if it's murder or self-defense because they're only supposed to be a witness, and so they're not an expert on the law, or they don't have any expertise to say whether it's murder or self-defense. So that's a problem too. You're violating his due process. They don't have any. That's another objection. Like, and the reason why there wasn't so many objections is because once they get it on a record, then that's another appealable offense. But if you don't make those objections, likely you can't use that in the appeal. But luckily they did so much corrupt stuff they can use other things.
Yeah, but the appeal attorney said they should know and see that why did the prosecution ask them this question? That is not, and why didn't the judge even step in and say, strike that, even though we know, once said it's already embedded in the heads of the judge, but he legally was supposed to say, strike that. The defense attorney was supposed to say, I object. The prosecution is leading the witness, and the judge supposed to say sustained or overruled. It was silence in there while he asked how many of them teenagers got up there and said that? He asked that same question too.
Yeah, some all
it was at least 6 or 7 that he asked that question to.
And the worst of the worst, once the defense moved to dismiss, I'm like, why are you moving to dismiss? You are not you haven't really did much. And then the last thing, like when he went to rest, I'm like, you rest? Do you think this is going in your favor? Why would you rest? You read the room. The mother should have ran up to the attorney. Hey, no, Carmelo needs to get on the stand. No, Carmelo, get on the stand. Like get a recess, a break, or something. The family should have saw, hey, this is not going well. What is the game plan? How are you going to end this? Oh no, he needs to get on the stand. This is not going well. Carmelo, baby, go up there and tell your story. Tell them and make them people understand your situation.
Facts, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, he was I'm hearing that he was sitting at that table so scared he was shaking. This is what I heard. And then when the verdict, he was crying, shaking.
Well, let him cry. Let them see, because I don't know what Carmelo sound like. They haven't humanized him. I don't know what he sound like. Let us hear.
Get on and show emotion and why he was fighting for his life and the reason why he feared for his life. That is why do the ugly tear on the stand. Cried, let's not sling on that stand. Talk about your illness. Talk about how afraid you were. All of those things that he should have done. And even in the cross-examination, stick to your story. Don't let the prosecutor, he's going to try to ask you the same question in different ways. Stick to your story. I was in fear for my life. They all jumped me. They all accosted me. They all chased me. I didn't know what to do. Like, I'm afraid for my life. If they were going to cause me bodily harm. Yes, I have an illness, and I had to think about that because I could have a seizure in a fight. If they hit me wrong, I could have a seizure.
See, that
like you literally can
all of that. That attorney did not take up for that boy. He didn't say none of this. I feel though, how do y'all feel about this? I feel that the attorney should have even spoke on the behalf of the knife in the bag. He had, he takes the knife all the time. He didn't bring the knife to the school just to unalive Austin. He didn't even know Austin. They was not friends,
this was not planned.
Safety. That's what I'm saying. This was all planned.
Like when Carmelo didn't buy this knife thinking that he would have to use it on a human being. He bought this knife because it was handy. He's an outdoorsman. he likes to fix things. He likes to tinker. He likes to build things.
Building a fire, anything. I mean, there's so many things that could have been said as to give it an excuse of why he carried that. Because let's be real, a majority in the Texas where they are outdoorsy people, majority of those teenagers have those utility knives because that's all they are. They are utility, multi-purpose knives that can be used for going on camping, all of those things. So that could have easily be answered. Again, the defense just did him a total disservice.
Yeah,
he took the money and ran.
Yeah, because it's a hand. He was like, this a really handy knife. Like I used it for a flashlight sometimes. I've used it to clean my nails before. I used it to cut rope before. Like it's like there's multiple times when I needed this knife. I never thought I would need it to defend myself. And it's like I grabbed.
I like that. I like the way you said that.
Yeah.
And
these are things that the attorney should have said.
And if he would have said that with some tears, some compassion, some people would have saw him. And even if they would have threw the book at it, even if they would have gave him maybe manslaughter or something. But even if they did that, they would have they would feel guilty about what they did because they know. And then another thing is like his attorney could have said, "Okay, Carmelo, from your point of view, what is happening in this video?" And if you would have went, "Hey, you know what? If you were able to zoom out." Like you can see them coming up aggressively towards me, and you can see that I'm falling over here. Like there was so much. Did the attorney see the video? I don't understand. Why do you even have him give the play-by-play? And
again, the defense was in on it because everybody knows when a defendant pleads self-defense, like I said earlier, 95.555% of the time, the defendant gets on the stand to explain the self-defense. In most self-defense cases, you can ask any attorney for someone that has pleaded, unless it's just blatantly clear in the opening and the defendant don't need to get up there. But it was always the question of why he had the knife and why he did what he did. He never got a chance to explain that. And that was the biggest disservice that the defense attorney did to that Anthony family.
Facts. He never got a chance to explain nothing why he did what he did. And that was the biggest key right there.
That was the elephant in the room. They wanted to know what, because the way the prosecutor, he brought a knife, like a switchblade, like he had a mission to kill. This boy ain't got no history of this. And like, that was it. That knife could have been explained away. A lot of this stuff could have been explained away. And then his friend said he didn't know him. And then the attorney could have said, "Do you know him?" Yeah. He's like, how does that make you feel when Eddie said you guys weren't really friends? He'd be like, well, that was hurt. I met his grandmother. I went to his grandmother's party, and he knows my parents. I know his parents, and I met him through my beautiful girlfriend. It's like, we hang out.
You is putting it on the floor. Yes, absolutely.
Like he could have been charming. He could that was a chance to humanize him, see who he is, and pull apart these people that are lying. And so,
and that's another prominent question. The defense, Carmelo, did you wake up that morning and decided that you wanted to go and unalive somebody, or decided that you wanted to get in a fight with someone and use that weapon? And all Carmelo had to do was say, no, that wasn't my intention. I literally was going to a track meet. I have that knife on me for blah, 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 blah reasons. I camp, I hide, like anything, like you're saying. It was so many things left unsaid and left undone, and left that young man hanging, literally hanging to dry out there. And that was a modern day lynch of a trial that they did to him.
That's easy. Like Carmelo, if you're about to commit some kind of crime, like killing somebody, like you're not in daylight, in public, in front of everybody. You're not making plans and filling out college applications or doing those things for the future. You know what I'm saying? You're not moving like that. And so,
Carmelo, can you please explain why you said to Austin, "Touch me and see"? He could even explain that. He said,
Like,
well, he could say, well, he said what he was going to do to me, and I felt threatened by that. So I said, touch me and you'll see, you'll find out. In my culture, that's how we talk when somebody wants to cause us bodily harm. And I took that as a threat.
They were surrounding me. They were surrounding me. I couldn't get up and leave. And once I realized that I was in danger, they had already surrounded me and I couldn't leave. And so I had to make a decision if I was going to go back home to my family or not. And I chose to go home to my family.
That's facts.
Yep. Just like that. He coached for those kids to lie, and you can tell they were coached to lie. Now I get it; both sides do supposed to coach, but they coached them to lie. And what about that young man that they said was doing well up there, speaking on Carmelo's behalf, and then they called him, and he had to go in the back room, and then when he came back and got on the stage, he kind of sounded a little more docile and kind of started talking more against Carmelo. What about that?
Oh yeah.
Well, they manipulated the timeline because he was like, when I heard the commotion and I looked up and I saw all the guys surrounding Carmelo, and I saw chaos. I thought he said that I was reading. Her name is Nick at Night. I was looking, well, not reading her notes, but she was reading her notes, and he said I thought that he might have needed my help. And then what the prosecutor did was say, well, if we run it back, the timestamp shows that you were looking at this side of the field during the time that the whole chaos happened. But what we know is that timestamp has been doctored. And when they started out the trial, he the prosecutor prefaced it that there was an issue with the timestamp. There's only an issue with the timestamp is because it was manipulated. And so when they did that, the boy is like, oh, okay, maybe I didn't see what I saw, because if you got me looking this way during all the chaos, then I look crazy as hell. Obviously, you got video of me not looking over there at while they're fighting, but they messed with the timestamp.
I didn't see what I saw. I know I saw it, but the video saying I didn't see it, so maybe I did. They manipulated again everything to control the narrative room.
Well, the defense pushed back, and he said, "No, maybe you did see what you saw, but then the boy had lost. Like the boy became so unsure of what he saw. But that was on the defense to object to the prosecutor talking about that timestamp and go and talk to the judge. I don't forget what it's called when they both go and talk to the judge, because there's an issue with that timestamp. That the raw footage should have been used. I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer, but how are you using
we are blown away.
You're using your ops experts and your ops evidence to try to save your client. That is crazy.
Absolutely. Yep.
And the defense had to challenge that. The defense had come back to challenge. I think they say they got objection on record, twice. I think they say he's objected twice. Now, as big as this case is, and we're talking about a unalivement of someone, your unit is up for unaliving someone literally, and you only got 2 objections.
Because he was down with
what?
He knew what he was doing. That judge was crooked. They all was.
Yeah, and if I think the mother, the family might be worried about. We got to make sure he's safe in the jail too. So the parents probably don't know what to do. They are stuck.
Oh yeah, they are. They definitely stuck. That family is going through a lot right now. You know, they got to keep food on the table for the kids, roof over the kids' heads. You know, I guess the kids is out of school now for the summer. Oh, this family's going through a lot of hell right now. I can imagine.
They need to see if they can get him. I see why they're moving away, because they don't know if he even safe in that Texas prison. They need to see if they can get him in prison out of state. Like,
For
They,
what I'm understanding, type of prison he's in is a minimum. They even have air conditioner there, and I'm told that it's a lot of older men there. And I heard that he was protected in there, because if you around a lot of older men, they probably did a whole bunch of time. They more settled, and they know he's a young buck coming in there. More than likely, they gonna look out for him. It's a medium, not a maximum prison. You know what I'm saying? It looks more like a boot camp type place.
I'm not quite sure I believe that, because if he's a killer and they made him out to be as bad as they did, so that means he's still around other killers who ain't got them all. And they can easily set him up, or somebody can easily listen. Jeffrey Epstein was protected, and look what happened to him. So if they want you up out of here, they want you up out of here. I don't. Nobody's protected.
But I understand. I get the overall of what you're saying, but I'm saying because of the way I'm saying that I believe that he's in a better prison than going to the another state Texas prison, if you get what I'm saying. Because if you put them in there, they're gonna put a population where they are gangbangers, there are probably Aryan nations in there. When they hear that this black boy did this to a white, like all of that is a threat. So I get what you're saying overall, but reading what I read about this place, I believe it's like one of the better places for him to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just saying, like, it's like deeper than that, because like you got to worry about the guards and stuff too, like setting you up, doing all kind of stuff. I think the family would have a peace of mind. Maybe, I mean, won't be near him, but he'll be out of Texas, and
I heard he absolutely has some in there though, but you're right. I get what you're saying, but in the interim, while he's awaiting the appeal, I would not move him, and it's more of a risk now if anything happened to him while he's in prison. It's a more of a risk for the officers to be accountable, the warden. It's like they know that it's an appeal. They know that this is a high profile case. So they knew it was a high profile case when they were doing all the stuff they were doing. Like, they know it's a high profile case, and they literally. What you're saying, I get what you're saying, but do you know it's a difference in being in a minimum than being in a maximum prison, right? You know it's a difference from being in the state prison than being in more like a camp, right? A camp place, right? Mm-hmm. It's a difference. You know that, right? It's a difference. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I'm just saying there's still killers there, and I don't.
Them brothers about this case, you know, they probably was watching it on TV, on stuff in the media. It's a lot of brothers in there that probably realized they had to protect that young man when he come in here while he filed his appeal. I'm just gonna believe that it's them brothers in there, and they not gonna allow anything to happen to their young.
The thing is, they're looking at the media. The media ain't been telling the truth. They're looking at the media like all the other people looking at the media. They think Carmelo's people are looking at Carmelo like he a monster. And then there's a lot of like I've been seeing a lot. I don't know how.
I disagree. I do not believe a lot of our people, even the ones in prison, believe that, because I believe that they know how the media can manipulate, especially when you're talking about a young black boy. I don't believe that they believe that what the media is saying is true.
So the only
you know what I'm saying?
I don't think the majority, but there's a big chunk of brothers that are saying that this is all of Carmelo Anthony's fault. It's misinformed, and a lot of people are like, oh, he that's what he deserved. I thought he was getting life. I didn't think he was ever going to get up. Like people don't really understand what's going on, and a lot of people are just taking the right wing talking points. Like, I don't know what's going on, but some of us is tripping. Like, on Metcalf's there acting like a Charleston White. It's a nice little segment of people, black dudes doing that. I don't get it. It's sick. It's a sickness to me because everybody should know how to go.
We always gonna have those type of bootlickers, right? We know
Right.
that them are the type that Harriet Tubman would have had to absolutely kill because she ain't gonna let them run back so they can tell Master the plan of her and how she getting up all these people free up under this underground railroad. So she either told them,
Right.
you either come with me or I'm gonna have to kill you. No, we got some of those type of people, them bootlickers that want to run back and tell Matt. We know we got those, right?
Right.
But I
Right.
want to believe deep down in all my heart that he's going to be protected and not harmed in there. I really do.
We don't know if
He's
that's
not
really
in like
that jail or not, sis. We don't really know that. We don't want to. I'm not gonna put that out there like that because that could have been fake because people put stuff out here on these internets that's not true. So yes, I did see that on Facebook yesterday, but I'm not gonna say that on my platform that that's true because I don't know that.
What needs to prove?
Somebody said Carmela has a cousin in that same jail cell. I don't know that, so I can't confirm that, so I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, and I want to encourage people because they've been putting up the information to where he is, right? Like if you want to put some on his commissary. But the most thing I think he needs to, we also can write him letters, y'all. Tell him to keep his head up. Tell him to stay encouraged. And what I'm saying, really, we have to keep his. He have to keep his head up. The last that his parents did interview, they said he was in good spirits. Send him cards, y'all. Send him encouragement letters. We can do that while he's in there to help him stay afloat, to help him keeping his head up and go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to worry about this brother's mental health, and hopefully this appeal don't take too long, maybe a year or two. But they say it can take up to 5 years.
Yeah, we hope for at least a year and a half too.
Yeah, Texas is slow. Yeah, hopefully, the defense attorneys can maybe pull some strings, some old favors. I don't know anything to try to get it along as fast as it can. But yeah, Texas particularly is like very, very slow. Really, the whole system, criminal justice system is slow when it comes to appeals, unfortunately.
If we can just get that
but it
video
depends
out
on how
there.
fast they move. I'm wondering too if the parents or because the more fight and team people they have to fight on his behalf, the better it could be. I'm wondering if they can even get the Innocent Project of Texas involved in this.
Yeah.
That's just I had the Project of Texas. They have one pretty much in all states. So I'm just wondering, can they get them to fight on behalf?
I think they work on like people that really been in there for like years. But I mean, I don't know about.
Yeah, you might be. It might be like you had to have been in prison for a minimum time. It might be.
The thing about it is the thing that's really going to work if to speed things up, if we can get that video out, if somebody can leak that video, like
yes,
get the video.
yes, that you ain't lying about that. That would be the shit right there. That's what we need. That video.
I agree. I absolutely agree. But the thing about the appeal is, unless it absolutely proves that he is innocent and it was self-defense, that's the only way the appellate court is going to look at it, because they don't normally look at videos. They don't normally allow any other evidence, any other witnesses in the appeal. They only going by the transcripts.
But
that's it. That's how.
But the only thing about it is like if there's a discrepancy with the video, and we don't know what the jury saw, and there was a discrepancy. They showed an edited video in the beginning. I don't know. That might help. I don't know how they're going to.
That attorney lady said that they could fight for that because of the video. People didn't really see what was in that video, and for not having black attorneys on that panel.
Jurors, you mean?
Yeah, jurors. Right. Right.
It's not just for it's just because they unreasonably dismissed those 3 teachers. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have to have black jurors. But you
Yes.
can't get rid of someone solely based off your race, and they gave a sorry excuse as to why these three professionals couldn't be on the these three teachers couldn't be on in the juror pool, because one, you don't want a teacher, because the teacher is going to look through all the BS and can read and teach, and the second, like they're going to see things from they may see things from a person's point of view and what's going on. So
Yeah, and that's totally discrimination. So on those grounds, yes, they can. But like I said, the only way that they would make an exception for the appellate court judges to look at that video is if it absolutely shows self-defense. That is the only way they're gonna look at it.
Well, guess
Other
what,
than that,
Guess
nothing
what,
else is
Auntie?
allowed.
Guess what? From what we heard from this panel last night, it's showing some self-defense. This was a
This-
strong panel last night, and I believe everything that these people said on that panel.
I do too, but this is not the actual video. They need to see the actual video. So when they hire, whoever they hired now, these appeal defensive, whoever they hire, need to look at that video in full, the same way that this lady on this platform is saying that she saw it. And then if they have to look at it and say, oh, this is self-defense. This is totally different. We got to bring this to the appellate court judge. That's the only way. We can't go by what she's saying. I absolutely believe her. But the defense, the appeal defense attorney to see it and believe.
Yeah, this is they're not releasing the video just because to protect the children. These kids aren't children; they're graduated, and maybe a one or two, a couple kids that are like 17, but they're 17 now and they going on 18. But most of these kids should be grown, and if they're not, they can blur the faces. And I heard that Ken Paxton was behind blocking it, the Attorney General of Texas.
Yes, yeah. Another crook that's in cahoots with them. Yep, absolutely.
And your Texas need to vote. It's a mess. I mean, I'm in Florida. That's a mess here too. But
I think it's a mess all around the country, baby. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think it's a mess everywhere.
Yeah, but it's everybody got to vote. In Texas for Carmelo, they got to vote for those judges on the appellate court. That's the biggest chance.
I said that it definitely come November. It's 3 seats that's going to be open. They need to put the right 3 people in there.
And we just need
the state of Texas, specifically Collins and what's the combined, was it Frisco, whatever the other county is that's going to vote. They need to be in there voting. And I'm specifically talking about the black people that live there, and it's 12.1% of them, and they need to be voting, all that are of legal age, because they live there and see what's going on.
Yeah, so appellate, like that's like, is that all this? That's all the counties, like that's everybody, right? So that should be everybody, and I know it's at least including what is that, Dallas County? That's the county, right? That's where the majority of black people are.
Yeah, in the Dallas County, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people cannot sleep. Now this is everybody just realize how important voting is. You can't skip no elections. These people are demonic and trying to sacrifice.
I'm telling you, and they said that those appellate court judges been in that seat, meaning the Republicans have been holding that seat down for 30 years. It's time for a change, and a lot of that has to do with because our people are not getting out and vote. The people in that county are not voting these people out. That's a problem for one party to control the narrative in the criminal justice system for 30 years. So do you really think that Carmelo would have stood a fair chance in the criminal justice system? And we know that, yes, they can do anything they want to do. But if they don't want to look at that video, they ain't going to look at it.
Right.
They have to do it. And they have to have a legitimate reason to do it.
I guess they'll look at it. All depends on what the attorney put in for. Right? I'm saying, because I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, those attorneys need to look at the video and see for themselves that something ain't right here.
Yeah.
And then they can present to the appellate court.
I think he's good with ineffective counsel and the three. I'm not sure because it's racist there, but the three black jurors being dismissed. I think that might be it to get him the appeal. He just got to survive and maintain his mental health. And
this the thing. This the thing. He gets that appeal, y'all. That means he gets a brand new trial. Now you can present that video. Now you can have new witnesses. Now you're gonna have a new jury. It'll be better for him, but he got to get the appeal. That's what the hope and the prayers on, for him to get that appeal. Because once he get that appeal, now that evidence can be legit into the new trial.
Right.
The whole entire video.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing there. He got to get the appeal in order to have the new trial. Now, put him on that stand. He needs to tell his story. Put more witnesses on his behalf, more character witnesses. Where's their pastor at? Where are teachers that know Carmelo, that taught him since he was a kid? Like, where are these people? They have that.
Because that everybody around the world, and when I say everybody around the world, I'm talking about prosecutors, lawyers, news media, have came out and spoke and know that judge did a lot of fucked up shit. They have said it by not letting cameras
Lena,
didn't even know what was going on in the courtroom.
He hasn't got the filed for the appeal. That's all, Lena. It's a difference. He didn't get the appeal. Getting the appeal means it's been a
filed. Yeah.
Out. So I wanted Lena to understand the difference.
We just got to see now how long it's going to take for them to say, okay, the appeal went through.
Yeah, but they got to put together a good case, and they got to find a right case law. It's going to take. But we got to hope they didn't even alter the transcripts because they did so much wild stuff. You got to hope
about that.
It's just so much. We have to go off of what they present. Like, we got to see if they even if they don't alter the transcripts.
And that is another reason why the judge didn't want cameras and video and the media in there. That is exactly why. That is another reason why, because he went the old-fashioned, only go by the transcripts, because he know if media comes in, if the trial is videotaped and all of that, he know it's a different story. So that's why he didn't allow all that in there. He tried to make an excuse as he didn't want the outside world and they having any bearing on the case. They already know that even those jurors that already was on that served as jurors on that bench already knew about this case. Let's be real. As big as it was, when you live in come on, like they already knew.
It should have been changed.
And he was very, change of venue, and the defense attorney should have objected on a lot of those jurors that didn't look like law, and fought for why you letting 3 black teachers or whatever go. Like, why? You got a young black man up. He don't see nobody that look like him. And they try to put it was Asians, and it was Indian, and it was Hispanic. We all know that they whole ideology is in close proximity to whites. We already know that.
They're white adjacent, and they what is white is right. Even if they not accepted, they with the white folk. and they have hostility
Exactly.
towards black people as if we weren't the reason why they even here.
Exactly. So
Facts.
that whole thing that Nancy Grace was trying to say, oh, it was
Oh, yeah.
Asian, it was Indian, it wasn't an all white. Child, please, you
I
know
don't
what
even
we
like
meant,
Nancy Grace.
Nancy.
Nancy Grace
You
is
what we
racist. I don't like her. I don't like
Somebody
Nancy.
up there that had experience of somebody that looked like Carmelo. He needed somebody that could relate to him and his experience as a black young man to look at him and be on that jury
Well,
and
it's so
understand
ironic
that.
because
What-
it's so ironic. You know why? Because when I covered that Ramika case, right, and it was a big case, and when I covered the Dro case, right, everybody was tagging in Nancy, emailing her. She did not say anything about those two big cases. Why? Because they was black people. But then when Carmelo got sentenced to prison for 35 years, she picked up that case. Why? Because Austin was white.
Of course, and look at the difference in her judgment, right? When O.J. Simpson was on trial, she pitched a natural born BITCH because she complained about it being too many blacks on that jury, right?
That's why.
But we know O.J. got off. So now here it is, a young man, and now you got all the smoke. And you want to say to black people, oh, it wasn't all black jury. Now it's a whole different song she's singing.
Yeah,
you know
Nancy
why?
Grace
Because
is racist. And I always knew she was racist, but I ain't never want to call her out. But after this right here, I had to call out and let her know. She's racist.
That is the difference. The treatment that we yes, and that is the difference of the treatment and things that we get. So when we see, people that are allies are of Caucasian persuasion, like Seeker Sam, he's been handling this case since the beginning. He's advocating and speaking up on Carmelo's behalf as well. So when we do have these allies that are non-black, yes, we need to absolutely embrace them. We need to absolutely allow them to have a platform to continue to fight, because we know we got some that's on the other side that ain't fighting a lick for us.
Yeah, right. They need a big a celebrity, like somebody with. It's unfortunate, like there's not but nobody want to mess up their brand, I guess. But like not a Jay-Z or a Beyonce to speak up, or hopefully they do their research, or somebody just to really put the spotlight on. Yeah,
not.
He know that
only reason.
He know they don't want to mess up their brand, but I think he's trying to say that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Or get canceled. But we know the only reason why Jay-Z did what he did on behalf of Meek Mills is because Meek Mills was his artist. That's the only reason, y'all. So you got to look at these certain celebrities that ain't speaking up. When you talk about celebrities that are speaking up, these are independent artists. They ain't got to answer to the big record labels. Cardi B, Young Miami, Boosie, all of those, they are independent artists.
No.
Ain't she independent? She in the number?
No, none of them are independent.
No, none of them is independent. Cardi B ain't independent.
I know. Well, maybe I know they used to be. Well, you know what? If they are not independent, kudos to them for speaking up, because they risk their brand. They risk getting canceled, or whatever the punishment be for people that speak up on the behalf of black people. Kudos to them.
Owns his own business, so I mean, I guess he don't want to mess up with the NFL. But like, if you can get somebody who low key people be hating on her, but it's gonna sound coolish a little bit. But Kim Kardashian be looking out for black people sometimes in the prison system.
Yeah,
she got some black people out.
She do.
Like she got a lot of influence, like her or not. She got a lot of
I give her as a person, but she absolutely does that. I can give her kudos, but still not like her at the same time. Yeah. I don't like her as a person. She actually advocates to get prisoners.
She getting into me, so she getting black people. She getting black people out. She could mind her rich white life business, but she getting black people out that's been wrongfully convicted. If she can get somebody like that understands and can look at this stuff and see what went down and can convey it to the media what's going on, and she's one of those people that can't get canceled. Like, she's fine.
And they only could get canceled if people cancel them, because it ain't like white people buying their music. We already know who buying their music. So
white people is buying it. White people
ain't finna happen.
Yeah, white people is, if you go to like a Jay-Z Beyonce concert, it's gonna be at least half white, if not more.
I ain't talking about them. I'm Cardi B, Young Miami, and see, that's what. Now, as far as this money all supposed to be given, I don't know if that's true or not. With Cardi B giving $1 million and this or that, I heard Boosie say he was giving $500,000 allegedly. I don't know how true these things are, but it would be absolutely be great if they did donate something. So I don't know how true that is with Boosie as far as that $500,000. You got people like the Jay-Z.
On it. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, but you all know it's all politics, because remember how Jay-Z and Beyonce was advocating for the Democratic Party. They was all seen then when they wanted you to vote on that side. But where they at now? Where they at now?
The verdict just happened.
Jay-Z putting his music in Target, so he wants y'all to start going back to Target and buy his music. I wish I would.
I'm surprised that he ruined Colin Kaepernick's protest. So yeah, this is the second strike for Jay-Z. But this will be a way to redeem himself if he put some money and back, like in the best and back the Anthony family. But
he told the people New York gentrifying their neighborhoods with saying he was gonna do all this and that and build apartments and all of that, and he ended up putting businesses up there to fit him.
No, they got rejected. They didn't allow you. You're talking about in the Broadway, the theater district.
Don't do it. Yeah, he was gonna do it though. See, you got to think about what he was going to do it. Because he ain't in it for nobody but Jay. They're not gonna be the advocates that we saw. Well, at least I can say that I saw in Aretha Franklin. They're not gonna be the advocates that I saw in James Brown. They're not gonna be the advocates that I saw in Harry Belafonte. All these people risked their bag, but see, wasn't no canceling back then. Wasn't none of that back then. But they're not going to be those type of advocates because they got a lot to lose.
It was canceling back then. I think James Brown, they were messing with James. But anyway, well, we shouldn't really be depending on it. We still really got to save ourselves. We got to figure out how to get money to the Anthony family so they can be good.
I got to come up with a solution here, because everything that is being put up is being taken down. Everything. Another thing got taken down yesterday. It's like they can't seem to get this money.
Well, I'm just like, if
they open up a bank for the family, they can do that. Can be open via the banks on their behalf.
They can open it. Yeah, I don't see why they can't put like a trust together at a bank, but we got to find a bank that lets you do it. And people can just Zelle the family and be done with it. Why do we have to go through GoFundMe?
Right, and see, it's the content creator that I do want to get in contact with. I have to find out her Facebook. I do know she got a Facebook, but I do got some tips on what I can tell her how private that she can do with this money situation for the Carmelo family. I don't want to say it on my platform because I don't want to give these people in the bushes a clue of what I want to tell her. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't have no way of getting in contact with her because I know she have been trying to do what she can. And yesterday when I was on her live with her, they reported it, and they took they took the thing down,
I think like they would have to just go through like find a black credit union, set up some type of trust, and have people donate directly there, and then just have someone help manage the funds.
Right.
And
if they want to donate money for the baby,
are you serious?
Like, okay, like
oh my
God.
God.
I'm quite sure the kids need food and stuff like that. So if people can do that through her PayPal, there's nothing can be done about that. But we're talking about trying to get good money for this,
Yeah, that's what I said. Like set up like a trust.
Right. That sounds great. A trust.
Hey, Mickey, I really hope this is true what you just put in this chat. I know Judge Cockroach lowered the bond, but now you're saying that he actually dropped the charges?
Wait a minute, hold on.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hold on. What is going on here? What?
You have got to be kidding me. I need to find out. Oh my. She said that Judge Cockroach just dropped the charges on Jake Lang. Just found this out on another CC. Now, I hear what you're saying, Miss KK, but that's got to be proven. Now, I just heard this morning that his bond was lowered and that Judge Cockroach lowered the bond from $1 million to $250,000. So maybe he's out on bond from the lowered charges. Maybe he's out on bond because Judge Cockroach lowered the bond to $200,000, which is only 10% of that. So he probably made bail. That's what I'm thinking it is. I don't think no charges was dropped. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look more into that. I don't think no charges was dropped. I think
I don't even know what y'all talking about, so I can't answer nothing because I don't even know nothing about
Jake Lang, Nisi Poo, is the one that was out in front of Carmelo's. He was a part of the insurrection on January the 6th, and he did 4 years in jail. That's the one I was talking about earlier. He did 4 years, and then
he got Judge Cockroach.
Just Cockroach, yes, that's why I was. Yes, Judge Cockroach lowered the bond from $1 million. His bond was $1 million, which he probably wouldn't have been able to make. So Judge Cockroach found it upon himself to lower it to $250,000, which means he only needs $25,000 to bail bond out, which is probably what he done. Because I doubt if he just.
He was another racist motherfucker out there. All that shit, hang him from the tree and all that shit. Let him stay in jail. Fuck him.
Right, and they got him on tape, on camera, of saying that he was gonna unalive Carmelo if they let him out.
Yeah,
that's what got him.
That shit. Now he the one who started all that racist shit out there. He was the ringleader.
Right. I hear what you're saying, Miss KK, but yeah, but a lot of content creators put a lot of lies on their thumbnail to draw people in. I just don't think that he actually got charges. I know he lowered the bond. So
anything I put
we'll see. But but again,
I mean, remember that family with that lost the 8 kids? Remember they did theirs through a bank. You remember what's his name? The one with the guy on the panel. What's his name? I don't want to keep saying that.
I just call them Meds.
Okay, Meds. You remember when the 8 kids got unalived by their no good father? Their family member set up a bank for their money. Do you think that would be a good idea for this?
Hello?
Yes. Okay, he probably got to come back up. He probably got to come back up. One of y'all, could y'all drop the link back down in the chat for me, please? If I got a mod in the chat. Oh, okay, here he comes.
So Nisipu, you saying that the family of the 8 kids, they didn't have a GoFundMe, they had an actual trust set up with a bank?
Yes, they had an actual thing set up with the bank. So that's why I was asking, telling him he made good sense with that, because maybe that's what the family can do. Go to the bank and talk to the bank and let the bank know what's because they ain't gonna be able to stop that in no bank.
Let me see. 8 children murdered by their name. See what they did. Oh, yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Houston, I'm not surprised that his form of them alphabet, right? Them KKK was out there in the courthouse. I'm not.
Was this in Louisiana?
Yes, that family. Yes.
Okay, found it. Let's see. Press.
With the 8 children. Yes. She said, "Please be careful when talking about giving the family money." Yeah, we're just trying to figure a way that it can be done behind the scenes for because I see, a content credit. She's been doing a great job trying to help them, but they reported her yesterday. And I mean, she got a lot of money in 24 hours, y'all. And
like $4,000.
That lady got a lot of money. Yeah.
They had to. Oh, wow. Oh, they had to refund that money back. It didn't work. Oh, man. Nope.
Which money, man?
No, I typed in to figure out what they the Shreveport partnered with the Community Foundation of North Louisiana to establish charitable community funds rather than a traditional private family trust. Because public foundations cannot legally distribute cash directly to private individuals, the Community Foundation partnered with the Volunteers of America to legally administer the money. The fundraiser efforts included the following mechanisms. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, but and it says IRS in May 2026 announced that it had to refund more than $12,000 in donations to back to the donors because of strict IRS regulations governing public charities. The foundation faced legal barriers preventing them from using charitable public funds for a direct private individual. So they had to go through the charity had to go through. What is the Community Foundation of North Louisiana? Wait, there it is.
Oh, that's some kind of type of organization.
Volunteers of America. Gotta figure out what they are.
Yeah, America. Yeah, that's an organization, a nonprofit organization.
Okay, but they're not a charity.
It definitely. No, they are an organization that volunteers to help people with different things in the community, but they definitely need to find a way where money can continuously be given to them to help with this appeal, because we already know.
I figured it
ahead.
out. So what they would need to do is they would need to go through they can go through the charity, have the charity raise the funds. The charity just can't distribute the money directly to an individual, but they can send the money through a nonprofit, and the nonprofit can manage the trust on behalf of the family.
Okay, so that means they will pay for the attorney and everything.
So say we found a charity or created a charity, and on behalf of Carmelo Anthony. Do that and then raise the money, and then how do they get the people to donate? How do they?
Right.
Because everybody would be looking to do that with a fine.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Well, I guess
they can post.
It's that you're breaking up. You're breaking up a lot.
Oh, so the charity, we would just need to find a charity. They would have their own methods for receiving payment.
Okay.
Payment, and then the charity would then partner with we could find like a black nonprofit and they would either disperse the money to the family or help manage the money on behalf of the family for their needs. So I think that's the way. And we don't have to go through any of these. We would just have to find a nonprofit that would be willing to do that and that is trustworthy. But of course, nonprofits aren't nonprofit. I mean, they still trying to make their money. So
What do you mean? She said, D, if anybody give the family a large sum of money, the Metcalf family can take it. Why the fuck can he take? Why they can take their money? Who said that? Where
well,
did you get that from?
oh, they would have to sue. But so what I'm saying is like not give them the money. I'm saying let it be managed
No,
through.
you didn't say that, baby. Somebody in the chat said that.
I mean, like if say like they want to sue Carmelo Anthony on behalf of for their son's death and go after him civilly, but the only thing is Carmelo ain't got no money. His parents didn't have anything to do with it.
There you go. So it's nothing they can get from the from the mother and father. They can't sue the mother and father because the mother and father did not unalive their son. They would have to go through Carmelo to sue him, but Carmelo is in jail and he had nothing to give them.
Right, and then like if it's set up in a nonprofit and they were paying the bills directly on behalf of the parents, like if they were like paying like their living expenses and paying the attorney fees, like there wouldn't be technically there's no money. It's set up in a trust, and it's being handled by a nonprofit.
Somebody said restitution fees. Well, it ain't that goddamn much shit.
What they say?
The restitution fees by him being in jail. You know, when you're in jail, you got to pay fines.
What about that?
They give you a fine. They give you a fine while you're in jail. So, say for instance, I just put it out there like a $5,000 fine. You know, when you get charged guilty or something, you get a fine. So, okay, that's not a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, whatever his fine is.
You were worried about that later. We're just talking about the like just getting them going, getting them an attorney on, and hopefully, like they can get him out. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The attorneys they'll figure all that stuff out. We just want to get the family so they not destitute and they got some kind of security and they got some and they got a team that's starting to work on behalf of their son.
Right.
And care sector in the chat reading because the state permit the attorney right now, of course, y'all remember the appeal. In the appeal, Carmelo is saying broke. He don't have the money for attorney, so the state provides the attorney for his pay by the state.
What?
So the court. Oh, let me finish because I'm off it.
No, Auntie, you breaking up real bad. That's why we can't hear you.
I'll go ahead and talk.
Okay, so Maz, I get what you're saying. Now they're saying like all of this other stuff, like they can't sue the family.
I didn't bring that up, but
yeah, because I really don't want to hear it.
well, what I was saying, the money wouldn't even go directly to the family. It would be in the trust, so technically it wouldn't be
the family's money.
Yeah, it would be the nonprofits, and they would be dispersing the funds based off the charity's wishes, but it wouldn't be nothing they can go after. I'm imagining.
Right, got you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but I'm not an attorney, but from what I
get what you're saying. I mean, at this point, I don't even want to hear nothing about the oh Lord, that family in my chat. I really don't. Fuck them, right? Ooh, fuck them. That's how I feel right now, because they don't have to keep doing all the shit that they doing. Y'all sitting here trying to raise $1 million fucking dollars, but want to keep taking down, these people GoFundMe's and everything else that they trying to build to get money from an attorney. I mean, goddamn, if he in jail, he got a fine. He got to pay his fine himself. His mother ain't entitled to pay his fine while he in jail. The mother didn't do it, and I don't understand why.
don't think they can do anything. I don't think they can come after them. It's
Yeah,
not like that.
that's what I was gonna say. I don't understand how they can sue the family for something they didn't even do. I don't even think that would be. I mean, that sounds crazy to me. They can really sue the mother and father for something the child did.
I mean, they would have to show that the parents had some kind of negligence. Uh, like they were like partially responsible. Like had you not, I don't know, given them.
Is you in the chat? Do I got any mods in the chat? Any mods in the bushes? I need you for a second. Any mods in the bushes? You guys, yes, they can. Well, I don't know if they can or not, baby. I guess they can if you say they can. Could you? Okay, Ray, drop the link for me, please.
That would mean like I would think like every parent that had a child that did something illegal would be like held responsible for their kids.
Hey, yo, I was going to say that. Do you know how many murders we had here with kids done kill adults, and goddamn it, that ain't been the mamas ain't been sued? Like,
yeah, you would have to show like the parent like bought them a weapon and then like and neglected to do anything about their mental health and stuff like that. And when there was like clear warnings and stuff like that, like it's nothing like that. Like Carmelo didn't like. How would you hold him responsible? He didn't have any history of like problems, and the circumstances of the case. Like can't go up to the family. And Carmelo's destitute, so I don't see how that's possible. But I don't see what happened to him.
I mean, because we got a lot of teenagers here have took people's lives, and I just never heard the parents ever in my life, long as I've been living here in this state, went after a parent to sue them for the crime that their child has done. Now, I understand the fines that he has to pay. Of course, you got to pay them fines. You know what I'm saying? Anybody go to jail, you get a fine. Anybody, I don't care what it is. You're going to get a fine and you're going to pay it. You know. But my thing is, why would they sue the mom for something the son did? I mean, I don't know. That's crazy. I ain't never heard of that. We got murders here all the time, and
I've seen it, but it was like a I don't want to say it was like a mass shoot. It was a mass shooting. And the parents.
The link is in the chat. Whoever want to come up, the link is in the chat.
The parents, the teachers also had a mental problem. Huh?
Hello.
You breaking up? Hello?
I'm still breaking up.
You better know.
Okay. You can come up if you want to. The link. I think Ray dropped the link. Yeah, y'all. I got a lot of people coming in chat sometimes. I can't remember everybody, so y'all gonna have to make me remember because sometimes if you don't come in my chat like all the time, I do forget people. You know what I'm saying? But people that always come in my chat, I really don't forget them. But if you haven't been here for a while, I truly forget. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you on that. But you're more than welcome to come up.
Lena Green, I'm gonna put the information of where you can send Carmelo some canteen money. Anybody that want to put money on his books and things, so I'm gonna put it in the chat. So you will have to free. Well, they can go. But yeah, they can go there.
You can write it in the chat if you want to.
Yeah, what I was saying I was gonna do for her to have it right now, but they absolutely.
Are you on your device that you want to that you doing it on?
No, I'm talking on my phone. I'm gonna put it on in the chat from my computer.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to make sure you was good when so it won't knock you down. That's why I asked.
Yeah, y'all go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, who came up on the panel?
It's Jane D.
Jane, where the fuck you been? That's why I don't know who the fuck you is. You've been gone for so goddamn long, Jane. Jane, I'm gonna beat you, girl.
Yeah, I've been going through some crap. You remember I had got that.
Yeah, I know. You ain't gotta tell your business. I already know. Don't tell your business, but I know.
Really sick, but anyway, yes, they can. The Metcalf can, and they are trying to do that. That's why they was taking those panels down, and Dr. Matthews got on and said, if you're trying to give money to the family, do not give it to them. The appeal lawyer is already paid for. She already took care of that. the Metcalf is racist these people are. They trying to pull Carlo Mello family down. So
Mhm.
what they
Wow.
saying is, don't directly give them no large sum of money, because they will sue them. Because even though that's a child, he's in jail, he's gonna pay his restitution in jail. But if they get a large sum of money, they can sue them for it. They can.
Oh,
And this
Mm.
came from Dr. Matthews.
Mm.
Mhm.
Right, but
wow.
okay. What I was saying is like not to give it, like to put it in the trust, like to be managed by a
Look up,
nonprofit.
they're speechless, but really. Mhm.
Okay,
What?
Auntie, I
And she
got it.
already
I didn't know
found
they
out
can do
about
that.
that man. It's a white man they call him Country White Boy. And when he got on there, the judge got on there and said a post that he didn't know the Metcalf family from Adam and Eve. Well, this man don't drop pictures. He don't drop phone calls, voicemail, where they was all together. The prosecutor, the judge, and the DA. Mhm.
Oh,
Y'all haven't seen any of those?
no,
No,
Hello?
no.
no, I haven't seen it, Auntie.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I haven't seen
No.
that either. I saw
Auntie,
The
in
uh,
the
judge,
the
back
government.
the
chat,
judge and
Auntie,
his
in the
wife,
back chat, put
and
your
just
Facebook in
Metcalf
the
at a bar.
Auntie Jean
Mhm.
in the back chat. Give me your Facebook in the back chat. And welcome to, let me see who came up on the panel. Is that a
Juicing,
guy? Jason?
Yeah,
Juicing.
Juicing.
Oh, Juicy.
juicing,
Oh, okay. Hey, babe.
juicing.
Okay, how
Yeah.
you doing? Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the panel, babe.
Yep.
What do you got to say about the case?
It's just from what I've been seeing, it was fixed against this man no matter what. Their minds was already made up. They struck all those black jurors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely knew what they were doing from the beginning. There was nothing he could have did or said. Even if he took the stand, they wouldn't have cared.
Mm.
I think it would have been. The thing is, too, even if they would have
I'm not
voted the way
hearing
they
anything.
voted, it would still have been like public. They got to fight the battle in court, and they got to fight public opinion as well.
I mean, and then his friend who called him over to the 10, he ain't shit.
Eddie
I'm
Parr.
sorry.
Facts.
Yeah.
Say it again. Facts. That boy was a
He ain't
snake.
shit. The Eddie Parr was his name.
Yeah.
He was a friend to
Carmelo's
childhood
girlfriend.
friend to the girlfriend or whatever.
Can anybody hear me?
And
I can hear you, Auntie. Can you hear us?
he had been knowing this guy for like
Auntie,
months
hold
on
on,
top
y'all.
of that already.
Auntie, go down and come back
Yeah.
up. I'm gonna get her to drop the link for you. Go down and come back up, cause we can hear you, but
Hello?
no, go down, Auntie, and come back up.
Yeah, you got to come in and come back out.
Yeah, Auntie, can you?
Oh,
Cause
what's going
could
on?
somebody in the chat tell Miss Jean to drop down and come back up?
You have to drop down and come back into the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, drop down. She gonna drop the link for you again. I'll bring you back up, cause I don't think she can hear us, but we can hear her. Okay, go ahead. Didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry about that. Hey, Buttercup, how are
No,
you?
it was just like I was saying, the friend, like he's a fake friend from the jump, because it seems like all the black people in this who took the witness stand was trying to protect their white slave master. To me, that's how it was coming off.
Well,
Everybody's story was the same, but they also had different stories.
yeah, they couldn't even make up on how he was actually pushed. The one girl, she didn't even know. She made up a whole lie and said like Carmelo said like the B word or something, or I don't know. Like she made up something, and the defense said, "Are you lying? You didn't. This didn't really happen." And she admitted it. Some people are straight up lying, and the defense just didn't do a good job when he was doing this closing. He should have went back through everything. He lied here. He even pretended not to know Carmelo. But we saw Carmelo hanging out with his grandparent. Like he should have went through everything to show how everybody was lying, and everybody and these people are not unbiased witnesses because they all go to the same school with the Madcaps, and they didn't and they had been coached.
It was definitely given coach.
And they weren't even good at being coached.
Exactly.
the stories were falling apart, and so none of this makes sense, and it all like the fact when they didn't want cameras in there, like I don't even know, like
Yeah, I mean, it also makes me mad sometimes that the fact that white media is not covering the fact that Jeffrey Metcalf sat back and called him a watermelon felon, and then he was talking about other racist minority groups on top of it. But when he was on the Nancy Grace show, she didn't bring it up. He was also on the Chris Kumo or whatever show, and he didn't bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
no, because they all on code. Like, yeah, they all on code. They're gonna do it. This you don't just. I mean, even if you this is how low down you have to be. Like, even if you did feel that way, most people would still care about their image to not go on national TV and say those type of things. Like,
Yeah.
you got to be a gutter snipe, like to come up with to do just risk it all like that on TV. And people say, "Well, he's grieving," and then I saw one lady on CNN
Only
say,
people I seen them saying that was white folks saying, "Oh, he's grieving, he's going through it right now."
Why is he acting like an ass then if he agrees?
"No,
Yeah.
I've seen Laura Coates say that on Stephen A. Smith." No, she was trying to like do a dance, but she know what it is, but she's got to protect her CNN bag.
Yep.
And so she was like, "Well, I'm not going to talk about a father that's grieving, but listen, had his sons not picked up on his bad behavior, he's a poor example of a human being. His sons wouldn't never thought it was okay to walk up to a complete stranger and try to make him think they had authority and autonomy over this black boy to make him get up and move out of a public space that they don't have no ownership over.
Mm-hmm.
This starts from home."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well, the Metcalf twins were also suspended. They weren't even supposed to even be at that track meet.
They ain't gonna talk about that, baby.
Yeah,
they were suspended. They're supposed to be out for almost 2 weeks, and not supposed to, so when you're suspended, you're not supposed to show up for any school events. So that was completely weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the math ain't mathing. The videos don't math, and this is weird. No cameras allowed, and we can't get the video of what actually happened, and so we just supposed to just trust this judicial system. This is crazy, and you almost feel helpless. And I know the parents. I didn't want to be too hard on the parents because I know they just
me neither. I felt like you. I didn't want to be hard on them, but I get what you were saying. Like when you were saying they got to come out and say something, like but I don't want to be hard on them.
I don't think.
Yeah, they only
sir.
did one interview, the Carmelo family, after he was convicted. But Jeffrey Metcalf has been everywhere doing all kind of interviews.
Yes,
and
he's.
Yep. I mean, in the rhetoric that's been coming out of his mouth is MAGA country all day. So
they just need to they got to sit with they got to hit like somebody that's going to take care of them. They got to sit down with like a Tamara Hall. They got to sit down with like some good podcasters that's gonna, and they're gonna. She's not saying it all. She's like she's scared, but she got to. Either one of them got to take them kids and move to another state, and then one is there's no reason for them to even be here at this point. Like,
well, let me ask y'all a question: do her mom live in Texas also? If y'all know,
they're not from Texas. They only been in Texas 3 years before the happened.
They're originally from Baton Rouge,
Louisiana. Yeah.
Okay.
So the dad moved them up there because he wanted to get them out of the ghetto, which was a good thing. But I don't think he warned Carmelo enough to realize that where you're moving to is predominantly white people, is MAGA country, and it's going to be racist white people. So Collin County was upset because it exposed that there were still sundown towns and everything else. But we've been knowing this. Black folks been knowing this.
Yeah. But I think once they get a good advocate, and at this point they need like a PR person. Like they have to really
somebody good.
Yep.
Because so much has been done to this family, and they're trying to destroy these people. But I just know like how I know my mother would move. But some people just ain't built like it, and they're very docile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my aunt, she's actually from Mississippi, and she lived next to this white lady for over 30 something years. So my aunt passed like 6 years ago. The white lady didn't come to the funeral, but she made sure that she went over there and paid her respects. But the reason why she didn't go to the funeral is because she knew that the racist white people in that town was going to have a fucking field day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It sound,
Y'all
I was
sure should buy stuff still happening in 2026.
Yeah.
It's just happening more in the opening now, since we have who we have sitting as the president, right? Like, more of it has come out more overtly, because before it was done real smooth and covertly under the
Yep.
rug. They do little sly stuff. We don't know it. Like, you could be going for a job and stuff, and you got all the credentials, but then here come your white counterpart. You might have more credentials than the white counterpart. And I'm gonna tell y'all this because I work in payroll and HR
Mm-hmm.
as a living for my job, and I'm spending all day. I work for a predominantly Mormon-born community system and school system, so I'm already in the room with a bunch of people that don't look like me. Matter of fact, I'm the only one that look like me in the administrative office. Okay,
Yep.
so when you talk about coach, when you talk about walking in the room and knowing that you can't, like, I can't talk like I'm talking up here now, because see, I'm loud. I'm the loud black girl. I'm the don't let me talk up for myself, speak up for myself. Now I'm complicated, this, how black women are. We always so
Yep.
loud and like, we get that all the time, whether it be at work or not. I'm telling y'all, I see the difference they pull when they pull these resumes. So it just done more covertly back then, and now, since who's sitting in the old office now is doing things more overtly, is making these racist fools come out and be more overtly with their racism. That's just how they felt in the first place. They just didn't have the nerve and the courage to come and tell y'all now like they doing now.
Hold on, Auntie. Jean, turn your phone off and turn your device back on, and then come back up. Because I don't know why. Okay, yeah, turn now. Try to come back up, okay? Because you was up here twice, so try to come back up now, Jane. Now let me ask the panel a question. What do y'all feel that the mom and dad should go from here when it comes to their living arrangements, the children, speaking out, working, getting?
I think
Go ahead.
I think to get any kind of normalcy, I think they need to sell that house. I think they need to get all the way out of that out of Texas, at least move into like the Dallas area, so they don't be too far from their son.
Right.
But they got to get up at least out of there. But they have to go where it's not away from the sundown towns and away from at least be around your own people. And then maybe, for the dad to get work and stuff like that, I think he might. I don't know any business that really might want to be associated with him. That might be. He would have to lead the state.
I was going to say that. You took it out of my mouth. I was going to say, what did y'all feel about that? Well, how would you feel about maybe if the mom and dad, right, decide to leave Texas, but still come back here, but not go so far, but still stay near Texas, but still come back to see their son? You know what I'm saying? But like going to the outskirts of Texas. What do y'all say about that? But try to keep a low profile. Not like, I don't even know if they can do that, y'all, because everybody gonna know who they are from.
Yeah, everybody knows who they are. The dad ended up losing his job at the car dealership.
Yeah,
and people were coming in there trying to ask questions and everything.
Damn.
Yeah.
So pretty much everybody knows who they are. And I heard they had to move multiple times, just not one time.
Yeah.
8 times.
Yeah.
8 times they had to move. So
Yeah.
I would say, Lee, I would stay, within the state until this whole case, is resolved, right? As a parent, I'm not leaving. I'm not going to be too far from my child. But after that, considering what all the state of Texas has put me and my family through, when it's all over and said and done, I will get the hell out of that state and never look back. That's just me personally, with my
agree.
family.
Okay, well, the only thing about that is like I would do that if they got other little kids. They're responsible for keeping them other little kids safe too. And I think like they can make arrangements. I don't know if they can fly out. If we can get them set up right, they can fly out and come and visit Carmelo. But I think they need to get all the way out of Texas and try to set down roots somewhere else and start building start trying to set up a new life.
I believe after the fact, with the small kids, let me just say this right quick. With the small kids, this is what I would have done, because they can be subject to bullying, right, in school. What I would have done is sent them with a relative somewhere. Even if I had to give over temporary custody, let them live with a relative in another state and go to school somewhere else where they'd be more safer than in the state of Texas. Because unless they stay home and homeschool them, that's the only way. But I would send my younger children, because the concentration now with this appeal need to be more on Carmelo. I would send them to a relative. If I have to give over temporary custody, I will do that, right? With my younger kids, send them somewhere.
I agree. I agree.
Or like one parent stay and one parent take the kids and go, and they just figure out a plan. But I don't know.
Do you think it'll be safe for them to go back to their hometown?
I don't know. Louisiana ain't too much better, and well, I mean, they got family there. Maybe they know the ins and outs better.
Unless they move to a suburb area, I think that'd be good.
Okay, that sounds good.
You guys, let me say this. Like the guy said, it was already from the beginning. This was always going to happen to Carmelo from the beginning. Because I live here in Texas, and Frisco is like maybe 20, 30 minutes away from me. But where it happened, it was in Denton County, not Collin County. But they moved it to Collin County because of Jeff Metcalf, and the judge and the DA and Greg Abbott with his racist butt. They knew what they was doing to this baby from the get-go. And that's one reason why the grounds for appeal, because they had it in the wrong county.
Well, so what I understand, because I've been following this attorney that's been advocating for the Anthony family now, and she was a prosecutor in that area, and she knows the area well. She said Denton County and Collins County are like, it's the border, the county lines are weird right there. Exactly. And the facility, it sits on I think like majority on on Denton, but they've always been considered Denton County. So they didn't. They always been considered Collins County. So they never moved the trial. It's where it's supposed to be. It's just the way the county lines are made.
No. So where that school is, Frisco is Collin County. Where the school was, it was in Denton County. It was moved purposely to Collin County. And like I was saying, the prosecutor, Jeff Metcalf, and the judge is all in the same circle.
Yep.
I believe that part.
I believe that.
And do you know they was trying to send that baby to a prison where Jeff Metcalf's brother is the warden.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you why I believe what stopped that. Social media.
Mm-hmm.
I feel when social media got the whiff for that stopped that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This definitely made Jeff Metcalf pissed off, and we all know he has not forgiven Carmelo for what he did while he's out here trying to say, I want to come with the family and help the family pray. That was all a smoke screen.
Yeah. Yeah, when he came to that
Oh,
press conference,
Yep.
when the press happened, when they was trying to lower the bond, he walked in there with his arrogant tail, and they gonna whoop his butt to get him out of there. Now they trying to, because they had it at 1 million, and they lowered it down. But he
Yep.
gonna come to the press conference. You know that man, he already got a charge from beating on his wife. He got an SA
Jean, let me
charge.
do
Mm-hmm.
Miss Jean, let me do this since you spoke
yeah,
about
he
so
do,
the
Gene. I seen that.
Yep. And none of that stuff
so
came out. It didn't come out until
And did you
the
right.
verdict
also
came
know
out.
they did not do
Hold on, let me
that, okay.
I had a question to ask you.
We got a whole panel. We're gonna give everybody 5 minutes to talk so everybody can have a chance.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Go
I
ahead,
literally go on mute when talking. Okay, so I wanted to ask Miss Jean a question because this is what I heard. Let me know if this is true, you being from Texas and all. So the judge that lowered the bond for Carmelo is a black judge, correct? Black female judge?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And she got the deference.
Now yeah, and now I'm hearing that they're trying to. Is it the DA or the governor? Somebody's trying to get her
Governor.
removed from the bench.
Governor and the DA.
Oh my God!
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow. I couldn't live in Texas. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. And I ain't trying to be funny enough, but I
Yep.
couldn't live there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bad
Lord.
here, but Frisco is really, really bad. It's really
Yep.
bad.
It was fixed against him from the jump. There was nothing he could have did or his family could have did.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Mm-hmm. And the lawyer that his family got for things, they're the type of family. People all on the family. But you got to understand, these are a young couple that have never had any dealings with the criminal system. So they don't know. And I fault the black advocates here because they should have got behind that baby right from the beginning.
Say it again.
From the beginning.
Mm.
And because, at the beginning, it was already, he was already gone, But, and then, like I said, that video that they got out, they only showing 2 minutes of it. They're not showing the full video where Carlo Anthony was sitting by himself in his phone for 9 minutes. They're not showing where those boys walked towards him like they was going to do something to him. They only showed the action. And they didn't show where he fled for his life. They ain't showing that.
Yeah.
It's really sad, but he was doomed from the beginning. But I blame these black advocates here. They don't do what you see like they did with George Floyd or they just don't. They're lazy.
Yeah.
There's no way that family should have went up against it by themselves and go.
Do y'all believe that they was planning a lot of stuff like maybe a year before the trial actually started?
Yeah, they had to because this was fixed. And every witness was in there trying to make it sound like he was the aggressor and Austin wasn't doing nothing. It was
there's been a white cheerleader that come out that goes to the same school that
I saw that.
I saw it too.
You saw that? Where
Yes.
he said he's a bully. I always have been a bully.
They have a history of bullying.
It's her. So, they're getting all this now. Why not before?
But the parents.
I truly, in my heart, I don't know this to be true, but there is no way this attorney, just like that country white boy said, there is no way that this attorney not call not one witness, only his mother.
Yeah, that was sad.
That was.
You was paid. You was
paid. Wait, so Carlo's mother testified?
That's it.
At the end, to try to get him a lighter sentence.
Well, that's the
they
closing.
Also said
that's
that
the
Hunter
closing.
Metcalf has a whole bunch of impulse issues.
Exactly.
And anger management issues.
Same with his daddy.
My is Carmelo Anthony's mother get on the stand? That's my question.
So look at it this way: if he gets,
her statement.
oh, okay.
Huh?
She was reading. Y'all remember when she was reading her statement? She started crying.
Yep.
She didn't do a good job in that moment. I mean, I don't want to.
But listen, though, I'm glad you said that. You know why? Because I forgot who said. I can't remember. They said that the attorney should have another attorney said this. That's what it was. She should have been prepped. The mother did not know what to say. She only came up there and read from her heart how she felt about her.
Mm-hmm.
But that lawyer should have prepped that mother and told that mother what to say.
Mm-hmm.
And she was not.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all not realize why Hunter Metcalf didn't get up there and testify?
Yeah.
You know why he didn't get up there and testify?
It would expose everything.
Because he lied.
Yeah.
He lied and said that his brother died in his arm. He wasn't even there.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Again,
that they did not do a autopsy on this boy to see what was in his system. Do you know he's on fentanyl?
He's on what?
Fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Auntie, I'm glad you said that because I ain't want to be the one to fucking but I ain't know it was true or not. And I ain't want to be the one to say it, but that's what I heard.
Well,
baby, that Dr. Matthews, that chick don't be.
Didn't one of y'all on the panel hear that? Did anybody in the chat hear that?
I did.
That's what I heard.
But it all went wrong for the family when they picked the wrong advocate. It was Dominique that led the family astray. He was not qualified. The family should have never been out in the front. I just wish the family wasn't so docile. I wish they would really researched and did a background check on this man. See how many cases he handled like this, and see if you can sit with any of the families that he advocated for in the past. Like your son's life was on the line, and they were just like, "I trusted the system." You live in the same America with all the other Black people live in.
Like they could have found a better Black leader.
I knew not to trust.
Looking at that, he finished from Harvard, and
I just I don't want to bully this, and I know they stressed out, but I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but it started with him. If they would have had the right person who know the ropes, because I know they were new to Texas and they didn't know. I'm like, did they even know the history of that town they moved into? They probably didn't.
They didn't.
But they just they didn't. I don't think they've ever been in trouble. They never imagined anything going wrong. Carmelo was almost done with school. They probably thinking like, job well done. We mind our own business and look, we're on our way. And that's not how life works. It's like it's just like the parents weren't even properly prepared for life.
Right.
Like I know how my mother would be riding, my father would be riding, and like it would have been on it. Who are you? Who told you about me? Why should I pick you?
Yeah.
who can vouch for you? Okay, well, and he's telling me not to talk to the other people. But why? What makes you so special?
There you go. I like that. That's what the mother and father should have did. They should have been asking questions to this man.
Exactly.
Why you don't want me? Because I said that yesterday on my panel. If anybody keep coming to me telling me don't talk to this person, don't do, I'm going to ask them questions like why. I'm going to start looking at that as some red flag somewhere.
Yeah, and then it's like ain't nobody got the red flags but him. Because I think the guy that he was supposed to be the advocate for the parents is Lee Merritt. Is that the guy? I'm not too familiar, but I've been learning the text. I've been following this case.
He's just a minister, you know.
But the minister would have knew. The minister would probably has better a better reputation there. He has the connections, and he knows what he's doing, and he knows what to do and what not to do. And what not to do in a sundown town is to make it about race. When they did their press conference and they were hooting and hollering, why are you guys doing a press conference? These people, a son is dead. That looks crazy. And when their father came in there and he said he wanted to pray and they kicked him out, that was the writing on the wall.
That's right.
That's right.
That was it right there.
That was it. And you know what? I ain't the first one saying that because I heard it from two other content creators too. They said that too.
And they was never able to rectify it. But if they would acknowledge that Austin, I mean, even if Austin was trying to hurt their son or whatever, but just acknowledge that boy has died. We're both hurting, and I hate that we're in this situation. Let's try to work through this the best way we can. I'm praying for you guys, and and we'll just have to go through the legal process.
And you know
That
what,
would've-
you right. I'm glad you said it. And it ain't like that. We are saying the family could trust them, because no, you don't trust nobody after your
That's
son
right.
got alive. But we're saying, you should allow him to stay there just to see his reactions, what he was going to say, what he was going to do. If you felt like he was out of character, then remove him. But I feel like the other content creator said, 2 of them said it, okay, that they should have gave him a chance.
Well, and we now know, looking at his character, we know he was performing, but like I said,
Yep.
he was on his PR game. See, the Metcalfs, they have PR going on, and they're playing chess, and the Anthonys were playing checkers. They were out there. They're not saying nothing directly about the Anthonys, but they're feeding stuff, and you got the county.
Yeah.
I mean, the prosecutor feeding stuff to podcasters. They're damaging this family, and this family is just twiddling their thumbs saying, "I trust the system." This is the system that's been lynching us for years. Never trust the system.
Tell it.
Hell, they talking about trust the system here in Texas because
Of all places.
Exactly.
It sounds like Jeffrey Metcalf is trying to get a podcast or some kind of radio show or something. That's how it came off.
But
Because he said, because somebody was interviewing him, and they she said, yeah, well they well, I just wonder what you're gonna do next in life. You seem like you can be a motivated speaker or something.
Yeah.
Can I add something to the conversation? You all hear me, please?
Sure, baby.
Okay. I mean, and I'm just listening to it. When I seen the clip at work, I'm like, yeah. So he's definitely, they're trying to probably shop him a deal or something.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So my thing is now I understand they went on the Anthonys went on the Breakfast Club, and I think they did one other interview. My question is, now that the trial is over, why in the hell ain't they boots on the ground in front of it doing what I saw Cyrus Belton's mother do? Get with, and speak out, talk about how Collins County railroaded your son. Like, I would be out loud. Everybody in the state of Texas and all the media would hear me talk about how that Collins County is racist and railroad my son. Like, why I don't see they out just being soft talking and doing these interviews and not talking like that. Like, they ain't boots on the ground enough.
To be honest, I don't think they need to be getting up any interview saying anything, because I'm telling you, the thing is, they are going hard on that family. I think they need to not say anything, because one thing about it, and I'm be honest with you, the people in Texas, these black people in Texas, are not going to get behind them like they would in any other state. They're not. These black
who was all the black people out there at the courthouse? Who were all people?
They definitely know how to get along to get along down there.
Yeah, because I bet they're not there now.
Well, yeah, and those black kids that lied, they know what's up too, and the parents probably said, "Don't say nothing. That's going to ruin up. We don't want to end up like the Anthonys."
Yeah, they was all right that first day when that happened. They went there the next day.
Yeah. And those 2 black men, who were supposed to be juries, they ended up striking themselves because they didn't want no parts of it, because they knew. I mean, if they would have sat back and tried to help Carmelo out, I got on that jury that the state has their name, their information, and everything else.
It would have got leaked.
Tell you something. That's the reason why, because they already live in a nice neighborhood, in a nice house, have nice cars. Now they hollering about, they took that money that they paid for the lawyer and bought this, and they had a court-appointed lawyer. That was a lie. And who said this? Black people.
Well, it started with it starts with the white media, and the people just not doing their own research and trusting the media and just looking, not doing their research, and not questioning, like even question Court TV. Like, a lot of the media got it wrong.
It didn't start from the white media. No, it didn't. The white media got wimp of it and probably brought it to the light.
No.
And now that
No,
Now
no,
that the
this has been
trial is over, remember all of the white media that was all up in in Carmelo's face when asking him, "What were you doing with the knife? Why did you take it to school?" Da da da. Now, though, now I've used that same platform to talk about how my son was railroaded. I mean, I'm not that kind of parent. You're not gonna shut me up. You're not gonna. No way. I'm calling out County on all of the dishonest. I'm calling on it point blank. I'm calling them out.
well, she's not gonna they just don't have it's like washing wallpaper dry or paint dry. They don't have it. They're just docile people. They just have to get a good spokesperson to stay and the family can stand behind them, and they just need somebody that can really break down all the things that went wrong and what happened to them and what their experience has been.
Right.
Because they're scared. They're scared.
Right.
They're worried about the other kids.
Yeah, because they got death threats. They don't got death threats. The house been vandalized. The car's been vandalized. Yeah, they're scared.
They've been followed, and they have other younger kids.
Being scared, Carmelo ain't gonna get this appeal. They gotta be boots on the ground fighting as well, and letting the media know that what the mainstream media is portraying my son to be, he is not. And I mean, don't just go get on the platforms, get on the white ones that'll let you and invite you. Speak out. Hold the press conference outside the courthouse of Collins County and call them out. Call them out for what they did to you. Railroaded your son.
Yeah. I think they need a plan. Like if they don't got no money, I think they have to figure it out. Like they got to get them other kids out of there. They got to figure out the situation, like what they're gonna do. Because I mean, she can't just be talking crazy and still in that area, and like they're moving. They got to have a plan. I don't want them to just do it just because we want them to do it, but I need them to actually think and just use the energy from our ancestors. How would they move smartly and do what's right, but just have a plan and make sure you do your research and if I do this, realize that this could happen and have a contingency plan. Yes,
really
you know what you're dealing with.
Someone going to be loyalty to them.
Well, the girl,
somebody going to be boots on the ground, loyalty to them. Don't snake these people. They done been snaked enough. And that's why, I mean, I don't have nothing bad to say about them, even though their son did what he did. I still not going to put them down. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody can get in a situation. We all can get in a situation like that. We don't know what may knock at our door tonight, tomorrow. We don't know that. So I'm not going to, dog them out, put them down. I'm praying. I'm asking God to please bring someone in this husband and wife life that's going to be consistent with them, be loyal to them. Don't be a snake to them. Open up, let them know. Let the family talk to these people. Be there for them. If they want to go on a platform and get their story out, make them feel comfortable. That's what I'm looking for this family.
Well, they have it, D. They have Dr. Matthews, and believe me, if you don't believe me, her name is Candace Matthews.
Oh yeah, I've been following her for years. I followed her when she was going into houses when people was living unhazarded, and I've been with her.
You know what they did to her that day? They had her going into another case. They deliberately sent her to another case so she couldn't get in Carl Anthony's case. They really sidelined.
And you had people dogging her out. Well, why she ain't been said? The ladies kept saying she was in another courthouse on another case. And she said,
but she did
behind the scenes.
That they sent her to.
She show up though. That's the thing. She did show up. But the thing is, with them not having no money, they got a court approved attorney for the state.
But she got rid of them.
This lady who does the public opinion court, I saw her last night. She's been advising the Anthony family. She's the one that warned them about Dominique and tried to get Dominique away from them. She's impressive. She was on the podcast last night. It was I learned a lot from her.
Yeah, that woman don't play.
Yeah, listen.
It's just weird to me with all the black leaders out here.
Dominique shut him down. Dominique shut it down. And the family was trusting him, and he wasn't the right person. He didn't have experience, and he did, and he didn't want to recommended this attorney.
He probably got paid too under the table.
Because
no, I can't let that ride. We got to tell truth. He did not. He didn't even have that
They just found the
power.
wrong person to represent them. That was all.
Well, we don't know if he didn't get.
They spread that it came highly rented from somebody else. That's not true.
Hold on.
Oh, I know it's not true.
Hold on. We don't know that he did get paid, and this was his team, and he did put that team together. The first team that
what I heard, he did say his team was the first one donated $10,000.
So this
true.
No, so this is what happened.
Okay, go ahead. Say what happened. Go ahead. I'll let you talk. Go ahead, baby.
The first team he put together is he had two attorneys that had no qualifications to be doing the case, and that's when the public opinion court attorney, she reached out to him and said, who are these attorneys and why are they on this case, and who is the advocate? He said, I'm the advocate, and I'm just getting it started. They're not going to be the main attorneys. They're just going to get the ball rolling. And she said, oh no, you can't do this. You need to get somebody who knows what they're doing and who handles these type of cases. And why don't you get Lee Merritt should be heading this case up?
Yeah.
And he should hold on. No. Let me finish. No.
Let him finish.
I heard her too. She don't know if she coming or going. But then so they were on for a little bit. Then he got rid of them. And then the woman attorney, she went and tried to warn the Anthonys about it, but they wasn't receiving it. And then he put together this team, and the court of public opinion, she recognized that, okay, this guy is okay because I did practice against him before, and he was pretty solid. So maybe something is going on, and maybe it's starting to be better. But then she said Anthony shared with her the first team of attorneys who did absolutely nothing. They charged her $30,000 for like PR, and like another like $90,000 for like basic attorney work. And they had nothing to show for it. And then it was like alluded to, like, well, I think since Dominique brought them in, he was cutting and getting his money like that because they didn't do anything to deserve that type of money. And Dominique said he presented them this team, but he didn't force them to take that team. They had their own option.
He can recommend attorneys, which is what they said he did. But they didn't choose none of them. Someone else highly recommended Mike Howard, and that's what they went off of. They literally said that on Breakfast Club. So Dominique had nothing to do with the choice they made.
I looked at Dominique's interview, and Dominique said he did, and he said I recommended them, but they didn't have to choose them. That was out of Dominique's own mouth.
Well, they
no.
Wait, let's do this. Because wait a minute, y'all, hold on. Because we don't want to say that it's not true because he could have heard that. I don't know. I'm listening to what he said. Just like, someone else on the panel can say they heard something or in the chat. I'm not going to discredit them because they may hear it. I just didn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to say he's lying. If you what I heard was this is what Dominique said on the panel. He was on what's that lady name? Nick Manite. He was on her panel. He said that he did not choose the attorney. They chose the attorney themselves, but the attorney was recommended to them, and they went along with the man Mike. That's what he said on her panel.
And what Anthony said on the Breakfast Club. It's exactly what she said.
Okay. I'm looking for the podcast.
But the thing now is how hard is this court appointed appellate
I watched the interview
defense attorney.
I already got rid of that person.
Wait a minute. So they got the appeals
Yes.
attorney.
Yeah, Nick Manite.
So that means that So that means they hired private representation.
So Dr. Matthews got a list of appeal attorneys. They top notch. That she's
Okay.
gonna let Anthony pick from. She's not gonna tell him who to pick. But she
Right.
got all their information on them, on all of them. And then she said she
Okay.
called it the letter.cream or whatever, the crop or whatever. So they're gonna choose.
Cream. The cream de la cream. It's the cream de la cream.
Baby, I can tear up some stuff. But they gonna choose from them, and she's not gonna say, well, he'll think that they'll do this one, do this one. She's giving them all the information on them, and they're gonna choose them.
Mm-hmm.
They are top notch.
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? Even if Dominique didn't tell that family to pick Mike, right?
Mhm.
Being that Mike was representing this family, and
Mhm.
panel and chat, y'all can tell me how y'all feel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for one, Dominique know that's a racist town. Okay, he lived right there in Texas.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For two, he said he did not tell the family who to pick. I
Mhm.
did hear him say that.
Mhm.
But for three, you could at least gave this family the heads up. This is a racist ass fucking steak, and your son gonna get fucking burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you
Period.
he should have told him to be on that lawyer's ass to make sure he
Period.
do what he need to do. Because
Period.
there's no
Because
way
there's no way I'm gonna
possible.
live in a racist town and have a person that's that's
Mhm.
being there for me and my child.
That's
but
right.
You're not gonna tell me the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said again, everybody don't have good discernment. My discernment is very good. I'm an empath, right? So I have very good discernment. Okay.
Right.
I would have picked up on that motherfucker, got that motherfucker
off.
out the door the way he came
off.
in that bitch.
Right off. Ain't nothing you can tell
Yep.
me. You got to show
Ain't
me.
no girl. I'm gonna be a black
I want to
woman.
get on his ass about
I ain't gonna be
everything.
no black woman living in no goddamn racist ass motherfucking town, and I know I live in a racist town, and I'm gonna keep a white man, and you got this black man sitting here with this family, supposed to protect this family, and you're gonna say, I'm not gonna tell you who to pick, which he was right about that. But once you knew this family decided to pick this white man, you didn't come and even give them the heads up. I'm not telling you what to do, but I think this made, because that's me. If I'm friends with you, Gene, and I see you going in the wrong direction, Gene, I'm gonna use you for an example, right? I know you're going through something, right? And I see you going in the wrong direction. Now, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do, but as a friend, I'm going to give you the heads up. This is what I think you may go wrong at, but if you choose to take that path, it's up to you. But I'm not feeling good about the path you want to take. What do y'all say?
I
100%.
definitely agree.
And another
I
thing,
agree. I was going to say that no way I can be a woman, move my black family to a predominantly white community and not know it's racist. It's just no way I can do that as a black American. I'm moving to a suburb where it's predominantly overwhelmingly white people, and I'm going to be totally oblivious to the fact that it's some racism out there.
right?
Well, they might be.
I'm sorry.
Let's say this, I like to be fair, right? Okay, let's say, because we say the family from Louisiana, right?
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe let's say this, and I'm just saying this because I don't know, because like I said, I don't want to just put them down like that. I'm not that type of person, right? Say they just picked up and just moved and left and not doing their research to where they was really going with the family. It was just a spirit of moment thing. They picked up, they packed up, and they already had the house and together. They was gonna move in. They paid for the house or whatever the situation may be. I'm just saying.
Job lockdown.
Right. And they didn't know what the town was really, really like until they got in this situation with their son when it comes to the justice system. What do you say?
Mm.
I'm just thinking hypothetically because I don't know.
I think
I'm gonna tell y'all what the real downfall was. I don't care what lawyer they hired. My thing is, why you wasn't questioning this lawyer what kind of investigation you're doing before this trial? Because you need to go to that boy's school. You need to go to my son's school, talk to them students, talk to them teachers. I mean,
Yep.
what kind of investigation are you doing? Because we coming up on a trial, a murder trial. It's no way. That's just like going up with a murder trial with a court-appointed lawyer. And
Like,
you don't do. You got
yeah,
to do some
he did
investigation.
less. He did less. Like, I'm
Yeah,
like,
do nothing.
where was the Metcalf's? I don't, for the life of me, I don't know why he didn't call that Hunter to the stand. But why didn't you like? He should have called them and introduced their school records and stuff like.
Right.
Yep.
But I think the I forget what it's called, but I think the judge probably blocked that from coming in. I feel like he blocked a lot of stuff from coming in. And see, they didn't have no experts, nothing to counter what they were saying. They used edited video.
That attorney didn't introduce that. The judge
Yeah.
not gonna listen to the attorney introduce it.
But Dominique talked about that stuff, saying that they had people. There was an expert on bullying was supposed to come in, and a person who was an expert on like some other stuff, and they never showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how do you make somebody that was sitting down the aggressor versus somebody that came over. There's way more than him, way taller, and I just don't know how somebody sitting down is the aggressor. That is crazy. That's a terrible attorney.
Yeah.
He should.
This whole conversation is a prime example of
Because you knew it was
matter.
fixed against them from the start. There was nothing they could do.
Okay, can I talk? Can y'all hear?
Nope.
Okay, this case is a prime example to America, especially Black America. It does not matter, and I'm gonna say this in my Chris Rock voice. It does not matter how rich I am. It does not matter what job it does not matter what career I have and what community I move to. They're gonna still always show you Black, okay? So to be foreign from that is crazy to me as a Black person moving in a predominantly white neighborhood. Because we know what goes on happens and what we have to deal with. We code switch at work. Come on now, somebody. We code work when we are predominantly around those people. See, we have to play this up in the workplace. I know it because I'm the only Black in my workplace where I work. The only one. So it's no being Black in America. Are Black people getting that high and mighty that think that because a little money, they can move out there where the predominantly white people is and don't still think they're going to be treated like they Black people? We better wait. That's the thought.
You can't
because Chris,
I don't think moving into those communities.
I don't think that's fair.
Chris Rock is a multi-millionaire, live with multi-millionaires. And do you know he said when one of his kids was playing with the white kid, they got into the incident, how the white people was talking to him and looking at him? And he, Chris Rock.
Okay, I get that point. And what Chris Rock said is true. But I kind of can understand his family's thinking because like that's how I was kind of raised. Like my dad was from the hood, but my mom was from the hood, and they both did pretty good for themselves. So what they wanted to do, they move out into the suburbs, make sure super overprotective of me, make sure I get the best education. I'm in the suburbs. They don't even send me to the public schools there. They send me to a private school. Spend the money. They want the best. They want everything to be the best. They want me to have the best chance I can have and be safe. And so that's coming from maybe where they came from. They figured, okay, these people are cool. And the little microaggressions they may have faced in Louisiana, they didn't face those. I mean, they can handle that type of racism because they're used to the racism. And so they didn't really know they were in danger. But had they known that they were actually in the sundown town and how things went, they would have moved differently. But something is a little bit off. I don't know if the family's just exhausted, but I don't know if they've been through if they've been to trauma before, but the parents look so battered and like they just don't have anything to give. And I don't know. I want to be fair. I'm just not in that situation. Like you try to save one son and you try to protect your new kids. Like I think they did the best they could. I don't think they were trying to do something to get away from Black people. I think they were trying to get their family the best shot. And I think they thought they were doing a good job because they almost got Carmelo into college. And they were like, keep her head down. We're going to work hard. We're going to get these kids. Our kids are going to be good. That's all my parents wanted for me. And it wasn't to be around. And I wasn't in a race. It wasn't really racist. The white people was cool. Now, was there some little BS and stuff like that? Yeah. But most of the people were reasonable. It wasn't like stumped down racist now. But unfortunately for them, they were just in the heart of it and didn't even know. But they didn't research where they were moving to. They didn't research these attorneys clearly, and they didn't research their advocate. And that's a lesson to be learned.
And all of those people that got up there and testified against him, most of them know him, went to school with him in some capacity. And they actually got up there. At the end of the day, they played the game. They did exactly what they were told to do, and that's lie. Right? And we know that. So there's a reason.
The people that went to school with him didn't really lie on him. They kind of had Carmelo's back. But
they wasn't trying to hear that though. They didn't care.
Because the defense attorney didn't do a good job playing it up. The defense attorney dropped every ball possible, and like he should have really pushed. What did you see? What happened? Is this normal? Is it weird? Because they tried to make it seem so weird that he was sitting under that tent. He should have really. And when the boy said, "Well, we were just sitting over there under that tent like a couple weeks ago, the same tent," he said, "Oh, right. Okay." He should. The defense attorney should have kept hammering that home. This is not unusual.
Which was all the more reason why Carmelo had a right to be there, to sit there, and was called over by. So and this is the thing, because we know that YT people love to insert themselves in Black business. They always feel like they got the privilege that they got to ask you, who are you? Where you want? Where you going? What are you here for? Like all of that. Like, right? You don't belong. We say to us, right? So absolutely at that point, I'm thinking Carmelo is like, who you think he is? Like, I don't have to move. You ain't died. Who died and left you, my mom and daddy, or my king? You know what I'm saying? So for him, and knowing that he was literally in that same tent talking with friends with the track meet before. And so again, it's the audacity.
And Carmelo looking like, I'm with my homeboy. Who is this dude? And not knowing your homeboy a whole snake, and about to
fake friends all day.
And about to be like, I don't mess with him like that. And it switched up on in real time, right in his face. And then when things got real, instead of trying to say, "Hey, Austin, chill. No, this is my homeboy, blah blah blah." Like, calm down. Let me get through. Let me go back over here. It's not that deep. Instead of de-escalating, homeboy pulled out his phone and started taping and lied and said he wasn't there. They didn't.
And egged it on like it was funny.
But
you know what I believe that the fake friend texted Austin and them and told him that he was there. I believe that.
Maybe. Yep. I believe he filmed it, and the police officer said, "Well, I looked through his phone, blah blah blah." I'm like, you're not gonna know a phone better than a teenager. We need that phone where a forensic person can go through that phone to see if anything was deleted or hidden. We don't know if he filmed it or not. It was just a half-assed. All of it was half-assed.
It was total.
And that phone should have been subpoenaed.
Yeah.
And it should have been sent to an independent whatever laboratory, and they should have went through that phone and see if anything was in the cloud, if something had been deleted, or was something filmed around that time. They can find that stuff out. And none of that was done. It was just I'm not an attorney, but it's like basic common sense. I watch enough law TV. They didn't do the bare minimum.
Like I said, so many balls were dropped, intentionally. This was intentional.
They were in
You
on it.
know, you got to look at no doubt. And they probably were having conversations behind, the behind the back that we'll never know about, right? I'm talking to the defense and the judge or the prosecutor. Because wasn't it true that the defense attorney once worked with the prosecutor at they worked at the same office or something? I think I heard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
A whole
It's
lot
true.
of conflict with this was there, right? And especially if the judge knew the Metcalf, if that come up to be a thing, oh my God. But like I said, by the time they find out anything crooked on him, he gonna be retired, because
Yeah.
he's gonna retire before he'll get brought. He gonna be gone, and he gonna be laughing all the way to the bank with his pension secured and everything else.
Yeah,
And
he
that's
already knew.
sad.
He already know, like, okay, if they do find out I did what I needed to do, so I don't need to be a judge anymore. So I'm gonna take this one for the team.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, you're right. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
sit back and watch this appeal and see how far they go with it. That's how he thinking.
I mean, it's just, if our country was in such a bad shape, this would be something like, I don't know, you probably had to like try to get like the FBI or something, the things they're doing, but you can't even trust. There's nothing. There's no Department of Justice. There's nothing that you can lean on for Carmelo. That's just, everybody just have to vote in Texas for the those 3 judges in the appellate court in November. That's a Carmelo's best shot.
Yeah. Thank you. Truthfully, I appreciate you acknowledging that, because it's just, like, y'all, I'm so pissed, like, and this ain't even my son. You know why? Because I keep imagining him as my son.
Yeah.
I keep, when you have a son, you have Black men in your family and brothers and young, nephews or whatever, it comes to mind like, oh my God, if they live in a place like this and could get caught up, something like that, like, I can't even imagine. And that's why I'm like, just we saw this in real time, y'all. This ain't even no fake AI. We saw this young man get railroaded in real time.
Yep.
Let
And
that
one
sink
how
in.
he felt in that courtroom when his friend just totally went against him. Wonder how did he feel anything when his attorney, did he feel like his attorney didn't even have his back? What was his feelings? Like, I really want to know how he felt like when all them people was testifying him, telling lies. Like, how did this young boy feel? I know he was hurting. I know the mother was hurting. I know the father was hurting. The mother and father right now, they are in pain. They are stressed out. They definitely probably stressed out. Probably can't sleep, can't eat, being attacked. Every time they try to, get a GoFundMe put up to get help, everything getting snatched down. They getting railroad out here on the social media, just all kinds of stuff.
And some of your own people going against you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's another thing.
Yeah,
we have to
they
talk
concentrate
about
to be those that's behind them, the ones that have platforms, that are speaking up, that are rallying for them, that are boots on the ground for them, that are on all type of podcasts and everything that's going to bat for them. They need to know that it's people like us that are saying, we got you, we know, we get you, we understand, right? Like, all the stuff they need to let the noise, let the noise, just plug up your ears into that noise. I wouldn't even listen to anything that the Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf is saying on any platform. I don't want, their ears shouldn't even be hearing that. All they need to be hearing is positive vibes from us, platforms like us that are rallying and advocating for their behalf.
Yeah, because they don't need nothing negative right now to listen to.
I mean, white America is just, it's just all effed up because they keep giving the daddy all kind of interviews and everything, and they're making him look like a victim, and it's crazy. Him and his family look like victims, and there's a bigger story behind that.
Yeah.
And you know how it is, because when you have white mainstream media behind you doing it, then you already know the picture that them painted for Carmelo. He don't stand a chance. And if it were platforms like this and other people platforms that speaking out and advocating, people that are boots on the ground, they wouldn't even have that, because they're trying to convince the whole world that Carmelo is the thug and Austin was the angel. And we know that ain't the truth.
I'm just wondering why CNN isn't fighting for that video. Like, with that type of clout and money, like, why aren't they like pushing for that video?
Well, they did ask somebody they interviewed, do they think the video gonna come out? And they said no. Everybody's saying no.
But you know, but the media can sue. Like, they can sue. Like, they have whole funds for situations like this. Like, just because the attorney general did what he did, it doesn't make it like you can sue him.
And they don't want that video out neither, y'all, because it's truth in that video. It is truth in that video.
Since it's closed, anybody should have any right, if they pay for, and you can well, like the transcripts, you can, even now that the case is closed, you can get that from the police department, you can get it from the courts, and you can get it from the DA's office, right? As long as you pay for it. With the Freedom of Speech Act and all of that, especially CNN, should be able to, if they really wanted to, maybe put pressure on the courts to release it, along with how we advocating and saying that it needs to be released, because the public has a right to know. They have a right to see.
Well, yeah, I mean, remember, we didn't really trust the transcripts, because if they did all this cheating, we don't know if the transcripts are going to be accurate.
That's true. And somebody said last night on Freezy panel too.
Well, I mean, right now, that's all we got as far as what's in them transcripts, to hopefully to get the appeal, along with some other things we talked about that hopefully the defense bring up. So, but other than that, the transcripts is definitely the number one, gonna say whether they're gonna approve or deny the appeal. Well, yeah, y'all, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is so sad.
I'm telling you, like I'm back in Jim Crow days. I really do. I feel like Jim Crow days where Black men, got wrongfully convicted and things of that nature. It's like I literally feel like I'm watching this in real time. And I am remembering, because I'm right on the cuff of an X and a boomer, right? So my parents were boomers, and thank God they left Mississippi, right, and went to Chicago. But these were things that they were stopping Black people from doing and having a voice. This is why I'm so glad that we have platforms like this and others, so we can have a voice, because they were literally unaliving our Black men for having a voice. In 1960, that's how we end up migrating to Chicago, is because the KKK ran my daddy out of Mississippi when he joined the NAACP when Medgar Evers got unalived. So I'm telling y'all, like, and we ain't too far removed from that. Okay, when we see cases like in real time, we are not too far removed from that. Them Jim Crow era days, where they was finding any and every way to lynch Black men in the court system, in the criminal justice, wrongly convicted, all of that. Look at men innocent that have helped set them free with being innocent when these people didn't even have DNA. There was no DNA evidence. No witnesses that could point and say it was them. It wasn't the finger saying it was them. And to find out after they done spent 20, 30 years, and this is why I don't want this to happen to Carmelo. 20, 30 years in prison for something he didn't do. Because if that lady is right about that video, and all of them were chasing him and chasing him, and he feared for his life, that's self-defense. According to Texas law.
A lot of people said that. A lot of people said that
Now
that boy was jumped.
we tell against them since they want to
Yeah,
these
it was
laws. They
6
can
boys, but 4 came after him. The 2
Right.
Metcalf twins and
yeah,
2 other boys. He
And
was
I
just
don't
defending
understand.
himself.
And ain't that crazy, y'all, that the lawyer didn't say nothing about that in that courtroom. He didn't even try to speak on that those boys jumped Carmelo.
they knew what they was doing, only showing 2-minute clip and showing it at close range. They knew what they
Yep.
were doing in that court. It was
Instead of
all by
zooming out.
design. Absolutely, to railroad from the door, like you said, from day one, because it was a black young man and a white young man. Now y'all know if the roles would have been reversed, what
They
would you
wouldn't have
been
cared.
hearing that white community saying?
Oh,
Nothing.
self-defense. He was scared too. He was so
Yeah,
scared he didn't know what to do.
yeah,
Yeah.
like this. That's what they would have been out there saying. So we know. But that those rules don't apply to us. The same Texas law, Texas Penal Code 9.31, don't apply to black folk.
Because it wasn't created for us. It wasn't created for us.
Exactly. And
And
we
when
know that the people that these laws and rules don't look like us.
to stand your ground, if somebody's trying to come at you, you're supposed to protect yourself. But they don't see it that way because he's a black man.
Right. Right.
Like he was a black boy.
Yeah, because he was so young.
Like it starts early with the black boys and girls. School to prison pipeline is early with us. That's the difference. That when we put our children in these public schools, we need to realize that is that the education, the public education system is designed to send your child from the school to the prison. Look what, and Carmelo is exactly what they doing. They didn't give a shit about he was a good student.
Yeah.
Let me ask
They
y'all a
didn't give
question.
a,
Why do y'all
he was a
think?
student. They didn't give a shit about none of that.
Why do y'all
I'm sorry,
think?
Denise.
I'm just trying to understand something, y'all. Why did they let all these people come to the school, look at the video, right? But didn't show the video in the courtroom. They chopped it up. They made it blurry. What was the point of y'all showing all these people that live in Texas? Anybody want to see the video was able to see the video. What was their point of doing that if y'all wasn't going to put the whole video in that courtroom and let everybody in that courtroom see what really happened? Because let's say this, because we know the prosecutor, we know the attorney, we know the judge, we know all of them seeing the whole video way before the case started.
Well, I don't think that they didn't have a plan yet. They didn't know how they was gonna screw Carmelo over yet.
Okay.
Because the video probably had them like, we cooked. Well, they cooked. We can't really do nothing. And they said, well, how many people you think saw the video? They looked at that list and maybe I don't know, 50 or so, 100 people maybe saw it. And they said, well, and most of the community already know how to get in line. And they know this. So they think they can pull this off. They didn't have it planned out until after the fact.
Okay. That was a good one. And that's why I believe that they made everybody sign the NDA, because they didn't want nobody to fucking talk until they figure out how the fuck they was going to treat that video.
I didn't know that. They had to sign the NDA?
Yes.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, because I was just thinking, like, why am I just, like, people saw this last year, how come I'm actually finally hearing what's on the video? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
I heard a couple of people say they had to sign the NDA, and I was like, matter of fact, I think I heard one of them court TVs or somebody say that. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah, okay. So
a gag order is an NDA.
Oh.
That's why nobody talked about it.
I thought it was just for the families.
Okay. No, a lot of people seen that video. A lot of people.
No, I mean the gag order.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, but you know the judge put a gag order out. I think that the family couldn't talk, and both sides of the family. I think that certain
but I
things.
didn't know the people had to.
When you get subpoenaed, they can do all that.
I'm talking about the regular people that saw the video.
No, I
Like
don't know about that part, but I know when you get, so say if you're coming up like as a witness, I know when you get subpoenaed, there's certain stuff you can't talk about.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That is true too.
Wait a minute. Are y'all saying that the people that viewed the video had to be under a gag order or sign an NDA or
I
something?
don't think it was on a gag order. I heard when I played it on my platform. I can't remember what video it was. I played so many. That they had to sign an NDA.
I never.
And maybe they couldn't say if they signed the NDA, then they couldn't talk about it until after
Auntie, that's why I said what I said. That's why they made them do it. So because that school already seen that goddamn video. Okay, they already had seen the video, and like the guy just said a while ago, he made a good point. They had to try to get this shit together now. How they was gonna do this shit now? Because they already knew Arthur was in the middle of this bullshit. Okay, they had to figure out some shit here.
Wow. I can't believe everybody risked themselves all for the Metcalf boys though. That's crazy.
No, the way they were looked at in that town, though.
Sharing it now. That's why everybody's sharing the story now, because the case is over now and they can share it.
But the story don't even make sense that the prosecution put together. They made it seem like he came there just to kill.
He didn't come there to kill.
It don't make sense.
He the reason why that tool, I mean the tool he had that he ended up taking Austin's life was like it was a camping tool.
Yeah. It's not
because
even,
his family loves camping.
Oh my gosh, see. And that's what, and I literally said the same thing. Like that was, it's a common thing. It's got all those gears on it. It's got the flashlight, the bottle opener, like, and they let it be called a knife. It's like a little small pocket knife. And like, who do you think? And he stabbed that dude. Who do you even think? Nobody believes that somebody's going to die from a stab from a little knife like that. That was just a freak accident.
And the lady was saying last night on the panel, she think being that when Austin got hit in the chest, nobody knew that because they were so busy running after Carmelo.
Yeah,
Carmelo.
They didn't know until he fell.
That's crazy, and it's weird. They put no accountability. Like, oh, he just pushed him. Blah blah blah. How do you know? And then. Like they just let it.
I don't understand. Let it go. How they tested that they saw, the pushing and the shoving and the words, but they didn't see 4 to 6 men chasing them. They're like how could you not see that? Like all them kids out there, like that,
they perjured themselves. Yeah, this is the.
Yeah,
this is a nightmare for this family, and I can't do nothing for them.
Thank you, Ray.
And we all know the defense attorney had to see the video, and he never even brought up any questioning regarding the witnesses and saying what he saw on the video and question them about what he saw on the video. Based off of versus what they're saying on the stand. Like he didn't challenge nothing when it came to that.
Anybody ever say they seen the video? Because then in court, y'all correct me in the chat too. If y'all, did y'all hear? Because this is what I heard, that they said that Carmelo had his hand in the book bag.
Yeah, they said that. But remember, I had a problem with that because. How's his hand in the book bag when Hunter said last year on that Fox News interview that he came over and took Carmelo's book bag and threw it?
There you go. Thank you.
Yep.
And then on top of that, all the young ladies that went on Freezy live, I never heard one of them say that they seen that video with him with his hand in the book bag. I didn't hear neither one of those women say that.
No.
I think it was hanging. It was kind of like a Swiss Army knife or something like that, and it was hanging off a keychain that was probably on him, which makes sense. So, and it wasn't even in the book bag.
I said that all last week. I said that, and I asked one of my people that I talked to on the back end. I'm like, sis, do you think the knife was ever in the book bag? Because maybe it was never in the book bag. Maybe he already had it in his pants pocket or his hoodie jacket. Because why no one saying that has been coming out saying that they seen him put his hand in the book bag?
Oh, but did y'all catch when that one lady said she saw the video? The older lady, she said, when the police came because they had used the book bag to hunker down the tent or the tarp to keep it from blowing up. And they didn't know it was Carmelo's book bag, and they tossed it to the other police officer.
And they said the bag was closed.
Yes.
Exactly. That's how it ended up where it ended up, because that's the book bag that of Carmelo's that Hunter had picked up and threw. That's the exact book bag.
Yep.
So
Carmelo.
So Hunter threw a book bag. Hunter threw a closed book bag, and then the police officer threw the same bag closed to the other police officer. So I don't know if it came out of that bag.
Yeah, they showed that what was inside the bag. He had hand warmers in there, so that tells me that his family loved camping. Because one of the relatives even said that they love camping.
Well, that knife is just so easy to explain. Like, you can do anything with that tool. Like, it's literally a flashlight. It's literally like I said, you can dig in your nails. You can cut rope with it. Like if it's like maybe a little screwdriver, it's anything that could be in those things. Like the attorney just needs to say, "Hey, guys, this is not a knife. Come on, let's be honest. This is a little toolkit. This has everything. Like my son has one. It was so easy to explain."
Well, they showed a similar tool, right, in court. Now, did any of the people that were in the court, any of the content creators and all that, did they actually say the picture that they showed was the exact same tool that was used? Did y'all hear anybody say that?
I heard on Freezy, yes. I heard that on Freezy panel last night. That one lady or two, I can't remember the whole thing, that she said that they did show the knife.
Well, they showed a replica.
That was a picture.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Of a replica.
What did she say? What did she say again?
No, they said that they showed a replica because he didn't want to wear gloves, because I guess a knife. They didn't want to. I don't know. Put his finger. He didn't want to put gloves on to grab the real one. But they showed the real. So they showed a replica, and then they showed a picture of the real one.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Right, exactly. It wasn't the actual weapon itself. It was a replica of the weapon. But my question was, did any of the content creators or anybody that was in the court, did any of them say that it actually was allegedly the tool that was used? Did you all hear them say?
Yes. I think Nick One Night said that too on one of her things. She was there, yeah.
Okay.
But the prosecutor already established that it was a knife. Like they already made him look like Michael Myers by this point. Yep. So, and you keep saying knife, saying that focus on the tool. It's just like the defense just never called it what it was, like a Swiss Army knife. Like nobody.
I'm watching them talk about the trial and everything especially after he was convicted, right? And I was watching Law and Crime, and they were doing a thing on Carmelo, and they had a thumbnail up. And y'all, when I tell you how mainstream media portrays everything, They
Just for
had
everybody.
they had a thumbnail of a man with this like a longer knife in his hand, like coming down on it. It's just a picture that they paint, right? When after he was convicted, to make him look like he was just like he set out to do that. He planned. He woke up that morning and decided that's what he was gonna do.
Yeah.
It's oh,
Mainstream white media is like that. It's
It don't
crazy.
even make
it's
sense.
so in them so much.
It don't
Oh,
even
yeah,
make sense.
they gotta make shit look bad. That's how some of them is. Some of them is straight up forward, and some of them they just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't even. He didn't know that dude from nobody, and he was sitting down. They came over to him. So how did he plan to kill them? That's crazy. But this is America, man.
Exactly. That's why I think the charge was definitely a railroad, because intent wasn't even proven. It has the prosecutor beyond a reasonable doubt, and in my humble opinion, they didn't do that. What they did was got a bunch of coached teenagers up there to paint a picture, to have them to tear on the heartstrings of the jury, because they said one lady was crying when they was talking about how they saw Austin Wright. They painted that picture. They wanted to control that narrative. The juror went off of everything from the setup from the beginning to listening to a bunch of teenagers decide if Carmelo is guilty or not.
Absolutely.
And they definitely made sure that they were majority of the ones they called were black, to show that the family's not racist and all that stuff. That's what they did.
Yeah. The bootlickers. They called the blackers up to the stand. They got up there.
Do we know which ones was how many were black? I didn't know. I don't know the racial black.
They said that the Metcalf coach, he was black. Eddie's biracial. He's black and something else. And they but a lot of the people they called, majority of the people they called were black. So that's what they said.
Oh.
So the prosecution definitely knew what they were doing.
Wow. This was crazy.
Wow. Yeah. And somebody else in here, somebody in the chat is literally saying it's true about that Judge Cockrose dropped the charges from Lane.
Yep, I believe it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They said that the KKK was in the courtroom and they had them outside of the courtroom. They
Oh Lord, boy, tell me you're lying.
yeah. They said that what was her name? Nika and Nike said that there was a lady that kept coming in and out of the courtroom. She was stirring stuff out outside.
Oh, her name is Sarah J.
Yeah. You right. I heard that too. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I ain't gonna call no names. But yeah.
Yeah, and she said that the people that was with the two guys that was watching her, protecting her, was Proud Boys, a part of the KKK.
Oh,
I have her name. I have her name.
Yeah.
Don't say it over here. I know. I ain't talking about. Yeah.
And she was
But y'all
stirring stuff up.
This is who that Dr. King was talking about. When he made that last speech that got him unalive, he was talking about the two Americas, the difference between America for our white counterparts and the difference in America for us being black in America.
Yep.
The two Americas. This is a prime example. The same judge that just gave Carmelo Anthony 35 years let a convicted felon go for threatening to unalive Carmelo Anthony.
And that
imagine that.
Record, everything, but you gave him 35 fucking years.
Yeah, this is the worst thing I've seen in a long. Yeah, I can't even imagine. I've seen some bad stuff, but
y'all let that sit. Why y'all always want to get on platforms and talk about it's not about race and we shouldn't make it about race. Y'all let it sink in.
Y'all
let that sink in. Really just
No, America's
Spent
always
4 years, was a part of the insurrection on January the 6th. And then Trump pardoned all those people from the insurrection of January the 6th. And the same judge lets the white man go from the charges he was facing. Drop the charges, really? But you just get 17-year-old 35
Knowing
years.
that he's a part of the
Okay.
KKK and he gonna be out there doing more ignorant shit. They let him go.
ain't no
So
consequences.
so do anybody know when he was released? Was he released today?
Probably, because I just heard this morning that he reduced the charges. That's why I'm like, oh my God, please don't tell me that he
But trust
that
me,
he let
somebody
him.
on Facebook, they'll know, honey, because Facebook be popping over there.
Because the difference in dropping the charges, because I said, okay, I knew he dropped the bond, right, from $1 million to 250,000, which means it's only 25,000 for him to get out. He probably bonded himself out. This is what I'm really hoping, that it's only he bonded out, not that the charges were dropped. So there's a difference. So I'm really hoping.
I don't,
Go ahead.
No, because they already got the guy Chud. What is it, Chud the builder? He works with him, and his team had already raised the 25,000. I heard for him.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they work together.
Yeah, that don't surprise me. That don't surprise me. And I heard
I can believe that.
bond was denied. I heard the judge denied Chud the builder's bond.
Well,
as it should be.
Yeah, they found out that he actually, I believe, shot the guy before the guy attacked him.
Yes.
Mercy.
Yeah, so his whole case falling apart. I don't think he getting out for a while. That's
as he shouldn't.
No,
as he shouldn't.
And this is
they always make people out of us. He needed a example out of that. If you white and you racist and you commit crime, then what's gonna happen to you against somebody that's black?
Yeah,
How about that?
I'm surprised they going this hard on him, but they're not playing with him.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we need to see the clown.
He had a rope out there when they showed him on the mainstream media. Didn't want to cover it, but they surely was out there covering the black people out there. Oh, they're just out there acting crazy and making a fool out of themselves. Not what it was.
Exactly. Yep, I ain't hardly seen no cover Chud the builder until he actually went to jail. That's the only time when they start talking about it.
Yeah, those racists are crazy. What's his name? The guy that's in Carmelo Sound.
Jake Lang is the guy.
Yeah. I was watching. I was watching a little bit of Nika Knight's live, and she was doing some really good coverage, and it was so crazy that the Black Panthers had to surround her. She was crying, like she had gotten her car. The girl was so shook up.
Yeah,
like,
they love to. They weak and they cowards. They love to intimidate women for the most part. When they see a woman is unprotected, a black woman is unprotected, then they want to bully and they want to threaten and they want to do all of that stuff to scare her, to keep her mouth closed from doing her content, to make her run and go away. They are cowards. If that had been a bunch of black men standing around there, I doubt if it would have been the same results. They did that to Nika Knight because she was a black woman alone. Race.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the Black Panther
stood up the party for her. Shout out to them for that.
Man, you forget about them, but I felt so good to see them there. I wish I wouldn't mind donating to them too. We have to start really start looking out for each other because this is not looking good. I think Carmelo is going to be the first of many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, he's not even the first, but I think they're just moving the goalposts. They're remaking the laws and moving the laws. They don't care about the laws, the Constitution, and none of this stuff. It's not for us.
It doesn't for us. It was only for them to punish us.
And the president wanted to tear up the Constitution anyway. So
you don't do. You do what I say do. That's their ideology.
Yep.
You do what they do, not what I do.
And I can and I would have definitely, I have the personality, I would have definitely reacted like Carmelo. Who the hell is you talking to? Make me move.
Right.
I ain't going nowhere. It's another 17-year-old. And they're like, if he would have just got up, what is he?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
And his ground. Who are you? Now, if Austin would have got left and got a coach or somebody or another adult, now we can have that conversation. But you don't own this tent here. Like, who do you think you are to tell me move when I actually was invited here? And how about I was here last week too? Who do they think they are? They always think that they have a right to insert themselves when it comes to Black people.
Well,
Right.
Them same we all be trending in the chat saying stuff. If you them type, they insert themselves into Black conversation.
Yeah, he was a baby Karen, and he found out. Yeah, they think they own stuff, but
I'm so dumb. I'm so sick of them. I don't know what.
I don't know. Some white people telling the truth, but not enough. But
Yeah, like we do have some white allies speaking on this matter, and shout out to them for that. I appreciate that. But for the ones that are racist that aren't, fuck y'all.
Tell the truth.
and like you said, we need to do some house cleaning, like with that Charleston White stuff. We should not let that go.
Let's tell you,
We gotta start handling brothers like this,
man. Bootlegging that's gonna go over there, support it, buy them damn t-shirts and everything else. And that's another thing. I'm sick of them bootlegs too. Fuck y'all too.
Yeah. They're even trying to sell some t-shirts with Carmelo's face inside of a watermelon. That's what I heard.
I mean, they can do whatever. I mean, but like that stuff don't even bother me. I'm used to it now. I'm just like, you can do whatever you want to do, but we got to start taking care of these people that.
Yes, man, this is why try to have all of the security around him that he has. See, because all he got to do is go in the right neighborhood and see brother catch fade.
Oh yeah,
it's that fade.
But he's gonna run into somebody who don't care about that security. Like, something has to happen. There has to be consequences for stuff like that. He's played with this boy life, and I wish
nothing like a
parents
stop with the over to the Anthony's. Now he back over with the Madcaps. You trading, boot licking, step and fetch it. Listen.
Well,
I'm sick.
We'll just say a prayer for the family. Maybe they'll get some strength and just keep pushing. I'm a bow out.
I agree with you on that. I definitely agree with you on that because they need all the strength that they can get at this point. You know what I mean? They really do. We just gotta keep them in prayer and stuff because right now, man, we can't even say what's going on behind closed doors in their house because we really don't even know. But I can imagine.
Yeah, I know they under a lot of and pressure and everything, and my heart do go out to them, and I do pray for them, just like I pray for Carmelo. But man, I just need y'all to just get the strength to do a little bit more. Come through for your son. Fight. I know you fight, but you gotta fight harder. You gotta fight harder. Listen. Your son's life is at stake here. Y'all do your due diligence, do your research, Mr. and Mrs. Anthony. Even on the attorneys y'all got now, ask the right questions.
Yep.
Y'all got to do part two. Do the due diligence. Do your due diligence. Fight for your son. His life literally is at stake.
And you got to stop Dominique for talking on behalf of the family. They do not want him talking on behalf of them.
Wait, he's still with the family?
No. but he's still doing these interviews.
Yeah, he showed up to the courthouse after he got fired. So he's still trying to get his name out there.
He showed up that he $10,000 to appeal. But listen, talk is cheap. Talk is like,
It's just weird they chose him. I mean, we all know that Jesse Jackson passed, but they could have. Is Al Sharpton still
He's been
alive?
mighty quiet. I ain't heard nothing from Al Sharpton. But maybe I'm
listen,
wrong.
people like, if it don't benefit them and line their pockets with some, they ain't coming. Okay?
Because when it was Trayvon Martin, Al Sharpton was out there.
Oh yeah.
George Floyd, he was out there.
He left New York, baby.
They got pockets line. You got to understand. They have a arterial behind everything they do and who they choose to advocate for. Right?
Yeah,
it's real. And what they say, all camping ain't skin folk.
Yeah,
ain't that the same?
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like I don't know. They needed somebody like Tamika Mallory, somebody like that.
What happened? Been awfully quiet to Tamika Mallory. I haven't heard anything.
They say when like an advocate, like a lot of people didn't want to test themselves to it because they knew what Dominique gives. So I found out about a case that he did prior from the podcast I watched from that attorney that's advising the Anthony's. Do you know that lady who was she was paralyzed from the waist down? She had a baby, and the baby was like not eating properly. Well, the baby wasn't gaining the proper weight, and she wanted the doctors wanted to do something, but she wanted to, but the baby was already on a special plan by its pediatrician. But the emergency room was like, no, we want to do this, and like, no, he's on a plan, and so they called social services, and they came and took her baby. And they tried to, and so she got Dominique to be her advocate, and he made it into a race thing in like a town like this town, and now she hasn't had her baby in like 3 years because he made it into a race thing. He wasn't advocating for her properly, and nobody wanted to.
So
touch
this
it.
woman, she was black.
Yes.
And what year was this? What year was this? Because I need to look this up.
This is 3 years ago. Like the baby should be 3 now.
That ain't long. Wow. But I'm gonna say this: when you talk about the Al Sharptons, the Crumps, and all those, and the Tamika Mallory, all people, y'all notice that they come after the person has been unalive, right? Because they see dollars. We gonna sue the city. We gonna sue police department. We gonna sue whoever we gonna sue. Because if I'm advocating out here for you boots on the ground, I gotta have something for advocating you. So they come after the fact. They kind of like the police come after the damn crime has been committed.
Wow.
Okay, so you see none of them on a case like this. You got to have the type of advocate that is not expecting for their pockets to be lined because there is no funds coming in from the family. They can't even collect donations unless they find some other avenue to do it. So if you find pockets, help you out.
So let me ask you a question. The advocates, right? Do you have to pay them or they're free?
Some of them get paid a fee, like Al Sharpton. Of course, we know Ben Crump, Lee Mayer. A lot of them get, of course, they get a percentage of it once they win the case. I think the Crump is on some big case now for a guy that they neglected in the prison or something, and now they sued the prison for millions of dollars or whatever. Trump is his attorney. So when you gonna sue to get some money, that's when they coming.
I found the case.
Okay, what is it, baby?
It's Jocelyn Sanders. If you can find a video, it was out of Denton County, and Dominique was the activist for her, and it went left.
Auntie, find that
And
case
she
and send it to me.
okay, she still don't have her baby now to this day.
Yes, you don't have her baby.
Wow.
And y'all, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think being in his reputation is not good? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Do y'all think that's why he didn't want to get too out in the public like that with this family, with the case? Like, you know, with the attorneys and stuff and all of that stuff? Because, and I say that because normally when an advocate is there for the family, right? They make sure everything is going smooth. They talk to the people that's involved, see how things is looking. And I say that because we had an advocate here one time, and the lady had caught a DFC case, whatever they call that shit. And she worked with her. You know, she talked to the worker. She went to court with them. As long as you give the advocate permission to, you know, have correspond with the people and stuff like that, they will do that. And so that's why I was asking y'all, like, when he was saying, like, you know, she wanted to go with the white lawyer. I didn't pick anyone for her. She chose the white lawyer, but damn, you was her advocate. You couldn't tell her that you felt like that was not a good decision. Like, you was her advocate. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what the fuck?
Right. I think we're trying to go for the what's that the movie The Time to Kill situation where Samuel Jackson specifically picked Matthew McConaughey, a white man, to get him off for killing the white guy that raped his baby girl, right? I think they were trying to come from that perspective because you know, in that movie, Samuel Jackson was trying to show Matthew McConaughey that all white people got some form of racism or bias in them. So I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna put you up in the light and let you see what the black experience is. I'm gonna hire you to be my lawyer. You gonna fight for me and get me off. So then when Matthew McConaughey started seeing all the snakes moves they was doing and how they was trying to railroad Samuel Jackson, he caught on. He caught on to it. Right. So I think that's the perspective they was trying to get a white attorney because it'll look better. Then it'll not look like it's about race. You know what I mean? That's why I think they did.
I mean, it's not a bad way of thinking. If it's the race, I can see why they would think that if they would have found a good white attorney.
I agree, Meds. With nothing wrong with hiring a white attorney, but it's got to be the right one that's gonna fight for you. They didn't ask the questions. Have you ever, had a client back? Have you ever, been on a trial and advocated for a black person? What was the outcome? How many cases? How many cases have you won? How many cases have you? What was the scenario? Were any of them criminal? It's just so many questions could have been asked, Yeah, but I get it.
And they compare. It could have been smart. You could have did both because they had two attorneys.
Yeah, the other guy was from what they said, the other guy was better on
Shook. Oh, listen, Shook. y'all want to talk about Shook? Shook was on two cases where two black men were killed in Texas. I know y'all remember the Gasper guy, right? That happened in the 80s. Y'all don't know. Y'all might not have been born. I don't know. But the one that the white supremacists tied to their truck and drugged him until his body parts fell to pieces. His last name is Jasper. I forget his first name. And then the
Well,
other
look,
guy,
y'all,
Brandon
somebody
Keller.
said the charges is dropped. Somebody said Carmelo Anthony trial judge, jury, Judge Roach just provoked hate. Charges is dropped.
Mm. I am not surprised.
Romans 3. That is crazy.
Right, the Jasper guy Shook was on that trial, and then but it was just no way they could deny those white guys. They end up going to prison, but he was on that trial fighting for them. And then then these two white boys had killed another black man. He by the name of Brandon McClellan there in Texas. Shook was on advocating for those and got those two young men off. They actually got off. Okay. So again, that's why we got to be careful with the white people. We hire to do things for us. I get it for optics, but it's more when it comes to this, it got to be more than just optics. You know, it can't be we just want to do it for the optics and for the look, and you ain't looking into the substance person.
Yeah.
You know,
Lord,
like
y'all,
for real.
I got a headache. I cannot believe that they done dropped these charges over this man. What in the world is going on here?
This is more proof of the two Americas. He's literally showing the difference in how we get treated and how they get treated. Like this Judge Cockroach, right?
Yep.
I'm down for Matt.
That's the crazy.
Not people.
I said KKK members was inside the freaking courthouse and outside of the courthouse, and the white lady kept coming in there, and she had two goons that was KKK.
And one of the ladies on the panel last night said she went to court on a Saturday there, and she said one white lady was sitting beside her, had a phone, and she was texting.
Yeah, and they said no phone calls, no cell phones, none of that stuff. But she had her phone.
She had her phone. Showed did. That lady said on the panel last night. One of them young ladies said it last night that she was in there sitting beside her, watching her notes and texting, honey.
And how about the fact that they were in Carmelo's when Carmelo trial was going on? How about the fact that Mr. Metcalf was sitting in the back telling a young man up there on the stand what to say, nodding his head, yes and no?
Yeah,
I heard that.
Too.
I literally
no cameras or nobody that can show.
They said they actually witnessed it, but it never got back to the courts.
And look, the girl even said on the panel last night that the lady was sitting beside her texting worked in the courtroom. I said, well, I'll be damned.
And had there been me sitting next to him, I'd have reported that shit. Because believe me, if it was us doing it.
No, wouldn't nothing been done. Now me, I'm going to be honest, Auntie. I wouldn't have reported. I wouldn't have said a damn thing.
No, I think it was reported.
For the sake of having it on the record, because if it was them, they do it to us. To have it on record that you
I know that, but what I'm saying, I know that, but what I'm saying, I wouldn't have wasted my time for one and wouldn't have got nowhere. For two, I'm in a racist fucking town. For three, I don't want no confrontation with this white bitch. And for four, I ain't going to jail.
I don't care. I would have.
I was just going to keep texting.
No, the girl, she did report it. Like from what
good.
I got, but like nothing happened.
Yeah, see, that's why I want to say that.
Reported it. If we always continue to have that mindset, I'm not gonna do nothing because they ain't gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing because they ain't gonna do nothing. We cannot do that. Because at some point, somebody got to say something, and somebody got to respond, and somebody actually got to do that.
Remember, if I'm in a state doing a high profile case like this in another state, and I don't live here, I got to protect myself, meaning my mental, my peace, and I want to make it back home safe with my children. I don't want to get even though my kids is grown, they don't live with me, but I want to make it back to my children, and I don't want to have no confrontations that I had to call my children, tell my kids I'm all the way down here in another state and I'm being arrested. So for that matter, that's why I want to say anything. Now, if it was a big trial in my state, yeah, I probably would have. But in another state that I'm not even from and don't know nobody, I have to always think logical when it comes to things like that.
Yeah.
I would have thought logical if it was on the moon. I still would have said something. And you're right. I understand your point of view about saying being in another state and all. But if somebody want to accost you or come in your face because you reported them and want to start some trouble, within you be within your right to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Period. Point blank.
They was treating Nick Minaj. They was treating that girl wrong as hell.
Yeah, they said that she was getting followed from the courtroom, to the courtroom. They had like cars.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They was treating that girl bad. Even she said she felt
Queen
like
Sheba said the same thing.
Yep, Queen Sheba did. And Queen Sheba even said one night said that when they left the courtroom in the evening, they would go somewhere else to going back to their hotel because they felt like they was being followed.
I think Nick had to change hotel.
They was trying to intimidate them. They was trying to scare them. They cowards. They did it to women that were by themselves, didn't have no protection. That's who they did it to.
I agree.
I mean, look at the Jake Lang. Who faces was he all in? I think one guy got in his face, but he was mainly in women's faces, talking crap to women. They are cowards.
I'm just wondering how these people, who hires these people? Like, I mean, how do they pay their bills? Like, what company is hiring these people outside of this?
Yeah.
Or
it's the same company that go with their ideology. Okay, them same kind of hardcore right-wing MAGA conservatives.
Yep.
They all believe they all over, and they protect theirs.
Yep.
We like this woman because Nika at Night said that the courtrooms was locked, but this woman was still able to get in. Is crazy.
She was white, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was white, and she, and Nika at Night said that she was a race baiter, and she was still able to get in after they unlocked the door, and she was sitting next to the Metcalf family, talking to the family members and everything.
Wow.
So but that lady was their mouthpiece.
Yep.
She was the one that's blogging.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I saw that. She had her uncle with her for a while. Yeah, I saw that. But yeah, when racially rated trials and things of that nature, it is best, I would say, for the female content creators to go with some type of male protection.
Yeah, I would never travel to another state by myself to do a case. I will make sure I will have some protection with me, especially dealing with a high profile case like this.
See that messing with her when the Black Panther Party came, right?
Yeah, they came and helped her out. I mean, and they stood around her car when she went into her car because the police officers down there, sheriffs and stuff, wasn't doing nothing.
Nope.
The majority of them were all white. She said majority of them are white.
Yeah, they all listen. It's like them little small hick sundown towns where everybody knows each other name and business and know their mom and who married and who shot John and all that. That's the type of town they is. They protect and look out for their own by any means necessary, even if it means lying.
Yeah,
even if it lying.
She said anybody that was reporting the fact, she said this white lady was out there saying that she was getting death threats and people were trying to hurt her, and she made all this stuff up on her live. And and then they saw that Neek said the same thing, that if she was in there, she was doing like her stuff like later in the day when she got back to her hotel. The white lady had went online and said that she was lying and making stuff up, and but they didn't agree with what they wanted to say.
Talking about what's her name, the Sarah lady?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And was she picking on anybody?
Yeah, she was picking on anybody who didn't want to go with the same story that she was putting out. And she had the Proud Boy. She had two goons out there. That's what Nika Nice said. That were KKK members, and they were out there intimidating people in the line.
She did say
Who
that.
was trying to get into the courtroom.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, she did say that.
And they had guns on them and everything. And the sheriffs and police officers didn't do nothing. You would go and tell them, and it was like they didn't care.
And that's it. I'm sorry. Listen, I wouldn't expect them to protect me or do anything for me, right? But that's me. Baby. Listen, last time I was out protesting and getting up in white folk face, toe to toe, 10 toes down, is when George Floyd got unalived.
Yep.
That's the last time. And I'm like Carmelo, threaten me. Go ahead, shoot your best shot and see what happened.
He was minding his
That
business.
part.
He was on his phone, sitting down, waiting for the rain to stop so he could go back to the field. The Meth Cab boys wasn't even supposed to be there, and they weren't even participating in the freaking track meet at all. If it wasn't for that coach calling them and telling them to come, they should have been at home. And and knowing how the daddy gets down, he probably wouldn't even have them in trouble. They probably was just at home, suspended, doing whatever they wanted to do.
I don't even think. Do they even live with their father? I don't think they father in their life like that.
No,
Yeah,
the mom.
no, they
The
didn't
mom
live with
had
their
a
mama.
boyfriend. That's what Nika at Night said. The mom got a boyfriend, and the dad's Jeff Metcalf said he lives 12 minutes away from him because he's a wife beater.
Yeah,
So-
like she left him a long time ago when she had the kids. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I heard he was locked up because he beat her or something. Somebody was saying.
Oh wow.
He also SA'd somebody.
Yeah, and
White
jumped on.
media is not covering it though, and I'm not
The
shocked.
boy-
They're not covering it.
That's why it's up to us. That's why it's like I see people, other content creators getting that background, pulling up that stuff and telling people what is. Because listen, if we have to fight fire with fire. We cannot sit here and be docile. So when I see these content creators pulling up that rap sheet on me, I'll be clapping. I'm glad. Pull it up.
Yep.
See, because they always want to talk about and our records and what we do or whatever. And they're literally out here turning Carmelo into some roguish thug or whatever. But mainstream media ain't gonna do it. We have to do it on platforms like this. Oh, he's a convicted felon for messing with the age kid. Oh, you's a whole pedo. You a whole pedo. Why you were talking about?
They said that Judge Roach got a essay charge on him, and that's why he's retiring next year.
Yep, it's you. Yep, somebody pulled up his stuff, and I love it. I love to see it. See, because they always want to paint the narrative and make us the poster child for everything nefarious, when we know that they have a background for doing it. They always paint the picture that Black people are the most violent, hostile, nefarious people there is on the face of the earth, when honestly they are, and they know they are. Their history has shown that they are.
Somebody just put on Facebook, right? They said, look, y'all, this is Austin Hunter's wonderful father. And they put his charges up.
Put the jug next. And the doggone, somebody exposed, was it the prosecutor guy and the DA they got SA charges and that they settled.
Yeah.
Like and they always want to, they are so hypocritical. They always want to talk about how awful we are when they know in actuality they do and commit some of the most heinous crimes.
Yeah.
If Mr. Man want to bring up numbers talking about 78% of fathers ain't in the household, which is a lie. And how about Mr. May Metcalf, you ain't even in your home right now.
Shoot, the mama got a They said that the dude that she's with is like she said has to be 15 or 10 years younger than she is.
And he
That's
left
what
us.
Nice said.
He's now he left her a single mother. So you got to be a part of the population of the daddies that walk away.
Carmelo and his mama are still together since high school, and that's what they said.
Right. But again, try to paint these narratives to make us the poster child for everything nefarious. That is why they need to be exposed every time, because they all, 9 times out of 10, they all got records in doing something nefarious. They all do. But what they do is deflect. They gaslight and deflect us into making the masses think that it's us that is the worst. See, he don't want to get down to statistics and numbers. No. What race of people does the most mass shootings?
White people.
If you okay, what race of people has the most? What race of people have the most serial killers?
White people.
Okay. So when they want to talk about black crime and black on black this, and we know that that's in regards to proximity. Right. It's white on white crime, it's on Hispanic crime, Asian on Asian crime. It's proximity that makes that happen. Most of the time when somebody unalives somebody, is somebody of the same race. Most of the time. See, but they try to deflect and gaslight, right?
Yep.
And try to reverse that people.
It definitely made Jeff Metcalf feel some way to see that Carmelo and his parents were still together. They go on trips. They have a the dad has a even though the mom doesn't work, that the dad has a good paying job. That definitely pissed Jeff Metcalf off. Like, oh, well, how dare they think that these black people think that they're better than us and they move into our neighborhoods, because he brought up that
exactly.
When he was speaking.
And them people that are down with them over there, they know he's a woman beater. They know he's a pedo. They know he's a M of a child. They know that he was not a good father. He did not set a good example. They know that. They know that. But they stick together even when they wrong.
Yep.
You see the difference? They stick together even when they wrong. They know that. You see, Nancy Grace didn't bring up none of that crap. It takes people on social media, black media, to bring up all of that history on Mr. Metcalf and on those DAs and that judge and such. All the time.
There's no reason why Nancy Grace is known to go hard on people who have had a history of SA, but Jeff Metcalf is on his show. Her show that is crazy.
She advocates for who she wants to advocate for. Like I said, she had a baby when O.J. Simpson was acquitted of the charges. She complained, because there was so many blacks on the jury. But you ain't got nothing to say about the non-blacks that wasn't on Carmelo's jury, though. Okay, nothing.
Yeah. I don't like how people are trying to paint this.
It wasn't all white people. It was a Mediterranean and an Indian and a Hispanic looking and
exactly what she said.
We know that. Like, we know that. But we know their ideology and they thinking is,
and they're gonna vote with white people. So it is what it is. Because they
actually white themselves. Okay? If you want to conjure it. They want to be white themselves, and they usually are white, right-wing, hardcore mega people. They usually are.
Just like the other Somalian people who voted for Trump, and Trump ended up getting their ass out of the damn the little mall area out there in Minnesota.
In that part, they don't want to be a person of color until it's convenient for them to be. Now they're a person of color. And then they want people like us to advocate for them. I wish I would. I wish I would.
They ain't checking for
Because
us.
when
I'm
we
not gonna
need
check for
people,
them.
y'all ain't out there. I don't see y'all out there advocating when we need y'all. Not at all. So yeah, we're sitting a lot of these situations out when it comes to other people that claim they a person of color. Now we gonna sit this one out. Go ahead and handle your business. I'm gonna sit back and eat my tater chips and watch the shit show. Mm-mm.
Because
Baby,
that
when I'm
went
telling you,
viral
when y'all,
last year. They were talking about, why aren't black people coming into the defense of the Somalian people who are getting taken out of their homes, because y'all wouldn't do it for us.
and it's people like you said for Trump. They are right wing MAGA people. Bootlicks. Step and fetches. Yes, a master weed sick. Is weed sick, master? They can miss me with it. Never again. Never again. This situation, yes, I'm gonna give it all I got. I actually sent a couple of days ago and sent Mr. Anthony some money on his books. I don't have a way to get into the Anthony family until something happens where that situation can be helped, and I'll help them out as well. But right now I can help them, their son, in any way I can by sending him. We could send them care packages. We can write them letters. We could put some on his commissary, y'all.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Yeah.
He's going to be protected in there by the Muslims. The Muslims don't play that stuff.
That's what we now all praying that this appeal gets approved.
Yep.
But we know everything is on the line. It's, you know, as much as even now that the verdict has been handed down, even much as it is now, we still keeping it in a light that it needs to be kept in. And I really hope that the Anthonys are watching certain content creators, and so are their attorneys. They might learn something.
Well, the Nick at Night says that he spoke to that she spoke to the dad on the phone.
Yeah, she did.
Oh well, that's good.
Yeah, she said she wanted him to come on the show, but he said he needs to take some time for his family, which we all understand.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
And it's weird with Carmelo that the attorney told him not to take the stand.
I am not my parents and grandparents. I'm different.
Yep.
I'm different. I raised my son to be different. And like I said, is a young black man. If this could have anybody, y'all.
Yep.
That it couldn't have to anybody in a certain situation when they back is against the wall.
Yeah. And for the black people out there saying, oh, well, why didn't he just fight him? Why didn't he just fight him? Why had to pull out a weapon? I'm looking like, well, he was by himself. The guy he had been hanging out with for almost close to a year done switched up on him like he didn't know him. Didn't say nothing, egging it on. What do you expect him to do?
Yeah. And how because 4 to 6 of them was on one person.
Yeah.
How about that?
So crazy.
See,
man.
again, that are up there talking, and Judge Joe Brown used to be my friend, but I'm so over and done with him. The shit about I am so like literally done with him. Like, yeah, man. And you a judge, and you're only going by what you heard in that court. You have no idea that is more rubber than meets the road to this case.
Yeah.
But you said those things about that young black man. like he was some hardcore thug criminal. Yeah, me too, DC Fly. I'm over JJB.
I've been
For
done
real.
seen through Judge Joe Brown.
Oh, yeah.
I know
yeah.
From the way out he was on the show,
dog,
from the way out he would treat the black
dog.
people.
But it's like and Dana, my girl, right? Like I'm a mod on her channel. Dana with the data. Shout out to her. She my girl. But Judge O'Brien, and I done sat on her platform and had many conversations with Judge O'Brien. Then I met him in person. Talked to him. We took pictures. Like had conversations with Judge Joe Brown. I call you out on this one, sir. Because you are so wrong. You don't have all the facts, sir. And in the court of law, we need to have all the facts. You need to know and realize that when a young black man gets railroaded by the system that was designed to do it.
Judge
Sir.
Hatcher did the same thing. Judge Hatcher, she made a crazy statement about Carmelo Anthony too, without all the facts. It's just embarrassing.
I heard that. It's like so many people that
Yeah, it's like everybody turning. Like our own people.
Entity, you respect them, right? These are two black judges, retired black judges, right? So like, but literally, and because they don't have access and not watching social media to know that there is a out there that actually shows something different.
Yeah. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
Yeah.
We just gonna keep this family in our prayers.
I heard twins know somebody or something. You're right. So they listen. Carmelo wouldn't have a chance against them. Come on, let's be real about that. You know, like, yeah, it's so much that Judge Hatchett and Judge O'Brien don't even know to this case. They're only looking at what was presented to them, and as judges, that's why they make this decision they made. Because they only looking at what was presented to them, which was a railroad. Like
The original judge that was supposed to be on the case before Roach was black, and they got rid of her.
Shit, they doxed that damn judge.
Yep.
I remember
It's go to how racist they are.
And it was she was supposed to be, and it wasn't supposed to be in Collin County. It was supposed to be there. That's why they moved it.
That I think Texas is where I'm at. I'm in an open carry state, and it's with me at all times. Because I wish a ninja would. I'm gonna be within my right. I'm sure I'm within my. I know my rights in the state that I live in, but I'm also on that wish a ninja would. Because baby, I want to meet they maker. You understand? No doubt about it. Today, I ain't my ancestors or my mom and daddy or my grandmom and daddy. I'm not them. We're not in the days or ages where I gotta cross the street when I see you because you think you gonna bully me.
Yep.
You carry, I gotta run it too.
Yeah. Try me if you want to.
I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'll take my chances.
Mm-hmm.
I got family, I got backup, got a little money. It's okay. I can buy me a good attorney. Don't try it with me. Not even try it. It's a new day. I'm not playing. So I say
I'm gonna get up off of here.
They run. They pick on these women that be by themselves, these bullies, big old men from the right. Pick on these women. They are cowards.
Yep.
They are. But let them see 2 or 3 black men. They the ones getting on the other side of the street now.
Yeah.
Because they scared.
Wow. Well, anybody that can, send money to him for his little canteen, that's a help for him, especially for his mom right now. Yeah.
Because they're definitely going to need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't know if the daddy working again, or is he?
I don't know. I don't know if the dad or the mom is working right now. I'm not really
Well,
sure.
the mom will stay at home, but I know. But the dad lost his a good paying job. He at that dealership, that car dealership.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
And it was a real good. He had a full severance thing and all that stuff. And I don't know if he's trying to fight for them to give him his benefits and and pay for letting for having them let him go and all that stuff.
I'm sure he got a severance, and hopefully he had a little something to nest egg, saved, and even maybe a 401k or whatever if the company offered that. And I get it, but how long is that? Are they going to be able to live off that? And hopefully, too, they got family members that can step up and help them financially as
Something's
well.
telling me that he's not going to be able to get a job out in Frisco, Texas, or anywhere in Texas.
Yeah, he might have to relocate.
Yeah,
because they're not going to hire him. Everybody knows who he is, and we know a lot of those companies down there are very racist down there.
That's why I said when it's all done and over, they need to leave that state. Period.
Just start over somewhere new. Just make sure you're able to, to go see your son or something. I'm on the regular son, because there's no way they're going to try to hire the dad. Or the mom in Texas.
Right.
That he gets this new trial, he gets its appeal and get this new trial, and then new evidence can be presented. Hence that video. Improve self-defense. And Carmelo get on that stand and speak for himself and tell his story, because it deserves to be told. It deserves to be told. It really
absolutely.
And maybe he can get self-defense and walk out of there a free man.
Yeah.
A free man, not no manslaughter. Because if it happened the way they say it happened on that tape, it's defense.
Yeah. This was definitely fixed. They came in. They had this plan months out before the trial, even who they was gonna call and everything, and made sure that they struck when it came to the black jury. They made sure that they struck anybody that was who was an educator, because they know the educators are around kids all day and they know about bullying. And they know about, that'll be one person there and a whole bunch of people trying to jump on you.
Yeah, that's true.
Discrimination, that's literally still discriminating against the teachers. Okay, what if, like the example that, who was that trying to get at the example? I forgot who I was listening to, and they gave an example. I think it was that black attorney that was on talking to she was a black judge, actually, retired female judge. And she said, well, that's just like if a painter or a construction worker was facing the same charges, but then you have a jury that comes there and they happen to do construction. And they're painters. So what, you're going to refuse because of that?
Oh, yeah, I played that on my platform. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I remember that attorney. Yeah, she did say that.
She was actually a judge. She's a retired judge. But I didn't even think about it in that way. But I was like, you know what? She got a point.
Yeah, she did say that.
So because I'm an editor, I can't sit on and do my civil duty that I pay taxes to do, and you call me to do, but now you're going to take that away from me because the young men involved were students, and it happened on, I guess, some type of school property. So that means I can't make a clear judgment? No, you're really doing that because I'm a black teacher is what you're doing. I'm a black educator. Yeah. And you know that 9 out of 10, it would have been hung jury at least. Because I wouldn't have gave in. I don't give a damn what. We can sit here until this time next week. My word is my word.
Yeah.
I don't see.
They said there was supposed to be 3-week trial, and then it turns out to be a week trial. Like they just hurry up and then did the verdict that day, and then in the sentencing the same day. So that told you there was nothing that he could do or defense team could have did to change their mind.
Nothing.
Yeah.
It was already by design, already set up. The word go.
We're gonna make an example out of this young black man, because there he killed this young white boy. He had his whole future ahead of him, and that's how it comes off.
Like Carmelo didn't. He didn't have his whole future ahead of him. And now you want to take that away because offended himself? You want that away
as less.
Exactly. You want to take that away because he stood up for himself and defended himself against several bullies.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get up off of here. But before I get up off here, I want to say thank you so much for coming on my panel today. I appreciate you for coming. You always welcome. You and I forgot the other guy name. What was his name, y'all?
Meds.
If you in the chat, thank you too for coming up, expressing. You always welcome. Just tell me to drop the link. I know who y'all two are.
Okay.
Most willing, happy to drop the link for y'all because I love that y'all input on everything that y'all gave today. Y'all was respectable. Y'all was fair, and I appreciate the both of y'all. And I will be back Monday because y'all know I take Saturdays and Sundays off. I gotta get my mental back right, y'all.
Yeah.
You tired, Nisi Poo. But Nisi Poo, I want to thank you for covering this and you always, coming and bringing knowledge and speaking up for the people and having something positive to say and give on your platform. And this is why I love coming over here and having these conversations with you, is because of that. And I appreciate all the other content creators that are covering it too. And we are standing 10 down with Carmelo and with the Anthony family. Please know that family. We love y'all. We got y'all in prayer. We praying for you all. We praying for Carmelo that he stay safe where he is and that he will get the justice he deserves. That's what we are praying for you, Anthony.
Father, that they're safe coming in and out of their house, going out of their house. While they're out in public, taking care of business, whatever they do, they're staying safe with their children. They don't be attacked by anyone, so let's keep them in prayer also, because they're not in a good space right now,
Absolutely. So, every chance y'all
get. Y'all can. My link is in the chat.
Okay.
Every chance y'all get on y'all platforms, please big up Carmelo, because he's not some criminal thug. Please talk about his accolades that he have. Please talk about the future that he has. That's what we got to do to keep them up.
Right. Absolutely.
I didn't like the mugshot neither they put out. That made me upset.
Yeah, I ain't like that neither.
They had him looking like a slave, and people were saying that in the comments.
Oh yeah, I seen a lot of comments say that too. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I ain't like the way that was.
That's ridiculous. And because that's the first thing. What they want to say, what they do. Oh, you gonna take these? What he had in his hair, twists or locks or something. Oh, you got to get rid of that, boy.
Yeah, we gonna give you just a buzz cut real quick.
That part.
Right. Absolutely.
Love you. Love you, Queen.
Love you. God bless.
God bless you too. Anytime you can come up. Anytime.
Okay, I definitely will. You have a great day.
And you do the same. Okay, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed this live. Because y'all know when I do heavy panels like this, sometimes I does run over time, but it'll be all good. You know what I'm saying? It's a good panel. Sometimes I do run over time, and it's okay. It's okay. So I want everybody to stay blessed. Anybody want to donate? My link is pinned below in the chat. I want y'all to have a great weekend. I want y'all to stay prayed up. Make sure y'all keep God first. Oh, y'all keep this family in prayers. I will be keeping my ear to the streets, y'all. You know, I will. Be doing some research and stuff for next week and stuff like that. But I enjoyed y'all because y'all had some good good feedback in the chat. So I enjoy all of y'all. I really did. And thank for the ones that did donate. And thank you, Truthful, for speaking. Thank you so much for your donation. And I want to say thank you for your compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that from you. I read it. I read that. And that made me feel good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, you know, everything gonna be all right, y'all. Everything gonna be all right. You know, we always gotta remember one thing. God always got the last say so over everything, no matter what it is. He always got the last say so. You know, he does all the time. So we gotta always remember that. Open book, hey girl. I ain't even see you in the chat, girl. How you doing, girly? So I'll see y'all on Monday. I may drop a video tomorrow. I may do that. If I feel up to it, I may do that. But in the meantime, God bless you, Miss D. Thank you. Same to you. Enjoy your weekend, baby. So y'all have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself. It's going to be hot here this weekend, y'all. Oh, Lord. This heat is just going nuts here. But that's okay. Great show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Buttercup. Thank you, Truthful Speaking. Thank you, Auntie OG. Thank y'all. Y'all be timing in for tomorrow. For Monday. Make sure y'all subscribe. Put your notifications on. And I will definitely see you guys on Monday. I love you guys. Be safe. Peace and love.